My wife demanded a divorce at my mother's funeral, but I signed the papers without hesitation. Now, she begs for forgiveness, after I inherited $2 million. Hello Reddit. After my mother's funeral, my wife served me with divorce papers. Perfect timing. She said. Exactly. One less thing to worry about. I was still in my funeral costume when I signed them in the parking lot. She was unaware that I recently received a $3.5 million bequest from my mother. She also received absolutely nothing as a result of the prenuptial agreement she had insisted on 3 years prior. Even her attorney was giggling uncontrollably. Allow me to reiterate how we arrived at this point. I'm James, a 3-4-year-old 4th grade elementary school teacher in Minnesota. I adore the kids and my job, but the compensation is terrible. Although I make enough to get by on $45,000 a year, I'm not exactly rolling in it. I've been a teacher for 8 years. Margaret, my mother, was a saint. After my father died when I was 6, I was left to raise my sister Emily and myself. For the majority of my youth, Mom worked 2 jobs. Cleaning offices at night while working as a secretary during the day. Never once did I complain. Made sure we had everything we required, even if it meant she didn't. Emily and I were the only people who knew about Mom's financial prowess. Since the 1,980 seconds, she had been investing every dime she had while doing those jobs. Consistent, modest amounts, nothing out of the ordinary. In the 1,990 seconds, when rental houses were inexpensive, she purchased them. Bought tech stocks before to their explosion. She had subtly amassed a sizable portfolio by the time I started college. But she never displayed it. Still operated a vehicle that was 15 years old. Coupons are still clipped. She continued to reside in the small home she had purchased in 1987. Let me now tell you about Sophie, my ex-wife. I first saw her at a friend's wedding 4 years ago. She worked as a real estate agent for upscale properties, and had a gorgeous smile and long dark hair. She earned a respectable salary, possibly $110,000 annually on commission. I was a fool who thought with portions of his body that aren't the brain, even though the warning flags were there from day one. Her family was the first warning sign. This enormous home in a wealthy area was the residence of her parents. Her mom didn't work and spent her days at country clubs, while her dad ran a series of auto shops. They had a old money mentality, demeaning anyone who performed a routine job. Her father asked me what I did for a living over our first family meal. The room became around 40 degrees colder when I stated primary school instructor. Teaching? Her mother asked again, as if I had mentioned that I cleaned sewers. Sophie stepped right in and said, "How noble of you," adding that teaching was only a stepping stone and that I was about to transition into administration. I was attempting to create a good impression, so even though I hadn't planned anything like that, I chose to ignore it. Ryan, her brother, was much worse. He earned 6 figures while doing essentially nothing at their dad's dealership. Boasted about his downtown condo and Audi on our initial meeting. He genuinely chuckled when I told him that I drove a 2009 Honda Civic, saying, "That's cute, like a starter car." However, Sophie didn't seem like her family, or at least I believed that she did. She would tell me that she didn't give a damn about money, and that what was important was that I enjoyed and excelled at my work. She said that her family was materialistic, but she wasn't. In hindsight, all of the statements were false. After a year of dating, we became engaged. It was an easy suggestion. I took her to the park where we went on our first date, and proposed with a ring I had saved for 6 months. I could afford it. Even though it wasn't much. Perhaps half a carat. When she spotted it, her smile momentarily wavered before she was able to correct it. It was only a split second, but I saw it. I ought to have focused on that particular moment. Should have understood that a simple engagement ring disappointed the money nomad woman. The planning of the wedding was a nightmare. This large, 250-person country club event was what her parents intended. I wanted something more reasonably priced and smaller. We made a deal, which meant that since her parents were already covering the majority of the costs, I gave in on everything. 200 of the 250 guests were friends and business associates of her family. This crazy mansion with a price tag that made me sick was the venue. My automobile was less expensive than her clothing. Everything needed to be outstanding and flawless. 3 months prior to the wedding, my mother approached me with an offer. In order to prevent me from feeling totally wooed by Sophie's parents, she wanted to offer me $25,000 to help with the wedding costs. I was surprised. That was far more than I had assumed my mother could afford. It's my money, And I want you to have a wedding you can be proud of. Not simply something her parents plan. I spent 12,000 of it on the rehearsal dinner, and my portion of the wedding. Mom, that's too much. I can't accept that. Save the remaining 12,000. I kept the entire sum my mother gave me a secret from Sophie. I felt compelled to keep that to myself. The prenuptial discussion followed. Sophie brought it up at dinner, 3 months before the wedding. We were asked to sign a prenuptial agreement that her family's attorney had prepared. She said, "It's just to protect both of us," and moved the paper across the table. I read it and saw. My parents think it's smart given the family business and everything. The vocabulary was rather simple. In the event of a divorce, each person's contributions to the marriage remained theirs. Unless the marriage lasted more than 10 years, there would be no alimony. Inheritances remained distinct property, but assets earned during a marriage would be divided 50/50. I was impressed by how much it favored her. It was obviously written with the assumption that she was the one having property to safeguard. There were provisions protecting her commission income, her trust fund, which I was unaware she had, and her future inheritance from her parents. "Your parents really think we need this?" I responded. "It's just smart business. In any case, we will never get divorced. It's merely a formality." This is where I made a choice that saved my life. I informed her that before I signed, I wanted to have it reviewed by my own attorney. She instantly became defensive, claiming that I didn't trust her family's attorney was offensive, but I refused to back down. I wanted someone to protect my interests, if we were signing a legal instrument. He discovered a family law specialist named Robert through a teacher buddy. He offered me his evaluation after going over the prenuptial agreement. "This document is designed to protect wealthy people from gold diggers. Your fiancé's family clearly thinks you're the gold digger. To be honest, though, this also protects you because of the discrepancy in your salary. You owe her nothing if you get divorced. Additionally, any inheritance you get remains solely yours." That final sentence stayed with me. Any inheritance remains distinct property. I put my signature on it. Sophie was overjoyed that I had changed my mind at last. Her parents appeared happy that I had made the correct decision. Everything went according to plan for the wedding. For the first 6 months of their marriage, everything went well, nor outstanding, nor awful, simply adequate. Our combined income allowed us to live in a respectable 2-bedroom apartment. I continued to teach, and Sophie continued to work in real estate, but gradually things began to change. My income was the subject of Sophie's remarks, which were slights with a hint of humor. She would gripe that my teaching pay prevented us from taking more luxurious trips. She would point out homes that her clients were purchasing, and lament that we would never be able to purchase such a thing. It was terrible with her relatives. Her parents' Sunday dinners become opportunities for passive-aggressive criticism of my professional decisions. Her father would ask me how the ABCs were going after discussing Ryan's most recent promotion or Sophie's largest commission. Her mother would ask me when I intended to advance in my job, and show me images of her friends' children, all of whom were in the fields of finance, medicine, or law. I began to dread those dinners, and came up with reasons to avoid them. When I failed to attend family gatherings, Sophie would become upset, and accuse me of embarrassing her. I would point out that her relatives insulted my career the entire time. She would accuse me of being overly sensitive. Mom saw how I had changed. Although she had misgivings about the family, she had always liked Sophie. After a visit, she drew me aside around a year into our marriage. She inquired frankly, "Are you happy?" "Yes," was what I wanted to say. I wanted to think I was content. I couldn't lie to my mother though, as I sat there staring at her. I don't know. At times, it seems like Sophie married me for what she believed I could become rather than for who I am. Mom gave a slow nod. She was obviously correct when she said, "That's not a marriage, sweetheart. That's a disappointment waiting to happen." Mom was right about people all the time. In the second year, things worsened. Sophie began discussing my career change more seriously. Unable to purchase a home in the desired community. Unable to join her buddies on their vacation in Europe. Unable to join the country club that her parents belonged to. We were doing well financially, I might add. We weren't hurting, we had savings, and the only debt we had was my tiny school loan. For Sophie, however, achieving well was insufficient. She desired more. Around this time, Mom's health began to deteriorate. She had been diagnosed with early-stage heart disease, at the age of 68. It's not life-threatening, but it's enough to frighten us all. In order to assist with appointments and errands, Emily and I began sharing weekend stays. Sophie detested it. Said that I was staying at my mother's place too frequently. Said that Mom could care for herself. Sophie rolled her eyes and accused me of being overly theatrical, when I explained that after raising us for decades, it was now our responsibility to assist our mother. About 6 months ago, shortly after our third anniversary, our marriage reached a breaking point. Sophie had been working longer hours, receiving calls in the other room, and becoming more and more aloof. I missed the pattern because I was too preoccupied with Mom's concerns. Mom's heart has gotten worse. She was monitored in and out of the hospital. Her heart was weaker than expected, according to the doctor. And surgery might be necessary. I was scared, as was Emily. Sophie was already dismissing her when I made the statement. Well, she lived a good life. At least she's had time to get her affairs in order. Mom wasn't dying, she was sick. There's a difference. I started looking for the receipts at that point. Costly meals at eateries I had never visited. Sophie justified the hotel room expenditures on our joint credit card as client meetings. I bought flowers but never got them. I'm not a moron. I was aware of the situation. However, I was too preoccupied with my mother to address my failing marriage at the same time. I simply allowed it to occur. Stopped posing inquiries. Lost interest in Sophie's whereabouts and companionship. Before I could say anything, Mom noticed. She's cheating on you, isn't she? She asked me across the kitchen table one weekend when I was staying with her. I didn't even try to deny it. She simply nodded. Mom said, "What are you going to do about it?" Mom leaned across the table and grasped my hand, saying, "I don't know. Deal with it after you're better." I can't handle both crises at once. I have something to tell you, James. My estate lawyer has been meeting with me, arranging everything in case something goes wrong. Over the years, my investments have performed well, better than you think. You and Emily will be taken care of when I'm gone. Incredibly well cared for. She refused to give me precise figures. Simply stated that we shouldn't worry about money when the time came, because she had accumulated a decent sum. I thought she was referring to a split of perhaps 200,000 or 300,000 between Emily and me. Not revolutionary, but sufficient to be beneficial. I didn't know. Mom underwent the procedure 3 months ago. She never fully recovered, but it went as smoothly as could be anticipated. Her heart simply wasn't strong enough. Emily and I worked turns at the hospital, while she was in and out of consciousness for 6 weeks. Sophie came twice. She spent less than an hour on both occasions, primarily using her phone to check work-related emails. The nurses mistook her for Emily's friend rather than my wife. She was so cut off from my family. On a Tuesday morning, Mom died. When she left, I was holding her hand. She gave my fingers a final squeeze before leaving, whispering, "You're going to be okay. Better than okay, trust me." The sorrow was overwhelming. Sophie was upset with me for taking a week off work because I was pouting. She wanted me to return to normal as soon as possible so we could continue living our lives. As if her routine was disrupted by my mother's death. The following Saturday was set aside for the funeral. I wrote the eulogy, made arrangements, and selected the music that Mom would have liked over the week. While coping with her own sadness, Emily did her best to assist. Her spouse was very helpful, looking after their children so she could concentrate on the plans. Sophie was not there at all. Claimed to have crucial client meetings. Weir stated that she was unable to reschedule. Mom would be aware that work comes first. I was trying to fall asleep in bed on Friday night before the funeral, when Sophie arrived late from another alleged client meal. I sensed something was about to happen, as she sat on the edge of the bed. Her words, "We need to talk." Fantastic. The English language's 4 worst terms. I'm not happy. I haven't been happy for a long time. This marriage isn't working. I think we should get divorced. I was simply staring at her. 4 days ago, my mother passed away. She was currently requesting a divorce, and the funeral was scheduled for tomorrow. "Can this wait until after the funeral?" I replied. "I think it's better to be honest about where we stand. I've already spoken to a lawyer. The papers are being drawn up. We can make this quick and painless if we both agree to the terms." The terms? The prenup is pretty clear. We each keep what we brought in. We split the joint savings 50/50. The apartment is a rental, so we just need to figure out who moves out. I gazed at her as I sat up. Observe her closely. The night before my mother's burial, this woman I had married 3 years prior was requesting a divorce. I said, "Who is he?" She was polite enough to appear shocked. "What? The guy you've been seeing. Who is he? I don't know what you're talking about. Sophie. I've known for months. She sat silent for a long time before saying, I just didn't have the energy to deal with it while Mom was dying. So, who is he? She then gave a shrug. His name is Jason. He's a commercial real estate developer. We met through work. How long? Does it matter? How long, Sophie? About 8 months. 8 months, in fact. While my mother was dying. She had been unfaithful to me for 8 months. He treats me like I deserve to be treated. He's ambitious. He's successful. He's not content being a school teacher for the rest of his life. And then it appeared, the actual problem. I wasn't successful enough for her, not because I had done anything wrong. It wasn't enough ambitious. Wasn't earning enough money. Fine. I said plainly. If you want a divorce, we'll get divorced. But can we please wait until after I bury my mother to discuss the details? I think it's better to have everything out in the open now. Better for who? You. Because it's sure not better for me to be dealing with this right now. She rose up. I'll sleep in the guest room tonight. I've already told the lawyer to have the papers ready by Monday. We can sign them next week. She went out. I sat there in the dark, wondering how my life had gone apart so thoroughly in less than a week. The next morning was the funeral morning. I put on my suit, made some notes for the eulogy, and headed to the church where the event was being conducted. Emily was already there with her family, greeting guests as they arrived. The church filled up soon. Mom had a lot of friends from her years in the neighborhood, her former co-workers, neighbors, people from church, my fellow teachers who'd heard about her passing. It was standing room only by the time the service started. Sophie showed up 15 minutes late, slipping into a pew in the back. Didn't sit with me, didn't acknowledge me, just sat there checking her phone. The service was lovely. The priest spoke of Mom's generosity and kindness. Emily offered a heartfelt statement about what a great mother she'd been. Then it was my turn. Didn't even pretend to care enough to come to the graveside service. We got through the burial. People came up to give condolences, share memories of Mom. Tell me what a fantastic woman she'd been. I was on autopilot, thanking everybody mechanically while my brain fought to process the reality that my wife had walked out of the funeral. After the burial, there was a reception at a local restaurant. Emily had organized it, and it was great. People dining, exchanging tales, celebrating Mom's life. I was standing at the buffet table when my phone buzzed with a text from Sophie. Sophie was leaning against her car with a manila letter in her hand as I stepped outside and said, I'm in the parking lot. We need to talk now. She appeared agitated, as if I were preventing her from doing something crucial. Sorry to interrupt your day, she remarked cynically. She handed me the envelope and said, but I need you to sign these. When I opened it, I discovered fully completed divorce paperwork. I only need signatures. You couldn't wait one more day. You had to bring these to my mother's funeral. Perfect timing, actually. One less thing to worry about now that your mom's gone. You won't be distracted by taking care of her anymore. We can both move on with our lives. I was just staring at her. My mother's passing was a convenient time to file for divorce, according to the guy I had married. You know what? She was correct. Sign them. Let's just get this over with. I took out a pen, leaned against her car, and signed each sheet that required my signature. Why drag it out? I asked. Neglected to read the fine print. I didn't bargain. I just signed. She appeared taken aback by my speedy completion. That's it. You're not going to fight this? Why would I fight it? You clearly don't want to be married to me. You've been seeing someone else for 8 months. You just called my mother's death convenient timing. I'm not going to beg you to stay. I returned the paperwork to her. She accepted them, appearing strangely disappointed that I had not resisted. I'll have my lawyer file these Monday morning. You should start looking for a new apartment. I'm keeping our place since I make more money and can afford it on my own. Fine, take the apartment, take whatever you want, I don't care anymore. She got into her vehicle and left. In my funeral attire, I stood in the parking lot. On the day I buried my mother, I formally divorced my wife. You mean rock bottom? However, I had no idea what was going to happen. On Monday afternoon, Mom's will was supposed to be read. I went to the lawyer's office to meet Emily. David was a man who had spent years managing Mom's estate planning. That morning, Sophie texted me to let me know that she was preparing the divorce paperwork. My marriage was so formally over by the time I arrived to David's office. David was an elderly man with gentle eyes and a nice demeanor. After offering his condolences for Mom, he began to work. Your mother was very specific about her wishes. She made multiple revisions to her will over the years, but the final draft was finished only 3 months ago. Mom realized she might not have much time left following her operation 3 months ago. David started reading after opening a folder. The first things were heartfelt. Emily will receive Mom's jewelry. We will divide her photo albums. And different friends and family members will receive her personal belongings. Then he reached the property. 3 rental properties were owned by Margaret. In the 1,990 seconds, she bought 2 houses as investments in addition to the one she resided in. Together, the 3 properties have a current market worth of about $1.2 million. Both Emily and James are to share these equally. Emily and I looked at each other in disbelief. $1.2 million worth of property. This exceeded our expectations, even though Mom had informed us she had done well with investments. David went on. Margaret also had investment accounts with different companies, equities, bonds, mutual funds, and some recent cryptocurrency purchases. James and Emily will split the roughly $2.5 million total value of these accounts evenly. The room began to swirl. An investment of $2.5 million. My mother, a former janitor and secretary, had amassed $2.5 million. Additionally, a $450,000 life insurance policy, and other bank accounts totaling about $350,000 will be divided equally. David's eyes averted from the pages. The total estimated worth of Margaret's estate is around $4.5 million. You each stand to inherit about $2 million after taxes and legal fees. I was having trouble breathing. I have $2 million left by my mother. Emily was in tears. Tears of gratitude, disbelief, and happiness were mixed together. With an equally shocked expression, her husband wrapped his arm around her. However, my mind was calculating. I was specifically considering the prenuptial agreement I had signed 3 years prior. Inheritances remained separate property according to the prenuptial agreement. Sophie had insisted on the prenuptial agreement to safeguard the fortune of her family. David had much to accomplish. Margaret left detailed directions as well. She knew about James's marital troubles. He produced a sealed letter in my mother's handwriting that was addressed to me. David gave it to me, while continuing to speak. She wanted to ensure that in the event of a divorce, this inheritance would be completely protected. She worked with me to structure everything, so that not a single dollar could be claimed as marital property. The prenup you signed helps, but she went further. Everything is in trusts with specific clauses preventing any spousal claims. I saluted the letter as I opened it. It started, "My dearest James," in Mom's tidy handwriting. "If you're reading this, I'm gone. And I'm so sorry I can't be there with you, but I need you to know something. I've been watching your marriage for the past few years. And I've seen how Sophie treats you. I've seen how her family looks down on you. I've seen you dimming your own light to make her feel brighter. That's not what love looks like, sweetheart. Real love builds you up. It doesn't tear you down for not making enough money, or not being ambitious enough. You are exactly who you're supposed to be. Teaching those kids, making a difference in their lives. That's worth more than any executive salary, or fancy title. I've left you enough money that you'll never have to worry about finances again. You can keep teaching because you love it, not because you're stuck. You can leave that marriage if it's making you miserable. You have options now. Use them wisely. And James, that prenup Sophie insisted on. Best thing that ever happened to you." I read the letter twice and then a third time. Not a penny of this inheritance is hers. I made sure of it. All my love, Mom. My mother had been aware. She had been preparing for this moment, and had witnessed everything. Emily began smiling through her tears as she read over my shoulder. She was correct when she said, "Oh my gosh. Mom basically just gave you the ultimate revenge." That morning, I had signed divorce papers. Documents modeled like a prenuptial agreement intended to safeguard Sophie's possessions. Documents that she had hurriedly filed, presumably out of concern that I would attempt to take part of her money in the divorce. However, Sophie was unaware that my mother had recently bequeathed me $2 million. Furthermore, none of it was marital property because of the prenuptial agreement she had insisted on. I owned it, totally, completely my. David had a small smile on his face. Margaret had foreseen this. She requested that I provide you this additional letter to give to your soon-to-be ex-wife. With a frustrated expression, she replied, "What do you want? We're divorced. You don't get to just show up here." I gave her the sealed envelope containing her name, which had been sent by Mom's lawyer. "I know. I just wanted to give you something." She viewed it with suspicion. "What is this?" "A letter. You should read it." I turned to leave, But I remained near enough to hear her open it. I wanted to see this moment. Call me petty. There was a rustle of paper, quiet, and then what sounded like she had choked on something. Wait, she exclaimed. I turned around and said, wait. What is this? Her face was pale as she stood in the doorway with the letter. Is this real? Your mom left you over $2 million? Yep. Day after you served me divorce papers at her funeral. I found out at the will reading. Sophie's hands were shaking. But you signed the divorce papers. We're divorced. This is all yours thanks to that prenup you insisted on. Every penny is mine. Inheritances remain separate property. Remember, you wanted to protect your family's money from me. I saw her realize. Worked out great. It protected my mom's money from you. She was likely concerned that I would attempt to claim a portion of her commission income, or future inheritance, which is why she hurried the divorce, and pressured me to sign it. Before I could receive any of her money. She had wanted to put an end to the relationship. Rather, she had terminated our relationship just before I inherited a fortune. You knew, she charged. You knew when you signed the papers. I didn't. Actually, Mom never told me how much she had. The will reading was scheduled for Monday, but I signed your papers on Saturday. I had no idea what was coming. Sophie's face turned red instead of pale. You can't do this. This isn't fair. We can contest the divorce. On what grounds? You want it out? You served me papers at my mother's funeral. You made me sign them in a parking lot. There's nothing to contest, but the money is mine. It's protected by the same prenup you insisted on to protect your family's assets. Funny how these things work out. I observed her as she processed this. I saw her realize that she had forfeited more than $2 million, because she was unable to wait another week to file for divorce. I heard you're already living with Jason. Bet he's going to be disappointed to find out you're not the rich, successful real estate agent he thought you were. James. Wait. Let's talk about this. Maybe we made a mistake. Oh. We made a mistake. You made a mistake when you cheated on me. Made a mistake when you walked out of my mother's funeral. Made a mistake when you called her death. Convenient timing. And you made a really big mistake when you pushed me to sign those divorce papers before asking if Mom had left me anything. Her neighbor had came outside to investigate the disturbance. Seeing this, Sophie lowered her voice. Please, James, we had good times. We can have them again. I made mistakes, but we can fix this. We had good times when you thought I might have potential to make more money. The second you realized I was happy being a teacher, you checked out. The only reason you're interested now is because I'm about to have more money than you. That's not true. It's completely true. If Mom had left me nothing, you'd be thrilled with this divorce. You'd be bragging to your friends about upgrading to Jason. But now that I'm actually worth something to you, suddenly you made a mistake. I accessed my texts after taking out my phone. Found the one she'd sent the morning of the funeral. See this? This is what you texted me about my mother's death. That it was perfect timing. You didn't even have the decency to pretend to care. And now you want me to believe you've changed? Sophie was crying uncontrollably. This time, she shed real tears instead of the phony ones she'd used when she needed something from me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about all of it. About your mom. About Jason. About everything. I believe you're sorry. Sorry you're not getting any of the money. Her expression stiffened. The tears ceased. The real Sophie was there. Your mom must have been laughing her head off writing that will, setting up her son to screw over his wife. Ex-wife. And Mom wasn't screwing you over. She was protecting me. There's a difference. I strolled back to my vehicle. Sophie alternated between apologizing and getting angry as she called after me. I chose to ignore it all. For the final time, I got into my car and left that phase of my life behind. The result was stunning. Within days, Sophie's family learned of her mother's inheritance. ADOT. The invambly nut. Small-town rumors spread quickly. According to reports, her parents were incensed that she had hurried the divorce. In an attempt to mend fences and suggest that Sophie and I look into reconciliation, her brother Ryan actually called me. I informed him that Sophie was living with Jason, and she appeared content with her decision. He ended the call. Sophie made several attempts to call. She sent me lengthy emails when I didn't respond, explaining that she had made terrible mistakes but that if I just gave her another chance, we could overcome them. How she still loved me despite the pointlessness of the situation with Jason. Without answering, I forwarded each email to my attorney. He said they would be helpful if she attempted to challenge the divorce, which she was unable to do, and he thought they were hilarious. It seems that the boyfriend, Jason, also learned about the inheritance. He broke up with Sophie in a matter of days. According to Emily's friend who knew someone who knew him. I guess he didn't want to date a woman who had recently given up millions. A true stand-up comedian. When Sophie's reputation suffered, her real estate company suffered as well. It turns out that serving divorce papers at a funeral makes people not want to work with that person. She was dropped by several clients. According to reports, her parents were providing her with financial support as she re-established her clientele. In the interim, my life significantly improved. I left teaching because I wanted to do it my way. Not because I didn't love it. Used a portion of the inheritance to launch a small tutoring company for children from disadvantaged backgrounds. Families are charged according to their financial capacity. Some pay nothing, while others pay the full price. Without worrying about scores on standardized tests, I'm actually changing the lives of children. Purchased a modest home in a pleasant area. Nothing ostentatious. It's just a cozy 3-bedroom house with a yard, paid with cash, no mortgage. Emily and I established a scholarship fund in Mom's honor, using some of her money. Full-ride scholarships for low-income students seeking degrees in education. That would have delighted Mom. I finally made the trip to Japan that I had always desired, but had never been able to afford. 3 weeks of exploration. End of Yuli. Resumed dating. At a community gathering, I met a woman named Claire. She loves her job as a librarian, and earns about $45,000 annually. I haven't told her yet, and she doesn't know about the inheritance. Sophie's mother texted me 6 months after the divorce. To make things right, she wanted to get together for coffee. Curious about what she would say, I consented to meet her. She started right away, after ordering a complex drink. Sophie deeply regrets how things ended. She was going through a difficult time and made some poor choices. She made a lot of poor choices. I concurred. Starting with cheating on me for 8 months. She pinched her face. Yes. Well, that was regrettable. But people make mistakes. What matters is that she's learned from them. I'm sure she has. Good for her. James, you and Sophie were good together before things got complicated. Maybe if you both tried again? You mean now that I have money? She was graceful enough to appear ashamed. I mean, now that certain financial stresses aren't a factor. The financial stress wasn't ever a factor for me. I was happy with my teaching salary. Sophie and your family were the ones who had a problem with it. She discussed forgiveness inside the family, and tried a few more topics. I listened courteously, and declined everything. At last, she became irate. You're being vindictive. You're punishing Sophie for making one mistake. One mistake? Let's count them. She cheated for 8 months. She insulted my career for 3 years. She walked out of the funeral. She served me papers the day after my mother died. That's not one mistake. That's a pattern of behavior. Everyone deserves a second chance. I gave her 3 years of second chances. I'm done giving chances to people who don't respect me. Sophie tried one last time. She arrived after hours at my tutoring center. She knocked while I was packing. Can we talk? Really talk. No lawyers, no family, just us. I opened the door for her. I'm not here to ask for money. I know that's what you think, but I'm not. Okay. So, why are you here? To apologize. Really? Apologize? Not because I want something, but because you deserve an actual apology. I waited. I treated you terribly. You were a good husband. You were kind and patient and loving, and I repaid that by constantly criticizing you, trying to change who you fundamentally were. That was wrong. You deserved better. Yes, I did. The thing with Jason was inexcusable. I got caught up in this idea of what success looked like, and you didn't fit that picture. So, I found someone who did, but it was hollow. Sophie, I appreciate the apology, but it doesn't change anything. I know. I'm not asking for anything to change. I just wanted you to know that I see now what I had and what I threw away, not your money. You, the person you are, the teacher who cares about kids, the man who took care of his mom. She got up to go. I hope you find someone who appreciates you for who you are. I think I already have. She gave a sorrowful smile. Good. You deserve it. She turned around after making her way to the entrance. Your mom was right about me, wasn't she? She saw through everything from day one. Mom was good at reading people. Tell her I'm sorry, too, even though she's not here to hear it. I think she knows. Sophie departed. I didn't see her again after that. I've heard that in order to start over, she eventually relocated to a different city. Life is nice for me. Excellent. I live in my own home, teach on my own terms, and date a woman who loves me for who I am. I found my roommate in my bedroom with my boyfriend. He's mine too, she smirked. I gathered evidence and pressed her in charges. Finally, she was arrested. Roommate Emily has dubbed my boyfriend Ethan our boyfriend for 2 months. I thought it was a joke. I'm terrified. I dated Ethan for 4 months. He visits every 2 weeks for 4 or 5 days but attends university 1.5 hours away. My roommates agreed first. He cleans, cooks, and maintains. Perfect man. Emily was discarded October. Then everything changed. Started tiny. Emily waited in the kitchen as Ethan served dinner for me and housemates, out of politeness. Sweet man. My ex couldn't. Lucky you. She eagerly awaited his response. She watched his strength fixing, installing hooks, and moving furniture. So strong, my dude must be. Ethan fled to my room when uneasy. Jokes about our boyfriend followed. Ethan gave me coffee and Emily exclaimed, "Aw, our boyfriend is so thoughtful. He did grocery." I said, "Look at our boyfriend being helpful. Nothing amusing. Relax, it's just a joke. We're basically sisters, so we share everything, right? We pals. We share a fridge, not boyfriends." Behavior rose. She followed. Safety comes from location sharing apps. If we didn't react to Emily's, "Where are you guys? Can I join?" text, she'd show up. Emily claimed to meet us at movies, restaurants, and a romantic park walk. She entered my bedroom without knocking, so we locked it. She smiled if we forgot, just wanted to say hi to our boyfriend. Midterms prompted a small roommate party. Drunk. I called Ethan. Emily snatched my phone. Her strength beats mine. She informed him her sex life. "Make sure you hit it deep," she joked when he paused. "What? Can't handle girl talk about our boyfriend?" Ethan visited less. He scarcely left my room when he came. Emily was at my door. Sometimes I heard her breathing. The breaking point was last week. Ethan surprised me in class on our 4-month anniversary. Lily texted, "Your boyfriend's here, but something weird is happening." I hurried home to find Emily in my bedroom, wearing my lingerie, sitting on my bed with Ethan backed against the wall, scared. "What the hell?" Emily stood slowly. My red lace set too small. "I was just showing our boyfriend what he's missing when you're not around." "Get out. Get out," he yelled. "It's my apartment too." And he didn't seem to mind. "Did you, Ethan? I told you to leave me alone," he said. "I was waiting for Sophie, and you just came in wearing that. You didn't lock the door." That's basically an invitation. Emily is on the lease, but I called our landlord that night. I cannot evict her. I was told by campus security it's a roommate quarrel without violence. 2 days prior, Ethan refused to visit. "She scares me." "So she wore your underwear last time. What's next?" I understood. But it hurt. Emily damaged my relationship yesterday, while using my laptop in my room. We shot intimate, non-explicit images. Get away from my computer. Our partner looks fantastic in these. Made copies for myself. Please excuse me. Illegal. Calling the police. What proof? They're on my phone. Might have taken them anywhere. Maybe Ethan sent them to me. Perhaps we have something special. He would never. Which person would people trust? Crazy furious girlfriend or roommate who received photos? Then I saw something else on my lid. Unwritten draft to Ethan. Leaving him. Shouting nasty things. Emily wrote, "Don't worry. I didn't send it yet. But I could. I know your password. You should change it from your birthday." I changed my passwords that night. Despite a message under my bedroom door this morning, I texted Ethan at 2:30 a.m. "Locks won't stop me from our boyfriend. Check your phone." I didn't text. Was asleep. I carried my phone all night. Ethan texted back. "Who is C? Her reason for coming? What's up, Sophie?" Emily's car is gone from the lot. It takes 1.5 hours to reach Ethan's university. She left 2 hours ago. I don't know what she's telling him. I'm shivering as I call Ethan again, 4th time to voicemail. Emily had been at his campus for at least 20 minutes, and I don't know what she's telling him or doing. I wander from the kitchen to the living room and back, checking the location app every few seconds. Emily's dot is still on Ethan's dorm building. Airflow is constricted and my chest is tight. I call again and get voicemail. He's either ignoring my calls, or Emily broke his phone. No decision helps me. At midday, Lily comes out of her room in her jammies and sees me pacing in the living room. I must seem furious. Feeling wild. Explaining what's happening. I'm not sure the fast-flowing words make sense. Fake text. 2. 2. 2. Emily departed 2 hours ago. No reaction from Ethan. Sitting on the couch, Lily says Emily has been acting suspiciously, talking about Ethan and looking through my possessions in class. Her stomach drops. Lily knew but didn't tell me. Last week, Lily saw Emily walking through my wardrobe, holding up my things, and staring in the mirror. She considered speaking but didn't want to make trouble. Drama? This isn't the worst drama. I choose immediately. I'm driving to Ethan's institution 1.5 hours away, even though I have an exam tomorrow. I don't care about exams. Ethan must be reached before Emily does more damage. I'm so grateful Lily offers to help me that I nearly cry. I'm too scared to drive alone. My shaking hands make it hard to focus. We both thought Emily was weird and lonely after her split, but reading Lily's notes proves it. This is worse than roommate craziness, and riskier. First text from Ethan an hour into trip. I grab my phone so fast I almost drop it when it buzzes. My heart stops at the message. Your roommate is here, and she's telling my RA, you sent her to check on me because you're worried about my mental health. This is ridiculous. Where are you? Emily says I sent her. I reread everything. She proves it with that false text. She makes me look like the worried girlfriend or the dominating girlfriend who sends others to check on her guy while she looks like the concerned friend. Type back with shaking hands. I text immediately to say Emily sent that message from my phone without authorization. I'm headed there. Ethan texts and watches the screen. 3 dots appear. Disappear. Then return. His reaction is finally there. Emily's calmness scares me because she wears my underwear, duplicates my photos, and stays calm even when she makes the worst mistakes. Lily suggests we stop at a gas station to record everything on my phone. She says we need evidence if this gets to court. Legal issue. I hadn't thought that. Lily is right. Take the next exit, and park at a petrol station. I screenshot Emily's morning position at Ethan's college, the bogus text with a 2:30 morning timestamp, and Emily calling our lover Ethan in prior texts as Lily buys coffee. Evidence fills my photo album. After returning, Lily helps me put coffee in a folder, and put today's date in case. We arrive at Ethan's campus around dusk, but I hardly see the orange and pink sky. My palms shake again as we park outside his dorm. Ethan texts that Emily is in the common area talking to his roommate Ryan like she's my agent to discuss our connection. An official? Like I consented. As I sent her. Feeling sick. Lily touches my arm and asks if I'm ready. I'm not. But we leave the car. Emily and Ryan are sitting on a couch and laughing like old friends. Emily has makeup, a sweater, and down hair. She appears regular and nice. Ryan laughs at her comment. When I arrive, Emily stops smiling. Emily has thin lips and steely eyes. She appears unfazed and upset. I showed up. Her voice blasts across the room. She stands slowly and grins sharply. Sophie, I'm delighted you made it. Don't we need an honest talk with Ethan? We planned this jointly, she says we. A girl at the window talks to her friend. I sweat and feel everyone gazing. There is no us. Leave now. I spoke slowly despite shivering. Emmy tilted her head like I said something funny. Ethan seemed delighted to see me when I arrived. We discussed all your issues well, she says. He understands now. Ethan blushes and retreats, appearing ill and uncomfortable. Ryan looks bewildered. Ethan says, I asked you to leave about 6 times, Emily. You kept stating you concerned about Sophie, and needed to check on her. Ryan crosses his arms, and nods. She arrived almost an hour ago. She seemed normal, so I thought she was your friend. But every time we asked her to leave, she altered the subject, or said she needed 5 more minutes. Ryan has lost his welcoming smile, and is inspecting Emily more attentively. Lily pulls up her phone screen and chats, while swiping screenshots. Emily watches them for months using their GPS app. She enters Sophie's room unlawfully. She faked a 2:30 a.m. text from Sophie's phone. Lily swipes and gives him more unusual text photos. Emily's restaurant and movie appearances sequence. Ryan's eyes enlarge, and his body language alters. He walks away from Emily, and stares at her like a new person, breaking Emily's calm. Everyone is making this so big. I wanted Ethan to know Sophie moans about him when he's away. She constantly wishes he went to this school instead of 1.5 hours away. She finds you clinging. She faces Ethan and says, she actually sent me here to break up with you because she's too scared to do it herself. Ethan pales. She faces Ethan. She faces Ethan. I grab my phone and check email using my shaking hands. Look at this. Emily typed this as myself on my laptop. I never wrote this. Ethan reads my phone and glances up at Emily. You actually sat at her computer and wrote a fake breakup email. His voice turns harder. Ryan opens his mouth while reading over his shoulder. The residential advisor enters looking serious, tall and with brown hair pressed back. She has a staff badge. I say, what's up? Lily shows the RA her phone with screenshots. Ethan shows her a fake email. Ryan verifies that Emily resisted multiple attempts to leave. She listens seriously and faces Emily. You must exit this building immediately, Emily wailed. I have every right to attend a friend's campus. You can't make me leave for a conversation. RA pulls out radio. Campus security responds soon. RA tells what happened while showing Lily's phone. One cop invites Emily outside. Emily yells and blushes. Sophie is pushing everyone against me because she can't tolerate Ethan liking me more. Emily worried and kindly asked about Ethan's classes and housemates. Then his biology professor, university, library work schedule, and gym time. Sophie never told her about my regimen, so she must have read our messages. His voice cracks. Security guards write faster. Back inside, Ryan says he'll leave us alone and goes to the library. Ethan sits on his bed with his head in his hands. She sat on the couch and told me you'd been crying and talking about breaking up. She said you sent her to check on me because you were too upset to come. His eyes are on me. She almost convinced me. I felt odd when she mentioned my timetable. She knew I had chemistry labs on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and knew my lunch place near the scientific building. How could she know? His eyes are sweaty. His stomach drops. I check my settings on my phone. Ethan helps me reset my passwords, social media, email, everything. A chilling email login history shows Emily's IP address logins for 3 weeks. She reads my emails for a month. Ethan finds more proof in my cloud. Emily browsed my private photos for me and Ethan. I claim she's everywhere. My voice is distant. I check my email login history. Emily reads everything for weeks. Ethan accesses the design in my photo storage. She frequently copied my private photos to her device. Hands shake so badly I almost lose my phone. We check my social media, and find she's signed in, reading my personal messages to loved ones. She knows my life. Every discussion, plan, and private idea shared with trusted people. Ryan knocks on the door after leaving the library. After Ethan lets him in, Ryan sees us on the bed with phones and laptops and looks serious as we show him what we found. He snaps images of his phone's login and access history, and says we must capture everything before Emily hides or destroys evidence. When Lily texts to check on us, I tell her what we found. She immediately says she's felt watched, like someone was looking through her stuff when she wasn't home. She'll check her accounts now. Ethan finds a non-created record in my cloud storage showing his class schedule by day and time. 2 months after Emily was abandoned, the document details his campus library job shifts, friends and roommates, gym and dining hall trips, favorite coffee shop, and normal orders. Ryan reads over Ethan's shoulder and says, "This is serious stalking behavior, not just a roommate being weird or jealous." He advises us to report this level of surveillance and plotting to university police immediately. It's almost midnight. But I'm too scared to wait in the morning. Ryan suggests sleeping on the couches in the common area to stay on campus with people and security. Ethan agrees quickly, and Lily texts that she's sleeping at her girlfriend's house tonight because she feels unsafe at the flat. Ryan takes us down to the common area where several students are studying late. A security guard walks through every hour, making the space feel safer. Ethan and I share a couch while Lily uses the other. Ryan brings bottled drinks and blankets from his room. No sleep. Ethan finally admits to being afraid since the lingerie incident. He didn't make me choose between him and my living condition, because he knew I couldn't afford to break my lease or move out. He keeps thinking about Emily coming to his door, or following him around campus, making it hard to sleep and study. He feels bad for not being more clear about his anxiety, but he didn't want me to think he was theatrical. I argue he wasn't exaggerating, and I should have taken it more seriously from the start. We spent hours analyzing the warning signs we ignored or rationalized away. The breathing outside my door, the constant location checking, and how Emily integrated herself into every area of our relationship, made Ethan stop seeing me, because he was afraid of what Emily would do next. Ryan sleeps in a chair nearby, but Ethan and I watch the sun rise through the windows. Students move to early classes, or the dining hall as morning light floods the common area. I'm exhausted but anxious about the future. So I call my older sister Megan for advice. I explain Emily drove here uninvited, and the stalker proof we got yesterday and last night. Megan listens, and is quiet after I finish. She asks if I've called police, and I say we're going this morning. Megan says she's driving down and will arrive in a few hours. She says stalkers increase when their target sets limits or withdraws. Obsession with surveillance and information collection usually worsens without help. She urges me not to return to the apartment alone, and to wait in public until she arrives. Hearing her voice and knowing she's coming soothes me. After Ethan wakes Lily up, we drink campus cafe coffee. Emily worried and kindly asked about Ethan's classes and housemates, then his biology professor, university library work schedule, and gym time. We go to Ethan's room, and Ryan will testify since he saw Emily refuse to go yesterday and heard her threaten. We walk across campus to the administration building police department, where Officer Flynn O'Brien interviews us in a small room. Sophie never told her my regimen because we rarely talk about it. While Megan takes notes, I narrate the scenario from the start to avoid forgetting anything. Officer O'Brien listens and asks about dates and times. The login history and surveillance document Emily made are requested. Ryan recounts Emily's resistance to leave despite multiple pleas yesterday. Ethan describes how Emily's behavior has worried him and hindered his ability to operate. After we finish, Officer O'Brien says that while one event may not be enough for criminal charges, a 2-month pattern of behavior could support a restraining order. Stalking cases are difficult to prosecute, but our proof, especially the digital footprint revealing unauthorized access to my accounts in the surveillance file, is strong. He advises us to save every text, email, and message, document when Emily appears, and try to collect photographs or videos to enhance the case. Officer O'Brien copies our evidence, and says he'll work with my university police, since Emily and I live in the same jurisdiction. He gives me his number and tells me to call immediately, if Emily calls, or shows up. He also advised me to notify school housing about my living situation because sharing an apartment with someone like this is unsafe. I leave the police station happy we disclosed everything but frightened. Megan puts her arm around my shoulders, and says I did the right thing by involving authorities, even though it's scary. Ethan appears exhausted and anxious. My life can't end because of Emily. Lily texts that she checked her apartment and Emily hasn't returned, but some of her things have moved. Megan insists on returning to the flat with me for a few days to keep me safe. Ethan wants to go but has courses. So he'll stay at university and will video talk nightly. The 1.5-hour drive back feels long. Lily welcomes us at the apartment parking lot, and we enter it. The living room's picture frame and TV remote have moved, indicating someone was in our place. When we enter my room, I see someone inside despite locking it. My door has a simple paper-clip pickable push-button lock. My dresser drawers open slightly. My desk papers are mixed. My closet door isn't latched. My stomach drops as I look for missing stuff. The birthday sweater from Ethan and our boxed photos are gone. Emily stole my journal about our relationship and intimate thoughts, like she's collecting evidence of our relationship or trying to seize our belongings. Lily's scarf and book, which Emily may claim were borrowed or shared, are also missing. Emily's physical invasion of my life and privacy hurts more. Megan immediately says, "We're changing the lock on my bedroom door right now." We drive to a hardware store and buy a keyed lock. My phone automatically backs up images and messages to a cloud account Emily doesn't know about, and Megan uses her own email to create it, so Emily can't find it or access it even if she gets into my devices again. We changed my passwords to long random phrases Megan writes down and puts in her phone and use two-factor authentication, so Emily can't log in without my phone codes, even if she obtains them. Megan is on the couch in the living room, and Lily is in her room. Around midnight, I hear hallway footsteps outside my door. Heavy footsteps pause at my door, then the beating begins. Emily smacks her hands at my door, shaking it. She shouts that I'm irrational and theatrical. I shouldn't be a victim, she just wanted to borrow some items. Her beating increases, and she keeps turning the doorknob. She shouts that I can't shut her out of her flat. In the hallway, Megan tells Emily to stop and go to her room in seconds. Emily shouts back that Megan has no business here and should leave, kicks the door, and Megan calls the police with the address. Emily must hear this because she screams that I'll regret this, and set everyone against her. As Emily leaves her room, Lily tells her to calm down, but Emily calls Lily a traitor and orders her to shut up. The next 15 minutes felt like hours. I shut myself in my room and hear Emily pacing the corridor. Her mutterings are lost on me. Fridge is humming. We relax in my closed room while Megan brews tea. I hear Emily on the phone in her room. Her voice penetrates thin barriers. Her voice is rising as she speaks. She accuses me of stealing her guy. I'm turning everyone against her, she says. She claims I'm lying to get her in trouble. More agitated, her voice rises. She claims Ethan loves her, and I'm jealous. Megan shakes her head as I glance. We sleep little that night. Megan scheduled my campus counselor appointment for the next morning. In the Student Health Center, Violet Mitchell works in a soft-lit office with comfortable chairs. She listens without interrupting, as I recount everything. After I finish, she adds Emily's doing something serious. Erotomania and compulsive attachment are her terms. She says some people obsess over unavailable others. She claims fantasy and control are involved, not love. She believes stalkers typically think their victims desire them despite rejection. Violet helps me plan safety. She records everything on paper. She suggests I take different routes to class, so Emily can't predict me. She provides me campus security and emergency contact numbers. She advises me to inform my teachers. She helps me find safe persons in university buildings for aid. When victims create boundaries, stalking worsens, she says. She says Emily may escalate now that cops are involved. Though that scares me, Violet thinks it's vital to prepare. I get weekly appointments, and her emergency contact info. She suggests calling anytime if I feel unsafe. The college legal assistance office is my next stop after Violet. Sarah Miller joins me in a small conference room. Student harassment victims receive free legal aid from her. Every document I show her is thoroughly reviewed. She takes notes and asks date, time questions. She believes I have a strong case for a civil restraining order. The process will take weeks, she says. First, we request an interim order. A judge decides if it's permanent at a court hearing. Sarah says a restraining order won't remove Emily from our residence immediately. The lease complicates that. But the order forbids Emily from contacting or approaching me. She informs me many stalkers break restraining orders. She advises me to document and report every transgression. Each offense can lead to charges, she said. Sarah helps me finish the paperwork immediately. She explains each section and ensures I include all relevant information. She says we'll file tomorrow and serve Emily with the temporary order in a few days. Lily closes my door that night. Tired and afraid, she is. She refuses to live here. She's breaking her lease early and moving off campus with her girlfriend. She regrets leaving me but doesn't trust Emily. I assure her I comprehend. I'm glad she's leaving. This shouldn't affect her. I can meet Lily for coffee anytime since she'll be around. If needed, she will testify for the restraining order hearing. Packing begins that night. I hear my phone buzz in class 3 days later. Sarah texts that Emily has received the TRO. Stomach drops. Emily will be outraged. The permanent order court date is 2 weeks away. In 2 weeks, I must explain everything to Emily in court. 2 weeks of waiting, and wondering what Emily will do. I leave class early and return home. Miss Lily is gone. Her room is empty. We share walls and a kitchen in this apartment with Emily, who can't come close me. I can't concentrate while I study alone. The court date, and seeing Emily keep coming to mind. Telling a judge about the lingerie incident, stalking, and everything else. My phone buzzes again. Ethan has asked if I'm okay. He praises me after I inform him about the restraining order. He hopes he could be here. But he has exams. We video call that night, and seeing his face calms me, but I'm still afraid. 2 weeks feels long. The next day, my phone is full of notifications. When Emily posts 3 times since last night on social media, my stomach drops. Just vague messages about phony pals and betrayers when you need them most. She writes about how some individuals can't handle the truth, and turn everyone against them instead of fixing themselves. She shares a quote on loyalty, and how true friends endure. All who know us will know who she references. As I read the comments, my hands shake as others ask if she's okay, offer encouragement, and say they're here for her. She's already creating a victim narrative. I put my phone down and try to prepare for class, but my mind keeps going. Today, Emily is altering her tale to make herself seem victimized. I wonder how many will believe her before hearing my side. 3 individuals had asked about Emily and me by lunchtime. My biology classmate sends a long text, alleging Emily told her I was envious and bossy about her friendship with Ethan. Another friend asks if I'm attempting to kick Emily out for nothing. Another person said I lied to seek attention. Reading these messages makes me sick, because Emily is spreading lies, and some people believe them. Write comments for 1 hour, citing proof and screenshots. When proof is presented, some apologies instantly. Others remain silent, making me question if they trust Emily more than me. After I tell them everything, my close friends support me. But I still feel isolated knowing that some people believe I'm insane. Lily emails me that Emily has been posting in group chats, playing the victim and claiming I overreacted to innocent jokes. I'm frustrated because some people will always believe Emily's story despite my evidence. Ethan calls me that night with a new, tight voice. He says he had a panic attack in economics class today because someone who looked like Emily passed by. He had to leave class due to breathlessness. His lecturer now feels he's skimming crucial stuff. He can't study when he's anxious about Emily returning, therefore his grades are slipping. I talk to him for 2 hours, and tell him the restraining order will help, and that she can't come near him legally. But I can hear his worry that won't go away. His daily class itineraries vary, and he checks the parking lot before leaving his room. It's hard to sleep because he thinks someone is outside his door. We feel more apart now, like we're drowning separately instead of together. I despise Emily's damage to him, us, and our beautiful relationship before she decided we belonged to her. We resolved to chat every night and stay strong, but after we hang up, I cry because I don't know how much stress our relationship can handle. I notice anything incorrect when I go home from afternoon class a week before court. My bedroom door opens. Really open, not just unlocked. I locked it this morning using my key. My pulse races when I enter, and discover my room utterly destroyed. Dresser drawers open, clothes everywhere. Papers on the floor at my desk. My closet was bare with hangers gone. I run to my workstation and find my laptop charger gone. My grandmother's necklace and 2 Ethan rings are missing from my jewelry box. My Ethan and I photos are vanished from my wall. You can't keep what's meant to be shared. Emily's scrawled letter on my bed shakes me as I take phone photos of the debris and note before touching anything else. This is worse than previously because Emily destroyed my lock, entered my space, and stole my possessions. Officer Carter, who knows our case, arrives within 20 minutes and I show him everything, shaking my voice as I detail what's taken in the note. The message is clear and scary, and I know it's illegal. He slowly walks through my room, taking photos from multiple angles, and making detailed notes about each stolen or damaged item. He examines my door lock and finds scratches around the keyhole where Emily must have picked or forced it. He carefully packs and labels the message as evidence, indicating a major temporary restraining order breach. Officer Carter remains patient and meticulous throughout the hour-long process, noting every detail. I show him my phone images of me wearing my grandmother's necklace, and he records the laptop charger type and serial number from my purchase. We wait for Emily with Officer Carter at my flat. He stands in the living room to watch the entrance door. He says this violation, and the burglary charges boost my case for the permanent restraining order. Emily comes in with shopping bags and seems shocked when she sees Officer Carter. He identifies himself and tells her she's detained for restraining order violation and burglary. Emily panics and screams at me, saying I ruined her life, that I'm selfish and nasty and can't share, and that Ethan would have chosen her if I hadn't poisoned everyone against her. Officer Carter moves quickly and professionally as Emily's eyes widen and she retreats toward the door. Officer Carter arrests her as she shouts and cries, and mascara runs as he reads her rights. With Emily's consent, other cops search her room and find my laptop charger and several wall photos she took. Emily cries and yells about how unjust this is as they bag everything as evidence. I'm devastated when Michaela calls me the next day to tell Emily posted bail. I wanted her to stay in jail until the court hearing, but her parents paid to release her. Michaela says the judge added rules that ban Emily from returning to our flat, and require her to officially arrange for police monitoring to retrieve her items. This is fantastic for me because I won't see Emily about the unit without police. Emily warns me she may retaliate in other ways while on bail, so I must stay vigilant and document everything. Knowing Emily can't legally return here makes me feel better. But I'm worried about her next move. People who breach restraining orders usually do it again, and Emily has shown she doesn't care about legal consequences when she wants something. Next morning, my landlord, John Adams, and I discuss my options at his office. This middle-aged man with sympathetic eyes listens as I describe everything, showing him police reports, restraining orders, and photos of my ransacked room. He shakes his head, saying he had no idea it was so bad. John carefully reviews the lease, and notes that violating a lease usually costs 2 months' rent. But he's willing to make an exception due to the criminal charges and restraining order. I cry with relief since I can escape and find refuge before the lease expires without punishment due to my safety and confirmed illegal activity. Since Emily is legally excluded, he'll try to obliterate her identity. John sympathizes, saying he has a college-aged daughter, and would want help in a similar situation. He offers me 30 days to find a new place, and move out, and he'll handle the paperwork. We drive around campus on Saturday to look at homes, but most are too pricey for me since I shared rent 3 times. Megan can move into a simple studio apartment 15 minutes from college with good locks and key card access. Since my safety is more important than money, Megan calls our parents immediately to explain. My mom calls back within an hour to offer to cover the rent difference each month. She seems terrified and upset about everything, but she only wants me safe. Because I don't want to beg for money but need to escape that flat, we put down a deposit that day, and the landlord lets me move in next weekend. Having a plan and a safe place to go helps me breathe again. 2 weeks after filing, the permanent restraining order hearing is on schedule. I wake up scared because I have to testify about everything to a judge. Michaela informs me what to anticipate in the courthouse. My hands shake as we wait in the hallway outside the courtroom. Emily sits at a table with her lawyer, a sharp-looking woman in an expensive suit, when they call us in. Emily doesn't look at me, but her jaw is clenched. Older woman judge is harsh but fair. Michaela charts Emily's behavior with images, text messages, police reports, and witness accounts. I testify about the lingerie incident, getting home to a looted room, and Emily's phony text from my phone. Emily's lawyer says she was a worried friend in turmoil. She claims, I overreacted to roommate disputes, and that Emily's mental illness makes her a victim. But the evidence is too powerful. Officer Carter's break-in and arrest testimony seems credible. The judge reclines and checks the final documents before speaking, staring at Emily and then at me. Based on repeated police complaints, witness testimony, and boundary violations, she grants a 3-year permanent restraining order. The judge says Emily must stay 500 YDs from me, avoid Ethan, and avoid our campuses and other frequented locations. Any disobedience will result in instant arrest and criminal proceedings. For the first time in weeks, my body relaxes, like I broke the surface after holding my breath underwater. Emily looks at me with pure loathing while the judge talks, as if trying to recall my face or send me a message. So happy the order is in place, but afraid because that expression tells me this isn't over in her mind. Michaela gently touches my arm, and suggests leaving by the side exit to avoid hallway conflict. While Emily sits with her lawyer, we gather our papers, and leave. The following weekend, Megan arrives early Saturday morning with boxes and cleaning supplies. Lily and her girlfriend meet us at my new studio apartment, and Ethan drives 1.5 hours to assist me move. Leaving the old apartment takes most of the day. Good thing Emily isn't there. But I can tell she's been in my room again because things are rearranged and a few things are missing. Like a hair clip and desk portrait. I don't care anymore. I want out. We drive Megan's car and the truck to the studio in 2 trips. The new place is tiny compared to my others. My landlady installed a deadbolt and chain lock at my request, and I sit on the floor and breathe after unpacking the last box and setting up my bed. The door and window locks are good, but the bathroom is so small I can touch both walls. Key cards are needed to enter the building. Ethan sits next to me and hugs my shoulders. I can breathe deeply without worrying about who might walk through my door for the first time in months. My locked environment with eye control feels like actual safety since this started. Lily buys pizza for everyone and we eat on the floor since I don't have furniture. The first month in the new apartment is uneventful until Emily breaks the restraining order twice, first in Tuesday morning class. Megan promises to help me find cheap thrift shop stuff next weekend. As I cross campus to the science building, I find her passively watching me from the bike racks 40 feet away. After freezing, I capture her photo with my phone. She leaves, but I call campus police immediately. Officer Carter confirms that 40 feet is inside 500 feet. The second violation occurs 2 weeks later when I receive a friend request from an unfamiliar account and visit its profile, which is false. The 3-day-old account, which has no postings, has a profile picture of Ethan Emily stolen from my laptop. I capture and send Officer Carter everything before blocking the account. He warns Emily's lawyer that further infractions could result in jail time instead of probation. Ethan is too afraid to visit my new house, so we have 3 or 4 video conversations a week. He fears Emily is watching my apartment, and will follow him if he visits. I share his fears, but distance makes it hard. We've gone from spending weekends together to watching movies together, so our calls are now about our concerns and needs. Ethan says Emily entering his room startled him more than ever, and he still has trouble sleeping. Although the distance is rough, we're communicating better than when he was visiting regularly. We plan for safer times, places we want to visit, and other relationship issues we couldn't focus on before. Even though we're 1.5 hours away, his honesty about our fears brings us closer. Violet and I meet monthly for stalker trauma therapy. She helps me do activities to realize I didn't cause it, and couldn't have predicted Emily's behavior. I blamed myself for not setting boundaries sooner, not taking early warning signs seriously, and being too polite, and making Emily think we were closer. Violet says stalkers gently test boundaries and make victims doubt themselves. She rages. Emily turned a nice thing into fear. I had no idea that a roommate's joke about our relationship would lead to a break-in and identity theft. I'm furious that she made Ethan terrified to visit me and read my texts, emails, and photos. Violet teaches me that anger is normal, and that I have a right to be furious about what occurred. She helps me manage my rage without making me feel weak. Each session is exhausting, but I feel lighter, and more in charge of my story. Michaela calls me 3 months after the restraining order concerning Emily's criminal case. Emily agreed to probation instead of jail time for breaking the restraining order and burglarizing my room. She must see an obsessive-compulsive therapist twice a week, and her probation officer every 2 weeks to prove compliance. Most importantly, she pledged to switch universities next term. Michaela says the prosecution pushed for the transfer requirement since Emily on my campus might easily break the restraining order again, even accidentally. I'm relieved not to testify in a criminal trial, but Michaela tells me that plea deals don't mean responsibility or change of mind. Emily may have agreed to these restrictions to avoid jail, not because she realizes her error. I must watch for and report questionable activity. The plea deal doesn't affect the restraining order, and violations are serious. I almost cry when Michaela tells me I won't have to worry about running into Emily between courses, or at school events, or taking alternate routes to avoid her next semester, because Emily will be on a different campus. Violet warns me in our next therapy appointment that stalking victims frequently remain hypervigilant. She claims my brain has been on alert for months, ready for the next transgression or conflict. She's right. I still look over my shoulder on my way to class and get excited when I notice Emily's build or hair color. Last week, I worried when I saw a girl in Emily's jacket, but realized it wasn't her. Despite Emily being hours away, my body reacts like I'm in danger. Violet says this is typical, and will fade with therapy. She teaches me grounding strategies to utilize when I panic, reminding me I'm secure and the threat is over. We'll feel safe enough to visit my new flat for a weekend in early spring. We make breakfast in my tiny kitchen, and watch movies on my laptop. We go around my neighborhood without fear of being followed or unexpectedly invited. Standing next to him without anxiety is unusual. We discuss his graduate school applications, and my next semester plans. We discuss visiting his family over summer break, and potentially traveling somewhere new. Every time we're together, I realize how much strain I've been carrying, and how much I've been bracing for something horrible. Ethan expects Emily to arrive everywhere, but she doesn't. No one rings my door, or leaves strange messages. We reconnect over the weekend, and remember why we work together. We plan for Ethan to return in 2 weeks after he leaves Sunday night. Without Emily's shadow, we're building again. Weekly coffee dates with Lily are held halfway between our apartments. She apologizes again for not alerting me about Emily's behavior early on. But I repeat, I don't blame her. I lived with Emily and saw her every day, but I didn't know her infatuation was hazardous until it was out of hand. Lily feels bad for not protecting me as a friend, and is concerned since what transpired. I tell her she documented Emily's actions, accompanied me to Ethan's campus, testified at the restraining order court, and helped me move. Their actions counted. We discuss how we both learned the painful lesson that looks don't necessarily indicate danger. Emily appeared natural, focused, and not threatening after her separation. We normalized alarming behaviors because the rise was gradual. We bond after overcoming something scary. Lily was one of the few who experienced those months. I attend a campus stalking and harassment support group every other week in a counseling center room. 6 or 7 women and 2 males are present. I felt less alone after hearing other accounts. Stalkers first appeared normal to several victims. One woman recalls an ex-boyfriend who seemed heartbroken but accepting after their breakup, then appeared everywhere. A guy discusses a pupil who became obsessive following a group assignment, making them rethink their opinions. All group members feel the guilt of, "I should have known sooner," or "I should have been more firm about boundaries earlier." The facilitator reminds us that stalkers are skillful manipulators who test boundaries slowly. They make victims mistrust reality and instincts. Recognizing patterns afterward shows we're learning and mending, not failing to protect ourselves. Hearing others' experiences and recoveries gives me hope that I'll feel normal again, and that hypervigilance and terror will vanish. Instead than worrying about Emily reading my emails or following my location, I submit assignments on time again, checking them twice. My biology professor accepts late lab reports without punishment, after clarifying the problem earlier in the semester. My advisor says I'm on schedule for my degree, and I can sit in the library without checking my phone every 5 minutes to see whether Emily has bypassed my new security settings. Opening my laptop no longer shakes my hands. Ethan surprises me 3 weeks before our anniversary, by arranging a hotel in a location we've never been, 4 hours away, where no one knows us and Emily won't be there. We drive there on Friday afternoons with the windows down and music. First time in months. I feel like a college student on a trip with her lover. We spend the evening exploring downtown stores and restaurants, without looking over my shoulder from the motel room. The server at a modest Italian restaurant doesn't inquire why I keep my phone face down or stiffen up when someone comes past our seat during dinner. Ethan hugs me that night in the hotel room, as we discuss how close we were to breaking up, and how Emily almost destroyed our relationship. He's proud of how I got the restraining order, moved out, and kept going when it seemed impossible. I apologize that he felt insecure in his dorm, due to my roommate's preoccupation. We promise to cease acting out of fear, and trust our relationship to handle the rest. I overhear 2 girls discussing a stalker arrested last semester while in line at the campus coffee shop. Before realizing they're not discussing my issue, my stomach sank. Later that week, Lily texts me that a mutual friend told her, Emily is going to therapy twice a week for probation and enrolling at a 3-hour-away university for the spring semester. It's strange, because I should be glad she's getting help yet worry that therapy won't address what made her obsess on Ethan. I keep my location sharing off save for a few trusted friends and check my bedroom door lock every night before bed. Violet reminds me throughout our session that Emily's rehabilitation isn't my duty, and that I may wish she gets better while protecting myself and setting limits. Megan calls me on a Tuesday afternoon, pleased and emotional, to inform me she finished her psychology degree and got into a trauma treatment program. Since assisting me through the stalking issue, she wants to deal with people who've had similar safety and trust violations. That watching me negotiate the judicial system and recovery showed her how much individuals need champions who understand. I wouldn't wish it on anyone, but Megan says I was stronger than I imagined, that most people don't identify stalking until it's deadly, and that I stopped Emily before it became worse. We spoke about her autumn graduate program, and how I might help her with stalking prevention and victim support research. I went to my morning class 6 months after Emily relocated to her new institution without looking behind me or searching crowds for her face. In the library, or dining hall, I don't startle when someone approaches from behind due to less shoulder tension. Because mending isn't linear. I still see Violet every other week, and feel concerned when Emily follows me everywhere. But most days I feel normal. Like a student fretting about exams and schoolwork. I can drink coffee with friends without my ex-roommate observing my apartment or location. I don't need to record every interaction for evidence. Ethan phones to say he's admitted to a doctoral program, at an institution 30 minutes from mine and will move there. I tell him I want to cook supper for him in my apartment without worrying about breaking in, walk without looking for followers, and live together without trauma. Since the day I laughed off Emily calling Ethan, our boyfriend, a joke, I've changed. Kindness and accommodation don't mean accepting weird conduct. I discovered that setting boundaries isn't nasty or dramatic, but vital for safety. Even when campus security ignored my concerns, I learned to document everything and build a case until people took me seriously. I learned that protecting myself isn't selfish, and that I don't owe somebody access to my space or relationship just because we share an apartment or they're struggling. Instead of avoiding conflict by rationalizing my uneasiness, I learnt to trust my intuition. My studio apartment is perfect. I can control who enters, and when. And every object is mine and hasn't been touched, borrowed, or stolen. To feel comfortable at night, I added posters, plants, and images of trusted people and placed a chain lock. We cook in my tiny kitchen on weekends, without worrying about someone walking in without knocking or listening outside. We laugh at everyday things when Lily comes over for movie evenings instead of discussing safety or conduct. My relationship with Ethan is stronger than before Emily left because we talked about fear, boundaries, and trust, and chose each other when it would have been easier to go. I have a support system that respects my space and decisions, who understands safety isn't paranoia, and boundaries aren't punishment. In 6 months, I wasn't sure I'd feel this joyful and proud of myself for surviving. My brother drove recklessly, often drunk, crashed into a tree, and our parents covered it up, then demanded I pay $14,500. Hey Reddit, so my parents got my golden child brother a Tesla and then attempted to blame me after he crashed it. Buckle up, because this is going to be the most shocking family betrayal story you've read all week. So, since I was a child, I, 24 male, have had the worst luck in my family. My parents see my younger brother, Tristan, 21 male, as the golden child, capable of doing no wrong. The partiality in our household is so evident that it would make a sitcom writer blush. I'm not even exaggerating, this is straight up everybody loves Raymond material. Let me break it down for you. Since I turned 18, I've been required to pay a $400 monthly rent to live at home. Yes, you read that correctly. $400 to live in the same house where I grew up, in a bedroom that hasn't been changed since I was 12. Meanwhile, my brother lives fully rent-free, eating food I help pay for, using utilities I help cover, and overall acting as if he owns the entire home. When I finally had the courage to call out this obvious BS, my parents attacked me with the typical nonsense that parents employ when they realize they don't have a true explanation. The double standards do not end there. When I was in high school, I had to keep a 3.8 GPA while working weekends at a nearby hardware store. I was not permitted to attend parties since I needed to focus on my future. Tristan? This guy barely completed his classes, never worked during high school, and was permitted to party every weekend since he's just being social and needs to enjoy his youth. Every accomplishment of mine received a half-hearted compliment, whereas Tristan was commended for putting forth the bare minimum effort. I labored more than 40 hours each week at my soul-crushing corporate job only to save enough money to leave this hellhole. My objective has been to save enough for a quality apartment and the first and last month's rent, but every time I get near, some inexplicable family emergency arises. And guess who is supposed to help out? I graduated from college 3 years ago. I worked part-time while taking a full course load, graduated with honors, and found a job within 2 weeks of graduation. What is my reward for this achievement? A half-hearted congratulations text with a $50 Applebee's gift card. There is no party, celebration supper, or anything. Simply put, here's some mediocre chain restaurant cuisine, now keep paying your rent. Tristan finished this month with a strong 2.4 GPA following 6 years of what I guess was professional beer pong training. This guy changed his major 3 times, failed many classes that he had to repeat, and essentially treated college as an extended vacation with occasional paper writing assignments. And how did my folks celebrate his lousy achievement? They purchased him a Tesla Model 3 Performance. Not the standard model, but the $60,000 plus option with all the bells and whistles. Premium sound system, the works. I still recall the day they handed it to him. We were all gathered in the driveway, when my father handed Tristan this small box. Inside are the keys to the dazzling white Tesla sitting across the street. Tristan starts freaking out and dancing around like he's won the lotto, while my mother shoots around 500 photos for Facebook. My father looks at me, notices my expression, and says, "Don't be jealous. Your brother deserves this after working so hard." What exactly are you working hard at? Beer pong championships? When I mentioned that I graduated with honors in 4 years despite working and earning nothing, my mother had the gall to comment, "Well, college was easier for you. Tristan really struggled. He struggled to get out of bed before noon and remember who he was dating that week." I could go on for hours on the obvious partiality, but you get the point. My entire life, I've been treated as a second-class person within my own family. Tristan's entire personality was transformed the moment he received the Tesla. I am not even kidding. Dude couldn't go 5 minutes without discussing his whip or sharing Instagram stories from the dashboard. The car was no longer merely a mode of mobility for him. It had become his entire personality. Tesla Bro was born, and it was as annoying as it sounds. Every night, he would arrive home at 2 a.m., from whatever bar he was at and rev the engine in the driveway like a true tool. Yes, I understand that Teslas do not have engines to rev, but this dip would floor the acceleration back and forth in our driveway, producing that electric whirring noise at full blast. He'd wake up the entire neighborhood since, obviously, sleep is reserved for peasants who don't own the electric automobiles that Daddy purchased. The youngster drove like he was auditioning for Fast and Furious 27. Electric Baloo, driving down residential streets where children play, performing donuts in grocery store parking lots, and recording those TikTok videos where people pretend to sleep while their Tesla is on autopilot. Every time I suggested that treating public highways like his personal racetrack wasn't the best idea, he'd smirk and tell me to quit being such a buzzkill, bro. I even saw him drive intoxicated several times. This wasn't just being a douche, it was actively hazardous to those around him. I offered to be his designated driver several times or to call him an Uber, but he declined. The automobile basically drives itself, bro. Except that autopilot does not magically eliminate the effects of drinking on your judgment and reaction time. His friends fared no better. They would pack into the Tesla, usually 4 or 5 of them, all equally wasted, and go on a joyride. Their words, not mine. I warned them all several times that something horrible was about to happen. I also warned my parents. Everyone urged me to mind my own business. My mother genuinely said, and I'm quoting exactly here, "You're just jealous you don't have friends who want to have fun with you." Yes, Mom, I'm quite envious since I don't have buddies who wish to die in a catastrophic crash or kill innocent people. You caught me. With each passing day, Tristan became more reckless. The videos become more dangerous. The speeds increased. It wasn't a matter of whether something would happen, but when. Everyone, except me, appeared utterly unaware of what was about to happen. But then the inevitable occurred. On a Thursday night, I was in my room working when I heard my parents' door bang open at 3 a.m. There was frenzied talking in the hallway, followed by my father's car starting and rushing away. I found my mother downstairs, looking as if she had seen a ghost. When I asked what was going on, she murmured something about, "Your brother had a little accident with the Tesla, and that my father had gone to pick him up. A minor collision." That's family code for a catastrophic blunder that they're already plotting how to avoid. Around 4:30 a.m., I heard my father's car arrive into our driveway. I went to the front window and saw him almost pulling Tristan along the walkway. He could barely walk, was missing a shoe, and had what seemed to be dried blood on his forehead. My father was desperately shushing Tristan as he slurred, "Tree came out of nowhere, man." It turns out that Golden Boy wrapped his Tesla around a tree after leaving a bar. Isn't that shocking? Who could have expected this absolutely unpredictable incident, which I had been warning everyone about for weeks? By some miracle, he was not gravely injured, only a gash on his forehead and possibly some bruises from the airbag. However, the Tesla was nearly destroyed. Front end was smashed in. Airbags were deployed. The windshield cracked. The whole 9 yards. They escorted him to his room as if he were a baby who had stayed up past bedtime rather than a grown-ass man who had just committed a crime. I didn't get the complete story until the following morning. Tristan had been to the Rusty Nail. He got completely inebriated with his equally intelligent companions and then concluded that driving was an excellent idea. His friends, these stand-up citizens, appear to have encouraged this scheme, with one even video Tristan doing shots and then twirling his Tesla key, saying, "Let's see what this baby can really do." On his way home, he turned an extremely fast corner, lost control, jumped the curb, and plowed into a large oak tree owned by a poor homeowner. My father arrived ahead of the police. According to my mother's whispered phone call to my aunt, which I completely overheard, my father handled the situation with the homeowners. I have no idea what he promised them, but knowing my father, it was not cheap. He probably wrote them a check right away and forgot about it. The true mystery was how he persuaded them not to report the incident to the police. They had the Tesla towed to our garage, where it sat like a massive metal middle finger. The front end had entirely caved in. The hood collapsed like an accordion. Both airbags had deployed, leaving a strange powder residue across the interior. The windshield was a spiderweb of cracks, and one of the front wheels was deformed at an angle that was clearly not factory standard. It was now a $60,000 paperweight. The garage door remained closed. 2 days after the accident, my parents arranged a family meeting in the living room. Throughout the history of family meetings, no one has ever been called to deliver good news. Nobody ever calls a family meeting and says, "Hey, we're all going to Disney World." So, I entered the living room. My parents were seated on the couch, making those serious faces you see when someone is ready to beg for a favor. Tristan slouched in the armchair, swiping through his phone as if the entire situation was a little inconvenience, diverting his attention away from his crucial TikTok perusing. The bruise on his face had turned a gorgeous shade of yellow-purple, which actually complimented his attractiveness. My father cleared his throat and looked at me with that fake serious expression he has when he's going to say something absolutely absurd but wants to appear logical and fair. He has a routine that includes straightening his back, clearing his throat, and clasping his hands together. It's like watching a nervous actress practice for a scene. "Son," he called out. "We've looked into the damage to Tristan's car." He said it as if Tesla had acquired a cold. "The insurance won't cover it because..." He trailed off, visibly uneasy. "Because he was driving drunk," I concluded for him. My mother gave me a look that could curdle milk. "Don't be dramatic. He'd only had a few drinks." "Right." After a few beers, he was unable to walk straight or construct intelligible sentences when he returned home. In my mother's world, anything less than being completely unconscious is considered a couple beers. My father continued as if I had not spoken. "The point is, repairs are going to cost around $18,000, and we think it's only fair that we all chip in as a family." I actually laughed aloud, believing it was a joke. I then knew they were serious. They had the audacity, the ultimate brass balls, to ask me to assist pay for repairs on a car that I don't own, don't drive, and was damaged because he chose to drive drunk and smash it. I couldn't believe what I heard. "You want me to help pay for repairs on a car that I don't own, don't drive, and was damaged because he decided to drive drunk?" I asked again, just to be sure I wasn't having a stroke and hallucinating this conversation. "We're a family," my mother remarked, as if that clarified everything. "And you're the only one with significant savings right now." Ah. There it was. They knew I had been saving to move out, and they saw it as a handy way to compensate for their golden child's error. My savings were not for my future. It was simply an emergency fund for Christ's fuck-ups. "I get it. How much are you expecting me to chip in?" I said, using air quotes around chip in because we all knew that meant pay for the most of it. My father had the decency to appear slightly uncomfortable. "Well, your mother and I can put in about $3,000 from our emergency fund. Tristan has about $500 saved up." LOL. Of course, Tristan only had $500 to his name, despite never having paid rent or expenses. That money was undoubtedly set aside for marijuana and whatever pricey streetwear brand he was into that month. "So you want me to pay the other $14,500, I completed for him?" It was not a question. My dad nodded, happy that I understood. "We'll figure out a payment plan. Maybe $1,000 a month until it's paid off. We know you've been saving up." Tristan finally looked up from his phone and added, "It's not like you need a fancy apartment anyway. You're always working." The chutzpah of this child could power a small city. He smashes his Tesla, the one I cautioned him not to drive drunk in, and then gives me financial advice on how I should spend my hard-earned money. I got money by working 2 jobs and paying rent to my own parents. That was when I lost it. I laughed again, but not in a good way. It was the kind of chuckle you have when something is so ridiculous that you can't be furious about it anymore. "I'm not giving you a single cent for this," I stated, looking each of them in the eyes. Tristan crashed the car because he was driving drunk, and he should be grateful he's not sharing a cell with some guy named Bubba right now. This is his problem, not mine. My parents looked at me as if I had suggested sacrificing the family dog. "After everything we've done for you," my mother began, her voice shaking in that manipulative tone she'd honed over the years. The Guilt Trip Express was departing the station. "What have you done for me exactly?" I was wondering. "Made me pay rent while he lives free? Given him a Tesla while I drive a car that's older than his driver's license? Constantly dismissed my accomplishments while celebrating his mediocrity? Please, elaborate on all you've done for me that justifies me paying for his drunk driving accident." My father's face got that distinct shade of red that only comes when someone questions his authority. "You will contribute to fixing your brother's car. End of discussion." I stood up, surprised at how peaceful I felt. "No, I won't. End of my discussion." The expressions on their faces were priceless. They were so used to me giving in, to being the responsible one who makes sacrifices for the family, that they couldn't accept this new version of me who wasn't going to give up. "You're being selfish," my mother said, pulling out the final weapon from her arsenal. "No, I'm being realistic," I explained. Tristan chose to drive drunk. He chose to crash the car. That means he can deal with the consequences for once in his life. I walked out of the living room and back to my room, rejecting their request to return and discuss this like adults. The irony of their sudden desire for an adult talk was not lost on me. As I closed my bedroom door, I heard Tristan say, "So does this mean I'm not getting the car fixed?" That kid is always focused on his goals. I had no idea what they would do next, but one thing was certain. This wasn't over. In my family, No is not considered a complete response. It's simply an opportunity to find more innovative ways to achieve what they desire. My parents scarcely spoke to me for the following few days, only asking whether I had reconsidered their gracious offer to let me pay for Tristan's error. I kept my responses short and to the point. No. This resulted in a lot of heavy sighs, slammed doors, and my mother engaging in passive-aggressive behavior by talking about me in the third person when I'm literally in the same room. Some people just don't understand family loyalty, she would say to no one in particular as I ate breakfast 3 feet away from her. You're really subtle, Mom. I saw them whispering a couple times while hunched around the kitchen table, papers strewn out. When I walked in, they would quiet down. This was never a positive indicator in my family. When people stop talking when you walk into a room, you can bet your ass they're talking about you, and not in a way that suggests they're arranging his surprise party. Friday night, I arrived home from work to find my father on the phone with an insurance company representative. He was speaking in his professional voice, which he uses to persuade others that he isn't a liar. I heard language like complete coverage and vandalism claims before he noticed me and took the call into his office. Vandalism claim? That was new. Drunk driving into a tree is not considered vandalism, unless the tree filed charges. I assumed they were grasping at straws, hoping to find some way to get the insurer to pay. Good luck with it. Insurance firms hire entire departments whose sole responsibility is to find reasons not to pay claims. But, whatever. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Saturday morning, setup. Saturday morning began with a boom, literally. I was jerked awake at 7 a.m. It sounded like someone was bashing the crap out of a metal trash can. I stumbled out of bed and looked out my window, which overlooked our driveway, but I saw nothing strange. The noise had stopped. I assumed it was just the garbage collectors being overly aggressive and went back to bed. Approximately 1 hour later, all hell broke loose. I awoke to shouts from the garage. I put on some sweatpants and headed downstairs to see Tristan standing in the open garage, my parents behind him. All three were staring at the Tesla. The car was significantly more damaged than before. And I don't mean a bit more damaged, it appeared that the Hulk had a particular vendetta against it. The windshield had entirely smashed. All of the windows were broken. There were significant damages in the doors and hood. The side mirrors were dangling from cables. One of the headlights had just disappeared. Everything was almost impressive how completely ruined everything was. What the hell happened? I questioned, completely perplexed. Sure, the automobile was messed up from the incident, but this was on another level. Tristan whirled around, his face flushed with apparent wrath. Like you don't know? You did this? I actually laughed. I was asleep all night. I didn't touch your car. My father held up something, a baseball bat. My baseball bat. From my high school days. The one I kept in my closet as a reminder of when I played. Then why was this in the bushes outside? My father inquired, his voice doing that phony calm thing that indicates he's actually quite upset. I responded I had no idea, but my mother cut me off. Don't lie to us. It was my bat, which I had possessed for years. But I hadn't touched it for months. It sat in the back of my closet, alongside other high school sports gear I never utilized. We've already called the insurance company, my father said smugly. They're sending an investigator on Monday. We told them someone vandalized the car out of jealousy. That's when something clicked. Tristan must have stolen my bat and further damaged his already damaged Tesla. He then placed the bat to frame me. The insurance wouldn't cover the drunk driving accident. What about vandalism? This might be covered. Bonus points for exacting retribution on Big Bro, who refused to pay for his error. Now it made sense. I looked at Tristan and noticed the small smile he was trying so hard to disguise. This wasn't simply him being a spoiled brat. This was true malice. He purposely set me up. And my parents were in on it. You're seriously going to frame me for this? I questioned, gazing directly at Tristan. He smirked. Who do you think they'll believe? He was asking. The straight A student with a bright future or the jealous older brother who still lives at home and complains about everything? My parents stood behind him, their arms crossed. A united front, against me. They had already chosen their side, as they always did. It didn't matter that they were committing insurance fraud, which is a criminal. It didn't matter that they were willing to blame me for something I hadn't done. All that mattered was to preserve their golden child. This is bullshit, and you know it, I remarked, surprisingly cool given the situation. I didn't touch the car. I was asleep all night. My mother scoffed. We heard you leave your room around 2 a.m. The neighbor's security camera probably caught you too. That was intriguing. We didn't have any neighbors with security cameras, at least not ones that could capture our driveway or garage. They were lying. That meant they knew exactly what had transpired. Because they helped plan it. Or, at the absolute least, they knew Tristan had done it and were covering for him. So let me get this straight, I responded, crossing my arms. You want me to either pay $14,500 for repairs to a car I don't own, or you'll frame me for vandalizing it to commit insurance fraud? Those are my options? My father's face reddened. Nobody's framing anyone. We know you did this because you're angry about the money. I returned to my room without saying another thing. There was no point in arguing with them. They had already determined their interpretation of reality. I closed the door, sat on my bed, and tried to think. This quickly went from ordinary familial bias to outright criminal activity. I grabbed my phone and called my supervisor, requesting an emergency day off for Monday. I was not going to leave my defense in the hands of my family when the insurance investigator showed there. I needed to be there to explain my side of the story. As I hung up, I realized something that made my stomach sink. My parents had just shown me how far they would go to protect Tristan. They would frame their son. They would lie to the authorities. Which made me wonder, what had they covered up for him in the past that I had no idea about? Monday. The insurance investigator arrives. The insurance investigator arrived on Monday morning at precisely 9 a.m. His name was Mac. I've seen this sort before. He had a wrinkled button-down tucked into khakis and was carrying a tablet and a camera. My father tried to convince me to go to work and they would handle everything, but I just stared at him until he gave up. It's funny how quickly his power dissolved when I didn't immediately roll over. My parents did their best June and Ward Cleaver impressions when Mac came. Tristan slouched nearby, appearing victimized, and periodically caressing the mark on his face for dramatic effect. Mac was courteous, but all business. He walked immediately to the garage to study the Tesla, snapping dozens of shots from all angles. He spent a long time comparing the front-end damage to the new damage, which made me think he would realize the obvious. This automobile had been involved in two quite distinct accidents. After inspecting the vehicle, Mac requested to meet with each of us individually. My parents went first, together. They stayed there for around 30 minutes. Then Tristan walked in for his interview, which lasted approximately 15 minutes. I heard him raise his voice at one point, most likely for dramatic effect. When it was my turn, I sat across from Mac at our kitchen table, where he had already set up his laptop and some documents. He glanced at me and said he had some concerns concerning where I was on Friday night and early Saturday morning. I told him the truth. I was sleeping in my bed at home. I got home from work at 6 p.m., cooked a sandwich, played Xbox, and went to bed around 11 p.m. I didn't leave my room until I heard a disturbance in the garage the following morning. Mac nodded, taking notes. Then he asked me directly if I was responsible for the Tesla's damage. No, I replied, staring him directly in the eye. And here's what you need to know that they probably didn't tell you. That car was already significantly damaged before this so-called vandalism happened. He raised his eyebrows, displaying the most passion he'd shown thus far. I described everything. Tristan received the Tesla as a gift after his lackluster graduation. He had been driving dangerously since he received it. I told Mac about the drunken driving, speeding, and TikTok videos. Then I came to the crash. How Tristan had wrapped it around a tree while driving drunk about a week before, and how my parents had managed to evade arrest. Check the airbags, I informed him. They've already been deployed from the first crash. Take a look at the front-end damage and the new damage. They are plainly different. The front-end damage is the result of an impact with a tree. The rest is not from me. I also informed him about my parents' attempt to get me to pay $14,500 for repairs, and how the vandalism occurred unexpectedly shortly after I declined. Mac wrote everything down without much reaction. Then he questioned whether anyone could confirm that I was in my room all night. No, I explained. I live with my parents and Tristan. However, I did order a pizza around 9:30 p.m. On Friday, I spent approximately 11 hours playing Xbox Live with pals. They can certify that I was online. He nodded and took additional notes. Then he startled me by asking if any of my neighbors had security cameras. Not that would cover our garage or driveway, I replied. The Johnsons across the street have a doorbell camera, but it only sees their porch. He wrote something down, thanked me, and promised to contact the family soon. As we walked back into the living room, I could feel my parents and Tristan staring at me. They realized I hadn't followed their script. After Mac left, all hell broke loose. After Mac left, all hell broke loose. My folks have lost their collective brains. How dare I reveal the truth to the investigator? The horror. My mother cried because I was attempting to ruin Tristan's life over a single mistake, as if drunk driving and insurance fraud were on par with forgetting to take out the garbage. My father got in my face, pointing his finger, and told me I should call the investigator back and rectify this if I knew what was best for me. Tristan just smirked from the couch, knowing that his plan would succeed. Because it always has. The golden child always wins, right? I returned to my room and locked the door, disregarding their request to return downstairs. For the next 2 days, I went to work, returned home, went directly to my room, and closed the door. I ordered delivery meals and only came out once I realized they were asleep. It was like living in a hostile foreign country where I didn't understand the language and everyone despised me. Wednesday. A text from Mac. On Wednesday afternoon, I received a text from an unknown number. This is Mac with State Farm Insurance. Please meet me on Main Street at 4 p.m. today. I have a few follow-up questions. I replied back to say I'd be there. I did not notify my family where I was going. I left work and headed straight to Starbucks. Mac was already present, seated at a corner table with his laptop and stack of papers. He motioned me to sit down. I wanted to talk to you away from your family, he continued with a low voice. We've uncovered some inconsistencies in the claim. Mac turned out to be more thorough than my family had anticipated. He'd scoured the neighborhood for security footage, and discovered anything. Last month, the neighbors 2 doors down installed a new security system featuring a wide-angle camera that covered the majority of the street. And guess what it caught? At 2:13 a.m. on Saturday morning, Tristan took my baseball bat from my car's trunk, where I kept sports equipment, and drove off in his already damaged Tesla. The video saw him carefully breaking every window, denting the hood and doors, and even pulling off one of the side mirrors. Max slid his tablet across the table, showing me the footage. There was my brother. At 2 a.m., staging the entire thing. It was so apparent and humorous. I've been doing this job for 15 years, Mac blurted out. And this is one of the dumbest frame jobs I've ever seen. He then informed me that he had previously reported the facts to his superiors at the insurance firm. They denied the claim and referred the case to their fraud department. He had also contacted the local police, who wanted to talk with both me and Tristan. The police officer will be here in about 10 minutes, Mac continued. And I wanted to let you know before they contact your family. Given the circumstances, I thought you might like to speak with them separately. I really thanked him for his thoroughness and belief in me. The police get involved. A police officer arrived. She was a woman. She took my statement, showed me the footage again, and asked if I wanted to file charges against Tristan for attempting to frame me. The DA will decide whether to pursue the insurance fraud charges, she replied. But for the false reporting and the attempt to frame you, that's your call. I sat there, contemplating. Yes, Tristan is my brother, flesh and blood. But he was also the one who purposefully attempted to frame me for a crime I did not commit. The person who would have gladly let me take the blame for his drunk driving and subsequent tantrum, potentially destroying my record, employment prospects, and life. I considered all the years of favoring. All those double standards. All the times I was made to feel inferior because I was not Tristan. I reflected on how they were willing to let me take the blame for insurance fraud to protect him. And then I realized how tired I was of it all. Yes, I informed the police. I want to press charges. Without hesitation, only a simple yes. She nodded, took some notes, and invited me to the station later to provide a formal statement. We decided on 6 p.m. that evening. Coming home to chaos. I drove home, getting into our driveway around 5 p.m. to grab a few items before heading to the police station. To my amazement, a police cruiser was already parked in front. Officer Rivera seems to have made good use of his time. Walking into my residence at that time was like walking into a battle zone. My mother was pacing and crying in the living room. Dad was on the phone with someone, hurriedly discussing misunderstandings and family issues. Tristan sat on the couch, looking pallid. He usually had a perpetual smug grin, like the cat who ate the canary and successfully blamed it on the dog. When my mother noticed me, she ran over. What did you do? The cops were just here. They think Tristan might be charged with fraud. I did not do anything. Tristan committed this to himself when he decided to blame me for vandalizing his car. My father hung off the phone and stormed over. This is ridiculous. We can deal with this as a family. You should contact them back right now and tell them you don't want to press charges. No, I simply replied. I'm done covering for him. I'm done being the fall guy. None of you can make me drop the charges right now. The aftermath? A full-fledged meltdown. The fallout was exactly what you would expect. My mother alternated between sobbing and attempting to guilt me into withdrawing the allegations. My father alternated between frightening me and providing money. Suddenly, he could assist me with the rent for a new apartment, if I only made this disappear. Tristan tried to apologize, but it came off as sorry I got caught, rather than sorry I'm a scheming asshole. At 5:45, I walked upstairs. I knew I didn't want to return to this place after delivering my statement, so I packed a duffel bag with clothes, my laptop, and some critical documents. When I returned downstairs with my bag, my folks looked frightened. "Where do you think you are going?" my father demanded. "I'm going to the police station to provide a statement. And then I'll stay with a pal for a time." My mother started wailing loudly. "You cannot leave. We need to deal with this as a family." "We stopped being a functional family a long time ago," I responded. "Maybe we never were." My father moved in front of the door, barring my exit. "If you step out that door and do this, don't bother coming back. You will no longer be welcome in this home. If you do this to your brother, you are choosing to destroy this family." I stared him directly in the eyes. "No, father, I am not destroying the family. I refuse to let the family destroy me anymore. And if you are truly willing to abandon me because I did not allow it to happen, I am fine with it." I stepped around him and exited the door. He called after me, something about ungrateful children and family loyalty, but I didn't turn back. I got into my car and proceeded to the police station. The formal statement giving my formal declaration took around 1 hour. The officer outlined what would come next. Tristan would be charged with filing a fraudulent police report, attempting insurance fraud, and possibly other offenses relating to the original DUI crash, which had never been properly recorded. "This can become messy," she cautioned me. "Family cases frequently do. Are you certain you want to proceed?" I nodded. "I'm sure." When I left the police station, I received a text from my pal Chris. "Have your room ready. I ordered food. Don't be late, brother." I had called him earlier to inquire if I could stay at his apartment for a few days. And being the reliable friend he is, he did not even ask questions. As I drove to Chris's apartment, my phone flooded with texts and phone calls from my relatives. I turned off my phone and continued driving. For the first time in years, perhaps ever, I felt as if I was actually standing up for myself. Chris was waiting on his porch as I pulled up, holding 2 sodas. He didn't immediately ask for more information. He simply assisted me with my stuff and said, "Whatever it is, we'll figure it out." And in that moment, I discovered something significant. This was how real families were meant to feel. Not obligated, not manipulation, not a perpetual competition. Only unconditional support. The kind I had never seen at home. Edit 1. Holy crap, this exploded up overnight. Thank you for the accolades and support, Reddit, it means a lot. Edit 2. Stay tuned for an update, which will be available soon. LOL, that rhymed. Update, hey Reddit, it's been a while since my previous post, and many of you have DM'd me asking for an update on the Tesla bro problem. So, here goes. I left my parents' place 6 months ago with a duffel bag and a newfound backbone. Best decision I've ever made. I crashed with Chris for a few weeks before finding my own house. Nothing spectacular, just a 1-bedroom apartment where no one begs me to solve their problems. Tristan's case progressed fast. The evidence was overwhelming. Security footage, blood alcohol levels from the hospital the night of the incident, which my parents attempted to conceal, and an insurance inquiry report. He ended up pleading guilty to all charges and received 6 months in county jail, 3 years probation, a huge fine. He lost his license for 5 years. My parents were not charged, but they did face significant fines for their involvement in the insurance scam. They're essentially broke after paying legal expenses, fines, and the remaining payments on a totaled Tesla. As for me, I received a promotion at work. It's amazing what you can accomplish when you're not always dealing with family issues. In addition, I'm taking night school to pursue an MBA. Life is currently fairly good. The update you've been waiting for: text messages and phone calls resumed last month. First, from my mother. Then my father. Finally, Tristan used his jail-approved phone time. They all had the same message, only delivered in various ways. They need money. Mom took the standard guilt tactic. We're about to lose our house. After everything we've done for you, how can you abandon us now? Dad attempted his typical intimidation. You owe this family. Man up and help us out. Tristan apologized and stated that his time in jail has changed his perspective. Before requesting for commissary funds. Do you know what was very funny? Last week, my folks arrived at my apartment. Unannounced. I have no idea how they got my address, probably through a mutual family connection. They were standing outside my door, looking really pitiful. Both of them had a frantic face, They had an entire pitch planned. They were selling the house but needed funds to move. The bank accounts were frozen. Dad lost his job following the controversy. Mom's anxiousness was flaring up. Couldn't I please assist my family in their time of need? I listened to everything without interrupting. I saw them spin their sob story with a dramatic performance. When they were finished, I just gazed at them for about 10 seconds before asking, "Sorry, I must have missed something during your brief presentation. Could you please remind me which part of attempting to frame me entitled you to my financial assistance?" Mom's face collapsed, like if she had been smacked. Dad stood there, speechless. For the first time in their lives, they had no script ready. The roles were flipped, and they had no idea how to play someone who were out of control. But they weren't in their house, where they set the rules. They were at my door. And I had all the cards. I said I'd think about it and close the door. I thought about it. For around 5 seconds. Then I sent this text. The answer is no. Do not contact me again. Dad responded with threats. Mom uses emotional manipulation. Tristan made pledges to change. I blocked all of their numbers. Some people may believe that is harsh. Perhaps it is. But after 24 years being the scapegoat, I'm finally putting myself first. They're adults who've made their decisions. Just as I am making mine right now. So that's all for now, Redditors. Thank you for sticking around during this whole mess. You guys are the finest. I will keep you updated if anything else happens. So, guys, peace out for now. Edit 1. For those thinking of bringing charges against my parents. The DA determined that there was insufficient evidence to indicate they were aware of Tristan's plan beforehand. Personally, I believe they knew. But, whatever. The financial ramifications they are currently facing are most likely harsher than what the courts would have done anyhow. Edit 2. To the few people who messaged me stating, "But they're still your family." Oh, come on. Being connected by blood does not give somebody the authority to frame you for a felony. That is not how family works. That's how prison gangs operate. LOL, that rhymed. Update. Hey Reddit, it's been a while since my previous post, and many of you have DM'd me asking for an update on the Tesla bro problem. So, here goes. I left my parents' place 6 months ago with a duffel bag and a newfound backbone. Best decision I've ever made. I crashed with Chris for a few weeks before finding my own house. Nothing spectacular, just a one-bedroom apartment where no one begs me to solve their problems. Tristan's case progressed fast. The evidence was overwhelming. Security footage, blood alcohol levels from the hospital the night of the incident, which my parents attempted to conceal, and an insurance inquiry report. He ended up pleading guilty to all charges and received 6 months in county jail, 3 years probation, a huge fine. He lost his license for 5 years. My parents were not charged, but they did face significant fines for their involvement in the insurance scam. They're essentially broke after paying legal expenses, fines, and the remaining payments on a totaled Tesla. As for me, I received a promotion at work. It's amazing what you can accomplish when you're not always dealing with family issues. In addition, I'm taking night school to pursue an MBA. Life is currently fairly good. The update you've been waiting for: text messages and phone calls resumed last month. First, from my mother. Then my father. Finally, Tristan used his jail-approved phone time. They all had the same message, only delivered in various ways. They need money. Mom took the standard guilt tactic. We're about to lose our house. After everything we've done for you, how can you abandon us now? Dad attempted his typical intimidation. You owe this family. Man up and help us out. Tristan apologized and stated that his time in jail has changed his perspective. Before requesting for commissary funds. Do you know what was very funny? Last week, my folks arrived at my apartment. Unannounced. I have no idea how they got my address, probably through a mutual family connection. They were standing outside my door, looking really pitiful. Both of them had a frantic face. They had an entire pitch planned. They were selling the house but needed funds to move. The bank accounts were frozen. Dad lost his job following the controversy. Mom's anxiousness was flaring up. Couldn't I please assist my family in their time of need? I listened to everything without interrupting. I saw them spin their sob story with a dramatic performance. When they were finished, I just gazed at them for about 10 seconds before asking, "Sorry, I must have missed something during your brief presentation. Could you please remind me which part of attempting to frame me entitled you to my financial assistance?" Mom's face collapsed, like if she had been smacked. Dad stood there, speechless. For the first time in their lives, they had no script ready. The roles were flipped, and they had no idea how to play someone who were out of control. But they weren't in their house, where they set the rules. They were at my door. And I had all the cards. I said I'd think about it and close the door. I thought about it. For around 5 seconds. Then I sent this text. The answer is no. Do not contact me again. Dad responded with threats. Mom uses emotional manipulation. Tristan made pledges to change. I blocked all of their numbers. Some people may believe that is harsh. Perhaps it is. But after 24 years being the scapegoat, I'm finally putting myself first. They're adults who've made their decisions. Just as I am making mine right now. So that's all for now, Redditors. Thank you for sticking around during this whole mess. You guys are the finest. I will keep you updated if anything else happens. So, guys, peace out for now. Edit 1. For those thinking of bringing charges against my parents. The DA determined that there was insufficient evidence to indicate they were aware of Tristan's plan beforehand. Personally, I believe they knew. But, whatever. The financial ramifications they are currently facing are most likely harsher than what the courts would have done anyhow. Edit 2. To the few people who messaged me stating, but they're still your family. Oh, come on. Being connected by blood does not give somebody the authority to frame you for a felony. That is not how family works. That's how prison gangs operate. I discovered my wife's affair after 31 years of marriage. Gathering evidence, I secretly prepared for divorce, secured my assets, and exposed her. I work as a primary school teacher, so my schedule is very stable. I have regular hours at school, and Tuesday afternoons are earmarked for staff meetings, which usually last until 6 p.m. As a result, I was generally home by 7 p.m. Terry, my wife of 31 years, was frequently exhausted on Tuesday evenings from her gym routines. So I frequently took the initiative to make dinner while she washed and took care of other household chores. I work as a primary school teacher, so my schedule is very stable. I have regular hours at school, and Tuesday afternoons are earmarked for staff meetings, which usually last until 6 p.m. As a result, I was generally home by 7 p.m. Terry, my wife of 31 years, was frequently exhausted on Tuesday evenings from her gym routines. So I frequently took the initiative to make dinner while she washed and took care of other household chores. However, one day, our school principal shocked us by canceling the staff meeting. It was still just 3:30 p.m., so I decided to leave early and get a jump start on supper preparations. Before Terry returned from the gym, I planned to finish up some last-minute domestic duties. I had sensed her becoming more distant recently, and I hoped that a candlelight meal and a calm setting, devoid of the regular domestic procedures, would reignite our intimacy and passion. Our marriage had been going through a difficult period, often centered on money difficulties. Terry grew increasingly distant from me. She appeared to want greater control over many elements of our lives and would become obstinate and angry when things didn't go her way. Despite these problems, I considered myself a patient man. That day, I arrived home like any other day, parking in our garage, which was fairly far from our house. When our children were little, we positioned the garage in this location to guarantee that car noises did not disturb their sleep. Their sleep was vital not only for their health, but also for our sanity. It offered us some quiet time to refuel as they slept peacefully. So I parked and took my customary walk up to our 2-story home. Terry's car was in the garage, but it was a familiar sight on her workout days because she preferred to take the bus to the gym. As I approached the rear door, my first thought was that it was time to clean up the area. I was good at fixing things around the house, so all of the door hinges and moving parts were in good working order and made no noise. Nothing bothered us more than noisy doors and squeaky hinges. However, the first thing I noticed was Terry's purse, which was still sitting on the kitchen counter. I knew she'd be upset by it. Terry was diligent about having her purse close by no matter where she was in the home. This surprising sight diverted my attention, and I started noticing other unique things. Her exercise clothes, mostly a snug leotard and a large towel, sat on the floor beside the kitchen counter. Then I heard sounds from our upstairs bedroom. I considered the likelihood that Terry had fallen ill unexpectedly and was upstairs. I walked the carpeted stairs slowly and softly, almost stumbling over a pair of men's shoes left on the steps. Those shoes were certainly not mine, nor were the slacks, shirt, tank top, and socks sprawled across the rest of the stairs. They were mixed in with Terry's undergarments, which she reserved for special occasions such as our wedding anniversaries. I came to a standstill. My skin became clammy, and my blood pressure dropped, causing my heart to temporarily skip a beat. I had to sit down on the stairs to gather my thoughts. My disbelief evolved to anger, and feeling I rarely experience. As a result of years of handling 30 children every day as a teacher, I am usually calm and controlled. But now, that calmness has escaped me. Adrenaline rushed through my veins, and I felt angry like never before. I'd never even participated in a real fight. These sentiments were completely unfamiliar to me. In the midst of these weird feelings, curiosity pushed me to slowly climb the stairs and enter our shared closet. There were 2 doors in front of me, one leading to the bedroom and the other to the upstairs bathroom. To get to the bedroom, I had to go through the ensuite bathroom, which led to our large walk-in wardrobe. From there, I could get into our bedroom. At the wardrobe door leading to the bedroom, I could see what was beyond. The closet door was slightly open and positioned perfectly for me to see the bed. It was like watching a horror movie, and I couldn't take my gaze away. I'd been hearing those moans and grunts all along, but now I was overcome with a powerful combination of rage and shock. I grabbed my phone and began documenting what I was watching. I knew I'd need this footage later, to persuade myself that it was all genuine and that I wasn't stuck in some terrible nightmare. It would provide evidence for the upcoming encounter with Terry. My attention was riveted on the awful spectacle of treachery unfolding in front of me. This was my wife, my lover, my life partner, and someone I had put my complete trust in. She was our adult children's mother, a woman in her 40s who worked out, did humanitarian work, and most importantly, expressed her love for me. This was betrayal in its most basic form. I had to stop recording and silently go down the stairs. I left our property and began strolling, unsure where I was going. But finally, I found myself in a park far from home. I sprayed water on my face, sat down, and watched the video on my phone. To avoid disturbing the youngsters playing nearby, I turned down the volume. The devastation of my life and all I had come to accept as normal was right there on my phone screen, preserved in digital reality. It was the devastation of our marriage. And it was at that point that I finally allowed my tears to fall. Update. It was around 7 p.m., which is when I usually come after staff meetings. I found myself at home, standing by the back door. Terry realized something was wrong right away. My unkempt appearance, red eyes, and pale complexion were obvious symptoms. She inquired with genuine concern. "Honey, what's wrong? You look really pale. Is everything all right? I'll get you a drink. Are you okay?" Her eyes expressed her concern. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the true reason for my concern. In a weak voice I said, "Not really. Something upset my stomach, possibly lunch. I'm taking a shower and going to bed." Terry replied, "Okay, hun, but take a container with you to bed. If you puke, it might be on the nice clean sheets." Those once clean blankets were now stained with something far worse than last night's dinner. Treachery. I said more forcefully, "It's okay, I'll sleep in the spare room until I feel better," and proceeded to the extra downstairs bedroom. That was how things went for the next few days. Terry continued her customary routine, seemingly unconcerned about my discomfort. I was on autopilot at work, and I kept sleeping in the spare bedroom, citing the possibility of illness. I knew I couldn't make that excuse for long. I eventually returned to our bedroom, but resting in that location of betrayal was a challenge. Terry continued as if nothing had changed. When Monday arrived, I decided what to do next. I needed to know if this was a continuing affair or a one-time occurrence. I informed my principal that I would be undergoing an unexpected medical operation the next day, and he scheduled a replacement teacher to take my class. Tuesday morning, I went home as normal, but parked a few blocks away from our area before walking back. I recognized the rear entrances to the surrounding yards around our house. I walked cautiously, making sure no neighbors would see me, and made my way to our garage, which was located at the back of the home. There, I changed into casual clothes. Soft, noiseless socks perfect for walking quietly. Then it became a waiting game. I remembered there was no spare automobile at home when I unexpectedly returned last Tuesday. As a result, I couldn't rely on the sound of a car approaching to notify me to potential visitors. They must have walked here. I moved carefully through our gardens until I reached a point where I could see our front door while keeping hidden behind the hedges and shrubs we had placed for cover from the road. I waited. Terry could be heard going about her daily routine, entirely unconscious of my presence. Her assurance that the routine will continue as usual was clear. Kitchen responsibilities, such as washing dishes and using the dishwasher, were followed by living room activities such as vacuuming and dusting. This lasted until about 11:30. Terry then went upstairs. I could just hear the shower, then a period of silence, and then the toilet flushing. She returned downstairs approximately 45 minutes later, opened the front door, and kept it open so that any potential visitors would not hesitate. I did not have to wait long. Around 12:30, he arrived. I had no idea who he was, But he walked in through the left side of our front gate. My phone captured approximately 10 seconds of video, including side profiles and an almost direct view of his face. He did not hesitate. He entered and passed through the door. The following sentences sent shivers down my spine. "Hey lover. I hope you're dressed for a big workout again." Terry's reaction was, "Of course. You always love it when I wear these. I sometimes wonder if it was these that attracted you to me in the first place. Or maybe it was these." I'd seen enough to corroborate the ongoing affair. Their familiarity suggested that it was not a one-off. As they entered the bedroom, I withdrew to the garage, attempting to calm myself. With my heart beating, I wrestled with the scorching questions. Who is this man? I questioned whether I would ever have an intimate relationship with her. I observed no indicators of protection, which made me concerned about potential threats if she was with others. I wondered why she never expressed her feelings. I remembered Terry's 2-year gym workouts in the neighborhood, where she met local married women and participated in charity events. Perhaps the gym contained solutions to our problems. Update 1: As a teacher, I had access to computers, printers, and other materials. I decided to start my research by printing profile photographs from my phone film to see who was involved. Maybe that would eventually lead me to the location and time of the incident. It was easy to figure out who the who was. Terry had her normal gym session the following Thursday, and I proposed that I join her to see whether I would want to become a member as well, especially since I was taking a midterm break. Terry wasn't too keen on the idea and made excuses like, "It's just a group of married ladies, and we mostly chat during the session," among other lame justifications. I persevered and accompanied her to the gym the following Thursday. As I stepped into the gym, it felt like a scene from an old Western film, with everyone turning to gaze when a stranger enters the saloon. All eyes were on me, and I overheard some quiet comments among the women. Terry dismissed it, noting that they were not used to seeing her with someone during her regular gym sessions. The workout began with the standard warm-ups and stretching, followed by an hour and a half of moving between exercise stations to target various muscle groups. I attempted to stay up, but I needed to take a break around 45 minutes in. My blood sugar was plummeting, and I realized I needed to eat something sweet soon. I did that, and Terry understood. After collecting some jelly beans and settling on a nearby chair, I started paying more attention to Terry. She was clearly nervous, as she repeatedly glanced toward the staff section from where the instructors entered the main auditorium. I also looked closely at the gym itself. It had the standard architecture of a gym, with workout stations placed across the room and wall mirrors at each station to allow participants to examine their form and muscle definition. I decided to go around the gym a little more and discovered a wall near the hall exit with personnel information. It was a way to pass the time as we waited for Terry. I looked at the top photo, which showed a woman who appeared to be in good form but whose age was difficult to discern. I thought to myself, Miss Elizabeth, WS Director and Owner. Her contact information and hours of availability were listed underneath her photo. There were 3 more images below hers. 2 ladies and 1 man. At this time, I froze, understanding he was Terry's lover. This man was involved with my wife, and it appeared that he had her full consent. I read his job description: Mr. Phillip, Head of Exercise Regime Planning and Personal Body Training. As I made a mental note of his phone number, I realized Terry had left the station where I had last seen her. I returned to my seat and thoroughly studied each station, looking for my wife. After some searching, I saw her engaged in what appeared to be a desperate conversation with a man partially concealed by some powerlifting equipment. He appeared to be near the entrance to the staff area and had evidently been stopped from entering, most likely by Terry. She motioned for him to leave and rushed back to the station where she was meant to be. She had not realized I had witnessed her absence and talk. I was furious, an emotion I was not used to. By the time Terry returned to my location, it was clear that I was not feeling well. She inquired, "Are you okay? Did it take a while for your blood sugar to recover?" I responded, "Yeah, I'm fine now. Are you ready to go?" Before she could react, Miss WS announced something over the gym's public address system. She stated that tonight's normal last workout session will be cancelled due to Mr. Bondi's untimely illness and departure. Most of the women there groaned and sighed at this news, since it appeared that Mr. Bondi's session had been a highlight for many. I thought to myself, this needs to be investigated. Terry stayed mute when the announcement was made, although she appeared relieved. Terry swiftly remarked, "Let's go," as she retrieved her towel and handbag from the spot where everyone kept their items during the workout. We were about to leave when one of the females, whom I didn't recognize, approached Terry. "It's such a shame that Phil couldn't finish the session as usual tonight," she told me. Terry said, "True," and headed toward the car, plainly signaling to the lady that she did not want to discuss it at that time. "Okay, see you, Terry," she murmured dismissively. Terry entered the automobile faster than I'd ever seen her do before. Terry appeared relaxed during the quiet ride home. She had her head thrown back, her eyes closed, and appeared to be purposefully taking slow breaths. I couldn't help but notice the changes in her conduct. Perhaps now, in her seeming relief, I could discover more about what was going on. "So that was quite an interesting session, dear, I told you. The workout station seemed to be set up really well. No wonder you're looking so fit and trim." "Thanks, honey," she said. "You're absolutely right. They offer an extensive program, and I enjoy going there. The ladies are friendly too. It's just a shame about Mr. Bonte," I prodded on. "You mean Boney?" She made a hasty correction. Philip Boney. He usually wraps up every session with an exercise routine that really challenges everyone, pushing their bodies to the limit. It was disappointing that he wasn't there tonight. Inside, I couldn't help but think, she's completely committed to this lie. I understood precisely how far Mr. Bondi was pushing her body, but all I said was, maybe next Thursday he'll be feeling better. I couldn't stop thinking about my wife's approaching intimate rendezvous with Mr. Bondi next Thursday. It was time to get down to business. I was assigned pickup duties for the following school week. For those unaware, this is when teachers supervise the area where parents pick up their children by car after school. It's usually a chaotic scene, with youngsters anxious to get home, talk to their pals, and find their parents all at once. Parents must be patient as they traverse the stop-and-go car queue, hoping their child will be ready when they get at the front. To my astonishment, near the end of pickup time, a car arrived, and the driver was the lady who had attempted to speak with Terry at the gym the night before. "Hi," she told me. "I'm sorry, but I'm new to this whole pickup thing, and I completely lost track of time. Is my son Timothy here?" As teachers, we are accustomed to this, especially when someone is new to the school. So I assured her that I would go find Timothy while my colleagues oversaw the remaining students. I found Timothy near his classroom, conversing with another staff member's youngster. "Hey, Tim," I said. "Your mom's here to pick you up. Come with me to the pickup area." He appeared puzzled by this. He was in his final year of primary school and did not strike me as the kind to forget about pickups. "That's odd," he said. "Mom is usually occupied with her gym instructor on Friday afternoons. She often picks me up late. At my previous school, she sometimes didn't arrive until around 5:30. My suspicions were deeper the instant I heard the gym instructor's words. I resumed the talk, attempting to remain composed and casual. It's good to see your mom taking care of her health. Exercise is a crucial part of a healthy lifestyle. Do you happen to know the instructor's name?" I hoped the remark did not confirm my suspicions. "Oh, his name is Bounty or something like that," Timothy explained. "He also works at a local gym and often gives private lessons at people's homes. That's what I want to do when I grow up. Mom really enjoys her workouts with him on Friday evenings. She's so relaxed and looks radiant by the time we get home. It's fantastic. Fridays are always takeout nights because Mom rarely has time to cook." No way, I thought. This Bondi guy has relationships with more people than simply my wife. I walked Timothy back to his car, where his mother expressed her appreciation for our attention. "No problem," I replied. "It's all part of the service. By the way, I don't believe we've met before. I'm Gerard D.S. The kids call me Mr. D for short. Nice to meet you." I shook her hand and she introduced herself. "Hi, I'm Mary Jones. I remember seeing you at the gym last Thursday. I was there with my wife Terry." Sorry, she seemed rushed when leaving. Mr. Bondi's absence seemed to disrupt everyone's routine that night. At that point, her entire mood shifted radically. She had previously been an apologetic parent picking up her child from school, but she now appeared pale and guarded. She appeared to be trembling as she answered. Yes. All right, I'll see you again, Mr. Downs. Goodbye," and hurriedly drove away. Update 2. It was time to plan my future, something I assumed I had already done with my then partner, Terry. This future seemed grim, with only me and possibly no one else. Definitely not Terry. My rage drove me down a path I never imagined, the path of vengeance. I began methodically reviewing all of the important but frequently missed components of a couple's daily lives. Questions like, who is responsible for paying the bills? What insurance company do we use? What are our utility bills? Which account and when do we pay certain bills? As my database of this information grew, I realized we only had a little amount left to pay on our mortgage. My superannuation account had risen to an astonishing $900,000. I couldn't help but be grateful to our teachers' union for insisting on mandatory super contributions as part of a teacher's fundamental employment conditions. After performing extensive online study without Terry's knowledge, I regrettably concluded that there was no way around the fact that we would have to share all of our assets equally. Our kids were now financially independent. We did have a considerable sum saved in a cash account, approximately $30,000, for an upcoming abroad trip. Unfortunately, the vacation was no longer on the agenda. My first step would be to deplete that account as quickly as possible before Terry discovered that I had exposed her deception. I surreptitiously caused many household appliances to malfunction. When Terry was not home, I would occasionally disconnect a wire. Then I'd claim that Mr. So-and-so had arrived to fix the specific equipment, charging a certain amount in cash that was somewhat less than his advertised fee. I would covertly save this money and then repair the appliance myself. Using this strategy, I was able to save approximately $20,000. I also bought tools and such, always paying in cash. I showed them to Terry and returned them the following day for a monetary refund. I agree it was deceptive, but Terry's actions had already damaged our relationship's principles of honesty and trustworthiness. The whole circumstance was making me into someone I never imagined I could be. A liar. Terry's Thursday afternoon exercises with Bondi continued, and I stopped attempting to have any type of sexual relationship with her. We simply coexisted like two housemates would. My personal possessions gradually disappeared into the garage's crates. Terry rarely went into the garage, so she didn't notice the rearranging. Her car was usually parked in front of it, and she was satisfied to leave the garage as my personal zone. However, she did challenge the absence of some of my personal goods from the shelf on one occasion. I kept postponing an explanation, claiming that I had accidentally broken things or that they were no longer useful. Terry was fine with these comments, primarily because the majority of my items did not match her intended color scheme or the room's desired vibe. When I emptied out the majority of my belongings in this fashion, the atmosphere in the house remained quite unchanged. It made me realize how much I had succumbed to Terry's control in many parts of our relationship. I took as much of my superannuation as I could and bought a tiny property on the town's outskirts. It was really small, with only 2 bedrooms and a tiny yard, but it did have a garage and was conveniently placed near my school. What made it even better was that the remaining mortgage debt allowed me to comfortably make monthly payments on half of my wage. This was not a large mansion by any means. It's incredible how good a deal you can get if you're ready to sacrifice the draw of showy, busy areas. My separation preparations were begun. I gradually transported my own items to the new dwelling. Furniture was not a problem because I could easily find used or pre-owned items at thrift stores. It seemed as if my existence had been pre-loved, once adored but now forgotten, with no value other than charity. It was time for everyone engaged to get their just rewards. I reconnected with Mary Jones after she contacted me during a school pickup. I was alone with her kid Timothy, waiting for her. When she arrived, she appeared disturbed. Her eyes indicated recent tears. As a teacher, I was educated to pick up on these indications and provide insight into my students' lives and challenges. "Mr. D, can I talk to you for a minute?" she inquired urgently. "Of course. Since no one else is arriving, just stay parked there and come over to my usual spot," I told him. I referred to the seats surrounding the school as my workplace. She parked her car, Timothy played with his soccer ball, and we sat on the bench near the pickup area. "I'm not sure how to begin what I need to tell you," she told me. "I'm uncertain about how much you know regarding the gym you saw." I looked at her closely and responded hesitantly. "I know Terry, my wife, enjoys going there, and it has helped her stay fit and active." She paused, evidently straining to speak, before continuing. "There are some things you should know about what happens there." To get to the subject quickly, I said, "Is it related to Philip Bonte?" She reacted angrily. "You have no idea how much it involves that pig." I replied, "I might have an idea, but please go ahead and tell me." She firmly stated, "He's a player, targeting many of the regular women there." When I inquired how she knew, she said, with tears in her eyes, "I was one of them until last week. We met every Friday at 12:30. She halted and looked up, as if remembering those memories. I too looked away, remembering those sessions, though not fondly. She apologized. "I'm sorry for sharing this. I genuinely enjoyed what he was doing to me while it lasted. It was only when he had someone else taking my place during that time that he abruptly ended it, offering no explanation, just, 'Sorry, no more.' I honestly thought we might have a future. I'm divorced, and I miss the regular tenderness of a married relationship, so I was delighted to have it again, this time with him. I couldn't have been more wrong." Her candor stunned me. How could she believe it was appropriate to share all of this with me? She must be quite upset. To provide some comfort, I said swiftly, marriage relationships aren't always what they seem. She looked at my face and saw the sorrow and anguish in my expression. You already know, don't you? She inquired, gently shaking her head in surprise. You already know that he's been involved with Terry, your wife. I was honest. Yes, I knew, Mary. Thank you for sharing this. Though I attempted to hide my animosity, I added, but I've already set things in motion regarding the whole situation. I genuinely believe in karma, and I think it might catch up with him soon. That guy has to face the consequences, Mary nearly yelled. He doesn't care who he hurts or how, as long as he satisfies his sexual ego and has something to brag about to his bar pals. Just let me know if you need my help getting back at him. That person needs to pay, and he should pay dearly. She summoned her son and left. I sat there deep in thought for quite some time. Update 3. I felt relieved when Mary told me her story. For a while, my revenge plot felt like bitter grapes, arising from my inability to save my marriage, but I realized it required more thought. I began to wonder how many other ladies he was involved at the gym. It was time to collect concrete evidence. I couldn't help but be impressed by the man's stamina, but I guess even the devil never tires. I discovered that he worked at the gym every day except for Mondays, when it was closed. I remembered the phone number printed on the gym's wall and used the telecom's white pages to trace it back to an address that was only 3 blocks away from ours. It explained how that rascal could easily go over to our house and engage in relations with my soon-to-be ex-wife. I informed Terry that I would be going for a stroll every day around 5 p.m., claiming that my expert had advised it. Fortunately, Terry had no desire to accompany me, and she understood it wouldn't interfere with her liaisons, so everything went nicely. During my first nighttime walk, I went straight to Bonte's home and discovered that he lived in a ground-floor apartment among several other identical units. His car was missing, so I remained close to await his return. He consistently left our house before 6 o'clock, so he was likely to arrive around that time. As usual, he entered his apartment shortly before 6 o'clock. This happened every day I was able to go for a walk, with the exception of my staff meeting day, when I couldn't. I suspected he did this every day the gym was open. Did he meet up with a different woman on each of these days? I hope to find out by gradually beginning my walks earlier to track his everyday movements. I decided to take a whole week off from school for this very reason. I went to an electronics store and bought the appropriate equipment, which included an inconspicuous long-range listening device, not the one that looks like a satellite dish. I also purchased 5 voice and motion-actuated cameras with full-color HD capabilities. To guarantee that I had ample storage space for digital evidence, I purchased an additional portable hard drive for my computer. After buying these materials on Monday, I set up one of the cameras in Bondi's flat. Fortunately, his place wasn't extremely large, more of a one-bedroom apartment with a huge living and kitchen dining area, and one camera was plenty to capture everything but his bedroom. It was easy to get it inside his bedroom. I just waited for him to go to the gym before retrieving his apartment keys from where he had carelessly placed them beneath the doormat. He could not have been less imaginative. After checking that the camera worked properly, I left. Now, if he moved or made a sound in his apartment, the camera, which had a microphone, would activate and live stream both video and audio to my computer, where it was safely archived with date stamps. It resumed running as soon as Bondi arrived home on Monday night, recording clear images of him eating takeaway in front of his television before going to bed at 9 p.m. On Tuesday, I waited until the gym closed before entering through the back door, which is frequently ignored during pre-closing inspections at most establishments. Fortunately, I had luck on my side. I cleverly positioned the next camera in the private room at the back, where clients typically receive personal health assessments. This was the same room where Bondi regularly met with his private clientele. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of person I had become, installing cameras in other people's homes, essentially snooping. I was curious where this would lead. When Terry left for groceries on Wednesday, I took advantage of the chance and surreptitiously installed the 3rd and 4th cameras in our bedroom and living area. After analyzing the footage from Tuesday, I was both startled and unsurprised by what I saw and heard given the circumstances. Bondi awoke and quickly went, only to return later with food. I couldn't help but think, this lazy guy can't even make his own breakfast. He stayed at home until the gym opened, then departed around 10:30. During this moment he placed an unusual phone call. "Hi, Julie. It's Phil. Is he gone yet?" Pause. "Okay, I'll see you at 12:30 at your apartment. Make sure you wear what I mentioned." "No, I'll be careful. Nobody will notice me entering your space." "Did you say he was leaving for 3 days? Okay, maybe I can come on Thursday and Friday as well. We'll talk this afternoon. love?" After that, he hung up the phone and left with a visible spring in his step. I could not help but wonder how he intended to explain this to Terry. On Thursday, I set up shop in the garage with my computer, excitedly anticipating the upcoming events. Almost instantly, Bondi's camera feed flashed on my screen. He'd gotten up, gone out for breakfast, then returned to make a phone call. He dialed Terry's phone, and the camera captured her part of the discussion as well. "Hi, this is Phil. How does my favorite slut feel today?" "Phil, stop talking like that on the phone. You never know who might be listening. Fortunately, my husband has gone to work. I'll see you at 12:30, as usual." Update 4. Mary, the mom from school, appeared eager to assist in any way she could. So I instructed her to construct a list of ladies with whom the scoundrel was currently or had previously been associated. She approached this assignment enthusiastically, and within a week, she had names and addresses. Terry's name appeared on that list, which surprised and disappointed me. By this point, I had almost severed all ties with her house, which had lost its emotional worth and had become merely a place to live. Terry did mention once that it felt awfully empty lately. I just stated that I was diligently decluttering my possessions. She accepted the explanation because it did not damage her goods and also gave her extra space. I'd also transferred the garage goods to my new home. To finish my escape, I simply needed 20 minutes to pack my possessions and drive away in my car. I met with a divorce attorney, and all of the necessary divorce documents were completed and ready to be served right away. The financial details were worked out. Our vacation savings were fully depleted, and the cash were moved to my personal bank account. I kept all of the bogus purchase receipts properly filed in a folder in case they were needed as proof. I changed the beneficiaries of my superannuation fund to our children and took any remaining cash. I opened separate bank accounts, credit cards, and insurance policies in my name only. The car, including registration and insurance, was moved wholly into her name, leaving her fully accountable for it from now on. Unfortunately, I had little authority over the house and had to rely on the court's choices. I bought a new phone, registered it under my name only, and made sure it had an unlisted number. The old phone was deactivated. I put together a packet of information for each husband or partner of the women identified by Mary. Each packet contained information regarding when and where the scoundrel had been involved with their partners. It also included his name and address. Additionally, I shared the address of our town's sexual health clinic, as it appeared that the majority of these interactions were unprotected. I wrote a comprehensive letter to the gym's owner, proposing that this was a good moment to have a serious discussion with her head teacher. I left the divorce papers on our kitchen table, along with printed images from that scoundrel and Terry's video surveillance and DVDs of their rendezvous. I placed my wedding ring next to this package, which had been split in half and was covered in horrible chemicals. The accompanying note stated, "Terry, I left you this ruined ring, covered in the same mess that represented what happened to our marriage. Please do not contact me unless it is through the attorney listed in the divorce papers. I have requested that the school block your access to the school premises, so please avoid attempting to reach me there. Causing disturbances on school grounds can result in immediate police action. I've also informed our children about my actions to avoid confusion about why this separation occurred. I've sent copies of the DVDs to them so there can be no false narratives about who initiated the separation." Final update. I drove to my new house and waited for the full extent of the fallout. The local newspapers discovered a scandal at a nearby gym. The proprietor had no choice but to close his firm and leave town. Meanwhile, a former gym instructor was found in a downtown back alley. He was alleged to have been assaulted by an unidentified group of male attackers. A rapid influx of divorce petitions inundated the local court, and several homes were listed for sale. Terry returned home that fateful day, discovered my farewell gifts, and immediately fainted. A neighbor overheard her screams and saw her collapse. Our astute 70-year-old neighbor quickly figured out why Terry had fainted. She immediately contacted emergency services before leaving her house, leaving the door open. Terry attempted to call me but was unable on any of our phones. She even attempted to visit the school, which led to her incarceration. After spending the night in the holding cell and receiving a stern warning from a magistrate, her attempts to contact me dropped significantly. Our children were outspoken in their criticism of her evident cheating. Fortunately, they were both married and had inherited my more ethical views on fidelity, rather than Terry's. The divorce processes were concluded, and the outstanding financial concerns were addressed in accordance with the regular procedure. Terry had to sell the house, and the funds enabled her to buy a smaller property in the outskirts, where she now lives alone. The stigma of being labeled as one of the notorious gym sluts never left her. When she went uptown, she received many sidelong glances and whispered snickers. Her melancholy as a result of this rejection and embarrassment forced her to seek treatment in a psychiatric hospital. As for me, I continued my teaching career while living happily in my new home. My mother-in-law constantly demanded money and used my wife for support. My wife defended her, even when she stole from us. My relationship with my wife, Carol, and her mother Eleanor, has been worsening for years. It's a sluggish, grinding problem, the kind that eats away at you gradually. It's reached a breaking point, and I'm not sure what the next move should be. It all comes down to Eleanor's almost infinite feeling of entitlement and Carol's complete inability to confront it, or even accept it, really. To understand the dynamic, some background is required. Carol and I met at a business event around 6 years ago, through a mutual friend. I enjoyed how she was instantly candid and honest about her family's financial history. She mentioned that her family was previously immensely affluent. They had a large house in an elite neighborhood, several costly automobiles, and a lifestyle that frankly, I couldn't understand. But, according to Carol, a succession of catastrophic investments, along with constantly terrible financial decisions, caused them to lose practically everything. She referred to her parents, Eleanor and Richard, as having lavish tastes. They'd buy things they couldn't afford, boats, sports cars, and take out loans they couldn't possibly repay. This debt cycle persisted, she claimed, until they were forced to sell their mansion and relocate to a much smaller condo. Despite this, Carol insisted that her parents had done their best. She insisted they had given her all she could possibly want. However, the story she told me over time showed a very different reality, one that made it difficult for me to connect with her parents. My wife's 17th birthday incident was especially telling. Carol had received a large sum of money as gifts from several family members. Carol claims Eleanor pressured her into turning her the money. She used guilt, claiming that she needed the money more than Carol did, and that Carol did not comprehend the demands of running a household. Carol then learned that Eleanor had used the money to have a professional perm. When Carol, naturally outraged, approached her mother, Eleanor's response was chillingly nasty. She informed Carol that she had always supplied food, shelter, and clothing for her and thus was entitled to the money. Carol's father, Richard, was, in many ways, worse. He had a child outside of his marriage to Eleanor and was legally required to pay child support. However, when Carol started her first job, Richard began asking that she contribute to these payments. He'd constantly pressure her, stating he couldn't afford it and that she needed to support the family. He would also frequently urge Carol to buy him stuff for their condo, a new, larger television, a cutting-edge refrigerator, even if the ones they already had were perfectly adequate. If Carol ever rejected or hesitated, Richard appeared to become hostile. He'd threatened to shatter her phone and laptop, the few things she owned that were genuinely hers. Carol recounted to me these anecdotes with detached grief, as if she had long ago accepted this conduct as usual. Only after she moved out of her parents' condo and into her own little apartment did she feel truly independent, with authority over her own life. My upbringing was the total opposite. My parents, John and Mary, were the salt of the earth. We were not impoverished, but neither were we wealthy. We lived in a modest working-class neighborhood. Dad worked as a mechanic at a neighborhood garage for more than 30 years. Mom worked in a bakery down the street, baking donuts and pastries. They worked so hard to provide for me. They scrimped and saved to ensure that I had all I required for school. They never complained. Never made me feel like a burden. Years later, once I finished college and found a respectable career, I was able to save a large sum of money. My biggest dream, which I had for years, was to buy a house for my parents. A tiny, comfortable home in a quiet area. It was a long-time fantasy that they had never imagined could come true. When I eventually did it, and handed them the keys, my father attempted to refuse. He stated that was too costly and I shouldn't spend my money on them. It took a lot of convincing and earnest pleading before he ultimately agreed. Both were in tears. It was one of the happiest days of my life. After that, they never requested anything from me, despite the fact that I offered to aid them financially on a regular basis. They both took on part-time jobs to keep themselves busy and earn some extra money. They emphasized, with quiet dignity, that parents should care for their children, not the other way around. So you can imagine the culture shock I felt when I first met Carol's folks. It felt like I had entered an entirely new universe. The first experience with Eleanor was unsettling. We were in a restaurant. Carol had planned a meal for us to meet. Eleanor looked me up and down, and her first inquiry was, "So, are you wealthy?" "No, hello. It's good to meet you," just a direct, blunt question regarding my financial situation. I stuttered about having steady work and making a decent living. Following our initial meeting, Eleanor made it her mission to understand everything she could about my money. She'd ask probing questions that always led back to money. She asked about my insurance plans, financial portfolio, and retirement savings. It was really intrusive, and it made me very uncomfortable. I voiced my worries to Carol, who, to her credit, spoke with her mother. She asked Eleanor to stop. But Eleanor merely changed her approach. She began asking similar questions when Carol was not around, cornering me at family gatherings or calling me personally. One particularly noteworthy occasion came when I casually announced that I had paid off all of my student loans. Eleanor's eyes brightened up. She instantly started into a diatribe about how I should help Carol pay off her bills. Because I was in such a great situation, I had a responsibility to help her. We were just dating at the time. It was an extremely inappropriate suggestion, and it made me feel like I was being treated like a walking ATM. I finally, firmly, told Eleanor that I was uncomfortable discussing my personal money with her and that I would prefer it if she respected my limits. Carol received continuous demands for money. Eleanor would phone Carol several times a week, often more than once a day, to ask for money. The quantities varied, but they were all significant. $1,000 here, $500 there. The pattern was consistently the same. Eleanor would call, often in tears, claiming to have an urgent need, a medical bill, a car repair, a sudden unanticipated expense. Carol, ever the obedient daughter, would express worry while explaining that she was attempting to conserve money. That she couldn't simply keep handing over enormous amounts of money. Eleanor would then embark on a guilt trip. Carol was reminded of all the sacrifices she has made for her. I promised to pay her back. Of course, the payments never arrived. If Carol ventured to bring up the remaining obligations, Eleanor would be furious. She would yell at Carol. Accuse her of being ungrateful, selfish. She didn't appreciate anything her parents had done for her. Then, a few hours later, or perhaps the next day, she'd phone back, crying. I apologized profusely. She claimed to have been really stressed. The cycle would then unavoidably repeat itself a few days later. Another telephone call. Another urgent request for funds. Carol would talk to me about these experiences for hours on end. She'd describe the calls in great detail. But, and this was the most difficult part, if I ever expressed agreement or ventured to condemn Eleanor's actions, Carol would immediately turn against me. She'd snap at me, saying she could complain about her mother while I couldn't. That I did not comprehend their family dynamics. That I had no idea what Eleanor had gone through. It was an infuriating, nonsensical protection mechanism. I eventually got to the point where I couldn't listen to it any longer. I told Carol, as gently as possible, that I loved her but could no longer be her sounding board for these concerns. It was extremely exhausting, and it was straining our relationship. When Carol and I decided to marry, finances, understandably, became a big bone of dispute. Carol desired a lavish wedding. I agreed to pay for it. I had saved diligently and could afford it. However, I also insisted on a prenuptial agreement. It was not a lack of trust in Carol. It was about practicalities. I had seen personally her family's financial turmoil, and I wanted to protect myself by ensuring that our marriage began on a stable, financially secure basis. Carol's reaction was intense. She was highly offended, accusing me of not trusting her and of treating our marriage as a business transaction. She threatened to cancel the wedding totally. She stated that a marriage should be based on love and trust, not formal documents and financial calculations. Eleanor, of course, intervened, escalating Carol's fury. She called me and chastised me for even contemplating a prenup. They told me that their family possessed honor and integrity. I didn't have anything to worry about. During this conversation, I lost my patience. I explained to them, quite forcefully, that Eleanor had a lengthy history of borrowing money from Carol and never repaying it. Her claim to familial honor seemed extremely empty. Both Carol and Eleanor were outraged. Carol packed her bags and departed. She moved out of our apartment, claiming that I had insulted her family, that I did not love her. I was devastated. I tried constantly to convey that my purpose was not to doubt her loyalty or commitment, but only to protect our shared interests. To guarantee that we came into our marriage with clear eyes and expectations, free of any potential asset conflicts. She would not listen. A week later, she arrived at my door uninvited. She was crying and begged me to take her back. She said she'd made a terrible mistake. She told me that Eleanor and Richard had asked that she start giving them her wages so they could manage her finances more effectively. It was then, she claimed, that she realized the magnitude of their manipulation. She agreed to the prenup. So we reconciled, and the wedding planning proceeded. The wedding itself was an experience. We had no option but to invite Eleanor and Richard. It was essential to Carol, and I wanted to make her happy. However, their attendance, as well as their reaction to the wedding's size, constituted a watershed moment. They were visibly surprised by how well the event went. Following the wedding, Eleanor's money requests, which had previously been focused mostly at Carol, began to come directly to me. She would phone me, sometimes many times a week, and ask me to purchase her items. She'd ask me to pay for services she used, such as hair appointments, dry cleaning, and shopping expenditures. She'd sometimes just ask for cash without explaining why. I continually tried to convey to her that I was not required to pay for these items. That I wasn't her personal bank account. But she would persist, using guilt, deception, and plain begging to wear me down. She would say she was elderly and fragile. She has no one else to turn to. That as Carol's spouse, I had an obligation to assist her. I caved a couple times early on just to keep the peace. I persuaded myself I could afford it and it wasn't worth the fight. The refrigerator incident was an excellent illustration. Eleanor contacted me unexpectedly and requested that I buy her a new refrigerator. She stated her current one was outdated and unattractive, and she wanted a new stainless steel model with all of the latest features. I pointed out, properly, that her current refrigerator was fully functional. There was no real need for a new one. I questioned why she wasn't approaching Carol or Richard for the money. Her response was irritating. She mentioned that I had a high income. Because I was wealthy, I should be accountable for funding some of her bills. I adamantly rejected it. Eleanor began to cry, screaming into her phone. She told me how disappointed she was in me. How I was failing to fulfill my duty as a husband to my wife. She then called Carol and, using the same manipulative tactics, persuaded her that if I didn't purchase her the refrigerator, Carol would. Carol, who earned substantially less than me, would have to go into her personal resources to fulfill her mother's whim. I eventually relented. I got Eleanor a refrigerator just to shut her up. Then there was the issue with the sweaters. My parents, bless their hearts, had ordered identical sweaters for Carol and myself as an anniversary present. They were hand-knitted with a unique design that my father had helped construct. My father, overjoyed with the present, had texted me images of the sweaters before they were shipped. When the box arrived, I carefully stored it in the garage, planning to surprise Carol on our anniversary. On the day of our anniversary, I went to the garage to get the package. It was gone. I looked everywhere and turned the garage upside down, but it was nowhere to be found. I asked Carol whether she'd seen it, if she'd accidentally thrown it away thinking it was junk mail. She had not. The parcel has simply disappeared? It was puzzling. A month later, I visited Eleanor and Richard at their condo, and the sweaters were hanging in their closet. My parents had sent us hand-knitted monogram sweaters with love. I confronted Eleanor, my rage scarcely restrained. She originally denied this. Then she claimed she found the package outside, near our trash cans. After further inquiry, she acknowledged being at our house, looking about in the garage, and seeing the package. She stated she assumed I threw it away. That it was unwelcome. So she had taken it. It was an outright falsehood. An obvious case of theft. I was infuriated. I stated unequivocally that she had no authority to search our possessions. That she stole from us. Her response was astounding. She scoffed, claiming the sweaters were cheap and poorly made. She had actually done me a favor by taking them. She said I should be thankful. I informed her that they were a present from my parents. That they possessed sentimental worth. It did not matter. She just didn't understand it. I took the sweatshirts back. Carol and I departed immediately. On the way home, I anticipated Carol to be as upset as I was. Instead, she defended her mother. She believed Eleanor had simply made a mistake. That I had overreacted. That I had embarrassed her. She said Eleanor had not intended any harm. She was probably bewildered. I could not believe it. Even after Eleanor had been caught red-handed stealing from us, Carol continued to make excuses for her. Then Eleanor called Carol and demanded that she purchase a new dishwasher. It was a totally unneeded expense. Their home consisted of only 2 people. Richard and his buddies spend the majority of their evenings drinking at the local tavern. Carol attempted to reason with her, highlighting the absurdity of the request. But Eleanor insisted. She mentioned that all of their neighbors had dishwashers. She felt ashamed to be the only one on her floor without one. When Carol continued to refuse, Eleanor informed her she wished she hadn't been born. That any other child would be grateful to have such a giving mother. Carol was selfish and ungrateful. Carol was devastated. She spent the remainder of the evening in tears. I had stopped speaking to Eleanor immediately following the sweater incident. But the next day, I got a text from her. She suggested that I step up and support Carol, that I should purchase the dishwasher for her. She had just emotionally attacked her daughter, and now she was asking that I pay for the object that started the whole thing. I ignored the message. I just couldn't engage. I showed Carol the text as, I don't know, proof of her mother's actions. Carol's reply was unfortunately inevitable. She informed me that she had already spent a substantial chunk of her savings to order the dishwasher for Eleanor. She claimed she couldn't bear hearing her mother so angry. Richard's death a few months later was heartbreaking, but it also introduced new challenges. He was discovered lifeless on a street near their unit following a night of heavy drinking. It was an unexpected and shocking loss. Eleanor was naturally devastated. However, the situation suddenly became even more challenging. Richard had accumulated a substantial amount of debt, including loans from shady persons. Loan sharks, essentially. Eleanor was presented with a mound of invoices and threats of harm if she did not pay. She had to sell nearly everything they owned to pay off Richard's debts. She was left with almost nothing. Carol and I considered it, and despite the history and troubles, we decided to take Eleanor in. She had nowhere else to go. It felt right. The humane thing to do. I wondered if this was a chance for a fresh start. Perhaps with Richard gone and Eleanor in a more vulnerable position, she will be more reasonable. I greeted her warmly and made every effort to make her feel at ease. But I noticed Eleanor looking through our possessions. When we left the house, or just in another room, she would rummage through drawers, closets, and boxes. It wasn't obvious, she was cautious. However, I would discover things somewhat out of order. Drawers are not entirely closed, boxes have moved. I challenged her about this multiple times. Every time, she'd make the same lame reason. She was simply inquisitive. She was only glancing around. I requested Carol to speak with her. To define some boundaries. Carol's response was consistently the same. Just let it go. She's going through a hard time. However, it felt like a perpetual invasion of privacy. Then everything started to disappear. Initially, the pieces were small. An ornamental vase. A set of coasters. A few books. Then more valuable stuff started to disappear. Carol's jewelry was in pieces. Strangely, whenever these items went missing, Eleanor would come home from her outings carrying shopping bags. Filled with new clothing, new shoes, new accessories. Given her financial circumstances, she had no income. It became increasingly clear that she was selling our belongings to fund her buying spree. She had gathered completely new clothing. Filled with beautiful gowns and matching heels. Despite not having a discernible source of revenue. I pointed this out to Carol as gently as possible. I voiced my growing suspicions that Eleanor was taking from us. Carol dismissed my concerns. She told me not to focus on her mother. She deserved to reward herself after all she'd been through. I didn't mind Eleanor treating herself in principle. But not using our money? Not by selling our possessions. It was theft. Plain and simple. The incident with my wallet was the final straw. I got home from work early one afternoon. Carol was still in her office. I went to our bedroom to take a shower, as is my custom. When I got out of the shower, I discovered Eleanor standing in our bedroom. Near my dresser. She held my wallet in her hand. And she was going through it. I was shocked and speechless for a moment. I yelled at her and demanded to know what she was doing. Why was she in our bedroom? Why was she going through my wallet? She turned bright red and stammered, unable to provide a coherent response. She resembled a child caught with her hand in the cookie jar. I later told Carol about the incident. I expected her to be equally outraged as I was. To finally recognize her mother's actions for what they were. Instead, she minimized it. She assumed Eleanor simply needed some money. That it wasn't a huge problem. She even offered that Eleanor could steal money from my wallet if she needed it. That I need to be more understanding. She accused me of looking down on her family. Of condemning them because they were not as wealthy as I was. She said that her family did not grow up in poverty and desperation like mine had. This implies that my upbringing has made me less understanding. That comment stung. It was a low strike that exposed a deep-seated resentment I had not recognized existed. I decided that I needed some space. I went on a walk. A long, aimless walk, attempting to make sense of Carol's response. I could not understand her steadfast devotion to her mother. Even when Eleanor was obviously in the wrong. Even when she stole from us. Carol apologized when I returned home a few hours later. She said she had a firm conversation with Eleanor, telling her not to enter our bedroom again. Not to go through our possessions. I just nodded. I didn't believe it would make a difference. Eleanor has repeatedly demonstrated that she had no regard for boundaries. No consideration for our property. And I was correct. It did not cease. I made precautions to protect my belongings. I added locks to my dresser drawers. On the cabinets in the living room. On the storage crates in the garage. It felt silly to lock away my own belongings in my own home. But it was the only way I could feel any sense of security. Then I arrived yesterday. The result of months of frustration. Of feeling abused and degraded. Carol called me at work, frantic. She had gone home for lunch, as she often did, to check on Eleanor. But Eleanor was gone. Not just out for a walk or a shopping expedition. Her belongings were also gone. Her clothing. Her personal effects. It's all gone. Carol, understandably worried, began looking around the house. Trying to figure out what happened. And that's when she made her discovery. Her credit card, which she always carried in her wallet, was missing. A considerable percentage of her jewelry, including precious antiques, was also gone. Eleanor didn't answer her phone. Carol was frightened that Eleanor would use her credit card. That she would pawn the jewelry. She begged me for aid. My instant response, the only rational one in my mind, was to call the cops. Report Eleanor's activities as theft. Carol reacted angrily. She claimed she couldn't possibly denounce her own mother to the police. That was unimaginable. She accuses me of being unhelpful. Of not caring about her emotions. And that is where I am currently. And, I'm just exhausted. Drained. I feel like I'm constantly up against Eleanor's entitlement and Carol's supporting conduct. I advised calling the police because that is what happens when someone takes from you. It's the logical and reasonable path of action. But Carol considers it a betrayal. So, AITA? Am I wrong to advise that we involve the police? Isn't that the usual protocol in such cases? I honestly don't know what else to do. Update 1. The response has been tremendous, to say the least. I sincerely appreciate your support. And I didn't expect so many people to weigh in. Many of you have pointed out Carol's troubling behavior. And honestly, I see it too. I do. The reality is, we rarely encounter problems. It occurs virtually exclusively when Eleanor is present. It's becoming evident that I need to have a serious discussion with Carol about this situation. As long as Eleanor is a constant presence in our life, this pattern of boundary violations and Carol's inability to enforce them will unavoidably continue. Update 2. I had that chat with Carol. I even showed her this post, hoping that an outside perspective would be helpful. It did not go well. She is really upset, alleging that the comments are unjust and judgmental. She grew highly defensive, claiming that anyone would support their parent regardless of the circumstances. She also felt betrayed since I had shared such a private topic online. I tried to clarify that my objective was only to determine whether contacting the police was the best line of action. But she didn't respond. She's fully blaming me, and I'm not sure why she can't understand Eleanor's role in all of this. Update 3. After a week, Carol finally received communication from Eleanor. It turns out that Eleanor pawned part of the stolen jewels. She claims to crave independence. That she is tired of living with us because she feels restrained in her actions. Carol threatened to contact the police if the remaining jewelry was not returned. But Eleanor appears completely unfazed. Carol is now urging me to interfere. To talk with Eleanor. To try to reason with her. I strongly informed Carol that I would be staying out of it. To my surprise, Carol has now blamed me for Eleanor's leaving. Claiming I made her feel unwelcome. I'm actually speechless at this moment. Update 4. After some time, I took the painful decision to file for divorce. Many of you undoubtedly expected this conclusion, and I must admit that I wish I had recognized the necessity sooner. Carol was able to block the credit card after Eleanor stole her possessions. However, the retrieval of the valuables proved difficult. I reaffirmed my suggestion to involve law enforcement, but she flatly refused. She then had the arrogance to ask me to replace the stolen jewelry. What's her reasoning? Eleanor took it, and I allegedly made Eleanor feel uncomfortable, thus it was my job to acquire replacement jewelry. All because she refused to contact the cops. I flatly refused? I informed her I had finished. With her. With her family. With the overall toxic condition, a heated dispute ensued, during which she made some extremely cruel remarks about my parents. I told her to go. She was extremely upset and accused me of being unjust. I told her to pack her items. And she departed, cursing me, and went to dwell with Eleanor. Update 5. Since Carol's departure, she and Eleanor have been constantly contacting me. Carol even contacted my parents. Thankfully, my parents are not like hers. Carol was told by my mother that she trusted my judgment even if she did not know all of the details. It has been a huge relief to have their support. I haven't told them the complete tale yet, but I plan to. I'm meeting with a lawyer today to discuss the divorce proceedings. I've already followed some of your advice and changed the locks. I have also bought security cameras, which I will install this week. I'm not sure if Eleanor or Carol will try anything, but I think it's important to be prepared. Update 6. Eleanor was detained as the situation developed over the course of 2 months. She had been stalking people. Arriving at my employment. When I went out with buddies. It was quite stressful. On one occasion, she hurled a drink at me, spoiling an otherwise nice shirt. I tried to be cordial, but her conduct only got worse. She started showing up at my residence, even threw pebbles at my windows. Today, she crossed a line. She broke my bedroom window. I phoned the cops. I had no other option. I simply could not take it any longer. Carol is predictably enraged. She maintains that I should have handled the situation quietly. Eleanor is going through a difficult time. I did laugh. I informed her that Eleanor deserved the repercussions of her behavior. Carol has now demanded that I forgive Eleanor. After everything. The stalking. The harassment. Property damage. Forgiveness is not an option. I finally told my parents the whole nature of the problem. They were startled that I hadn't informed them sooner. And they completely support my decision to proceed with the divorce. I warn them to be cautious, although I doubt Eleanor or Carol will target their property given the distance. Carol eventually bailed Eleanor out of jail. I made it clear to Carol that she was responsible for covering the expense of the window repair. Alternatively, I would seek legal action. She and Eleanor eventually agreed to pay for the damages. Final update. The divorce is final, it is officially over, and it feels extremely liberated. It's as if a weight has been lifted, and I can now breathe freely. My now ex-wife attempted to obtain spousal maintenance and made a move for my assets. However, the prenuptial agreement fulfilled its goal. It shielded me. She argued. She pleaded. However, her efforts proved useless. Anyone thinking about getting married should strongly consider a prenuptial agreement. It may be an awkward topic, but it is very necessary. It requires planning and preparedness. That brings this chapter of my life to a close. I worked hard, but my parents favored my sister. When they asked for money for her, I refused. My grandparents supported me and cut them off. I believed my parents were finally treating me properly since I had shown myself, but it turned out to be nothing more than a demand for their daughter and her 6 children from 3 consecutive marriages. I grew up knowing I was not the favorite child. My parents were always more concerned about my younger sister Emma, who seemed to have endless opportunities and support no matter how many times she made bad decisions. I grew accustomed to standing on my own 2 feet. I worked hard, paid for college with a combination of scholarships and part-time employment, and eventually found a steady, well-paying job. My parents were never impressed, despite the fact that I did everything on my own. For years, I attempted to brush it off and keep going, hoping that one day they'd admire me for being independent. Meanwhile, Emma's life was a roller coaster. She married young, and her first marriage dissolved after 2 years because her husband cheated. She remarried quickly and had 2 more children, but the marriage ended when her second husband developed a gambling addiction and lost their home. Emma was on her 3rd marriage at the time I started my job, and she had 6 children ranging in age from 12 to 2. Her current spouse works part-time as a delivery driver and is attempting to launch his own business, but they are struggling to make ends meet. My folks have always been there to assist her out, paying for items here and there and making excuses for why she needs a little extra support. For a while, I was too preoccupied with my own life to get caught up in Emma's drama, but then I saw a difference in how my parents regarded me. They became more attentive, reaching out more frequently, congratulating me on my profession, and inviting me over for family dinners. I wondered if they were finally proud of me. Part of me had been hoping for this for years, and I suppose I was willing to believe they were turning a corner. Last month, they invited me to supper. At first, everything seemed normal. We talked about work and caught up on tiny family stuff, and for a brief period, I felt like a member of the family in a way that I hadn't previously. But then the topic moved. They started talking about Emma, how difficult it was for her to raise 6 children on one salary, and how my parents had done everything they could to help but were running out of money. They went on to say how fortunate I was to have a decent job and a consistent salary, that I had no one relying on me, and that I was able to contribute back to the family. Then came the shocker. They expected me to step up and take care of Emma financially. They had a comprehensive plan. First, they asked me to buy her a new 5-bedroom house because her present rental was too small for a family of 8. They wanted me to set up college funds for all 6 of her children, which they argued was only fair given that I was the only one who could afford it. They wanted me to offer her a $5,000 monthly stipend to cover basic expenses as well as seed money to start her own mommy blog business. They planned to receive approximately $2 million up front, followed by continued funding. I sat there, absolutely stunned. They weren't asking for a minor favor. This was a lifelong commitment that regarded me as Emma's financial safety net. In that moment, I recognized that their recent compassion was not because they had finally accepted me as their son, but because they regarded me as a walking ATM for Emma. I informed them that, while I was willing to assist with minor bills or in the event of an emergency, I was not comfortable taking on such a large financial burden. At that point, the family conversation shifted completely. My mother began to cry, accusing me of abandoning the family when they needed me the most, and my father labeled me selfish and ungrateful. They stated I was revealing my true colors and that they were disappointed with who I had become. The dinner finished with them storming out. I believed that would be the end of it, but I was mistaken. Within hours, Emma began assaulting my phone with texts accusing me of jeopardizing her children's future. She even had her children send me messages like, "Uncle doesn't love us anymore." It was unbearable, so I blocked their phone numbers. After a while, I couldn't believe the situation had gotten this bad, all because I refused to fund my sister's life. The next day, my grandmother, my father's mother, called me unexpectedly. Apparently, my parents had been assuring the entire extended family that their successful son would take care of everything for Emma before they even asked me. They constructed an image for everyone of Emma moving into a big new house, of all her financial troubles being resolved, and of me being the one to provide her with everything she needed. Now that I'd declined, they were facing a big wave of embarrassment because the family had expected me to come through based on my parents' premature bragging. My grandparents were appalled when they learned the complete story. They'd always assumed Emma's lifestyle was sponsored by her different spouses, and that my parents helped out because they wanted to, rather than because they'd gone into debt to support her. They were so upset by my parents' behavior that they are now threatening to remove them from their will. They informed me that they would rather leave their estate to me and my relatives, who work hard and do not take advantage of people. As the situation spread around the family, I began to get messages from relatives offering their support. Some of them admitted they had no idea how much I had been dealing with on my own and apologized for not noticing it sooner. My aunt, my mother's sister, even contacted me and apologized for not realizing how differently I was treated growing up. The family dynamics were beginning to unravel, with everyone taking sides, and my parents were not handling it well. My phone started ringing nonstop again, this time with my parents exchanging angry, nasty messages and weeping voicemails. They were upset that I was damaging their family's reputation. They once left a message telling me that I was ruining Emma's children's life and that I would come to regret this decision someday. They'd then go back to imploring me to reconsider, saying things like, "We're family, and family helps each other." All of this has made me feel like a disaster. Part of me feels bad because I was trained to believe that family comes first, and it's difficult to break free of that conditioning. But another part of me is fatigued, thinking how long I've been trying to gain approval from people who just care about what benefits them. The knowledge stings, but I know that giving in now would result in years of financial and mental exhaustion, putting Emma's demands before of my own. Now I'm here on Reddit because I honestly don't know what to do next. Do I hold firm and maintain my limits because I know it's the best thing for me, or is there a compromise I'm not seeing? I could appreciate some unbiased counsel on this problem. Update 1. The situation with my parents and sister has deteriorated beyond my expectations. Just a few days after I told my grandparents the complete tale, they weren't lying about revising their will. They actually followed through, contacting their lawyer very immediately to ensure that my parents were removed from their inheritance. My grandparents had always been the quiet, keep the peace kind, so this wasn't just surprising, it was unprecedented in our family. However, it appears that my parents' years of favoritism toward Emma were the final straw. My grandparents also went above and beyond, convening a family meeting to clear the air. They planned it over the phone so that everyone, including myself, could attend, despite the fact that I live further away. They wanted everyone to grasp exactly what was going on, and based on what they implied, I had a hunch they were going to disclose stuff I had no idea about. The meeting was attended by a few aunts, uncles and cousins, basically, anyone close enough to be affected by this. When the conference began, my grandparents wasted no time. They instantly revealed that they had been paying large sums of money to my parents for the previous many years to aid both me and Emma with our education and future aspirations. They had given my parents more than $200,000 in all, with the expectation that it would be split evenly between Emma and me. I was speechless. I'd pushed my way through college on scholarships, student loans, and various part-time jobs, fighting to manage work and classes, Whereas Emma seemed to live on another planet, scarcely lifting a finger and continually being bailed out of every bad decision. All those years, I'd been doing everything on my own while my grandparents sent money that I never received. My grandparents were infuriated. They had expected the money would benefit both of us, but now that they see how my parents had spent it, they feel absolutely deceived. They'd made it clear to my parents that they wished to support both of us, but it turned out that the money had primarily gone to Emma, covering her failed marriages, rent payments, and who knows what else. They requested that my parents provide a thorough accounting of how every dollar had been spent, threatening to bring attorneys if they did not comply. For a family as secretive as ours, this was an unimaginable step, but I could see they'd been tested. In addition, my grandparents indicated that they would establish trust funds for each of their grandkids, including Emma's 6 children. However, they made it clear that the money would be carefully handled by an independent trustee and could only be used for certain purposes, such as education or healthcare. They made it clear that they did not want my parents or Emma to have access to these funds, which was a big relief. At the very least, I knew Emma's children would have a chance at a solid future without my parents depleting those accounts for other purposes. Everything exploded following the family meeting. As they began to put the pieces together, relatives began to contact me one by one. Apparently, this wasn't the first time my parents had taken money from family members in the name of assisting the kids or funding family emergencies. An aunt told me that after Emma's second marriage failed, she loaned my parents a few $1,000s, believing it was for emergency expenses. Another cousin recalls my parents asking for money around the time I went to college, claiming it was to assist me get started, but I never saw any of it. Some of them were furious, believing they had been misled about where their money had gone. Others were simply unhappy, stating they had not known how much my parents valued Emma over me. One of my cousins even showed me screenshots of discussions with my parents after I graduated from college. They had actually discouraged family from attending my graduation, stating that I wanted to keep it small and avoid a major fuss. Meanwhile, I was hoping that my family would come and celebrate with me. It felt like a gut punch to realize how much they'd consciously sought to downplay my accomplishments while continually going all in for Emma. What astonished me the most was Emma herself reaching out to me. She sent a couple long emails, each with a unique tone. In one, she tried to seem as if she had always backed me, saying how she had never known our parents' bias toward her and how she had always assumed we were close. In another, she portrayed herself as a victim of our parents' manipulation, claiming that they had blinded her to the truth about our family dynamics. But what jumped out in each communication was that she always managed to include a request for assistance during this tough period. She tried to behave as if we were now best friends, but it was evident she still wanted me to open my wallet for her. It was difficult to believe. Even after my grandparents took such severe measures to put things right, and despite the family outrage, Emma still managed to make it all about her and what she could get from me. I felt like I was seeing the same narrative over and over. She couldn't seem to grasp the concept of limits or the fact that I was tired of being a constant source of comfort. I was determined not to allow her to manipulate me back into that role. While everything was going on, my folks were busy with their own campaign. They inundated me with voicemails that ranged from violent rants to emotional appeals. In one message, my mother accused me of pulling the family apart, claiming I would regret it one day when I discovered how much I had harmed everyone. My father would then ask me to reconsider, saying we could work things out quietly and it didn't have to be such a huge deal. They even tried to guilt-trip me, telling me that I was placing my grandparents in an unpleasant situation and that I should consider how they would feel if the family divided as a result of all this. But their tactics were ineffective. My grandparents were behind me, and the rest of the family could see my parents' true colors. Some of them even contacted out to say they were proud of me for staying firm. My aunt contacted me in tears, apologizing for not noticing how differently my parents had treated me throughout the years. She said she'd always imagined I was more self-sufficient and didn't require as much assistance, but now she realized I'd been forced into that role because my parents had focused so much on Emma. As the family began to understand what I had been going through, more people came out with apologies or anecdotes about things they had noticed over the years. It was bittersweet. Part of me was relieved that the truth was finally being revealed, that others were acknowledging the sacrifices I had made on my own, but another part of me felt as if I was reliving years of pain and disappointment. All those times I felt invisible, all those times I questioned why my accomplishments didn't seem to matter so much, it all made sense suddenly. However, it did not erase the years of feeling like I was second best. The aftermath of this has been draining. My parents continue to refuse to accept responsibility for any of it. They're so concerned with the family's reputation that they can't see the damage they've done to it. This is just another disagreement that I should drop for the sake of peace, and they are trying to keep the entire thing under wraps. But I no longer feel bad for standing up for myself. I guess I'm finally seeing how crucial it is to create limits, especially with family. If I give in now, it will only mean more years of being used and taken for granted. For the first time, I feel in control of my own life. My grandparents have informed me that if my parents take this any further, they would deal with it. They've made it clear that they don't want me to feel pressured, and they've even informed me that if my parents continue to stir things up, they'll take further precautions to safeguard me. Just knowing I don't have to go through this alone has made a huge impact. Now I'm left wondering what family means at this point. All these years, I believed that being a good son and brother entailed putting everyone else first, sacrificing my own needs to ensure that everyone else was okay. But now I understand that there is a limit, and family isn't supposed to treat you like an ATM or overlook your own happiness simply because it's convenient. As things continue to unfold, I remain steadfast in my decision, but a part of me wonders if I should be doing more or approaching this differently. I'd greatly appreciate any suggestions on how to proceed. There is still so much to comprehend, and I'm trying to take it one day at a time. Update 2. My parents broke their quiet just a few days after my grandparents made their major news about the will. Instead of apologizing or acknowledging they may have gone too far, they sent a lengthy, meticulously crafted email attempting to justify every decision they had ever taken. They didn't just defend Emma, they virtually praised it, describing it as an investment because Emma had always been more family-oriented. Meanwhile, I was classified as self-sufficient and career-oriented, which they assumed indicated I didn't require as much assistance. They went on to clarify that their call for me to step in and fund Emma's life had nothing to do with money. They regarded it as even things out, giving Emma the same advantages they believed I had on my own. To add salt to the wound, they called me selfish for refusing to share my surplus wealth with my family. The email wasn't just words either. They sent a list of everything they claimed to have spent on me versus Emma. I'm talking about everything, including Emma's basic needs such as food, clothing, and housing. They mentioned her wedding expenses, property payments, and even post-divorce therapy. They even mentioned Emma's emotional assistance during her adolescent years, valuing and quantifying it. It was so ridiculous that I recognized they'd been thinking about it for a long time, most likely intending to hurl it back at me. They apparently shared this email with the entire extended family as well, aiming to present me as the selfish one. But it completely backfired. Relatives who had previously remained neutral began contacting me, appalled by what they viewed as an outlandish attempt to tax me for fundamental parenting. Some even apologized for not comprehending the kind of partiality I was dealing with. I believe my parents expected people to gather around them, but all they did was push everyone further away. In addition to this, my grandparents' lawyer became involved. My grandparents had always expected that any money they had given my parents over the years would be divided between me and Emma for our education and other essential costs. They soon discovered that the money had been spent on Emma's marriages and unsuccessful relationships. The lawyer wrote an official letter to my parents asking a thorough accounting of where the money had gone. My grandparents were prepared to take this to court if necessary, and I don't blame them. They felt betrayed, and so did I. It was like a tangled web of deception that had been growing for years, with me on the sidelines the entire time. In a strange twist, Emma's first ex-husband contacted me. He is the father of her 2 oldest children, and while we had never been close, we had remained civil. He told me that he had heard about everything and wanted to express his perspective. He confessed that when Emma became pregnant, my parents coerced him into marrying her, promising financial support as long as he followed through with the marriage. I knew they married quickly, but I had no idea my parents were that involved. Apparently, the majority of the support my parents had provided came from money they had received from my grandparents, money my grandparents had assumed was going toward Emma's and my futures. Emma's ex even apologized, claiming he regretted not standing up to them and allowing the situation to get out of control. My parents quickly noticed the email wasn't having the desired effect, so they tried to backtrack. They wrote a follow-up reply to everyone, explaining that the previous email was sent in rage and should not be taken seriously. But it was difficult to believe that reason given that their email had clearly been planned for some time. They could have printed and dispatched it as an official document, given how detailed it was. Trying to take it back now simply made them appear worse, and no one bought it. Emma had been silent for a few days following the family meeting, but she began reaching out again. Her tone had changed from guilt-tripping to more urgent. She sent a few emails, implying that she had always loved me and had no idea our parents treated us so differently. She even tried to justify her condition, stating she didn't want to burden me but was in a terrible situation with her children. Her texts became stranger, swinging between sentimental memories from childhood and reminders of how difficult life was for her with 6 children and a suffering husband. At one point, she mentioned her husband's economic difficulties and implied that her children were struggling in school due to the stress at home. It was difficult not to feel awful for Emma and her children, but I also couldn't ignore what had happened. She had known about our parents' fondness for years and took advantage of it, leaving me to fend for myself. She wanted me to come in and help her now that she was struggling. Her communications made me feel sad rather than outraged. She was my sister, and her children were completely innocent in all of this, but it was not my obligation to save her from a predicament she had helped create. More family members began sharing their stories. One of my aunts contacted me, apologizing for never saying anything when she observed things weren't fair between Emma and me. She remembered times when my parents plainly preferred Emma and ignored me, but she didn't want to get involved at the time. She also revealed that she had volunteered to help me with my college applications, but my parents declined, claiming that I had everything under control. In actuality, I was managing everything on my own, including school applications and work. My aunt admitted that she had no idea how much I had been left to manage on my own, and she felt bad for not intervening sooner. Family group chats reached a whole new level of awkwardness. Relatives began reaching out, asking if I needed anything or if they could help in any way. It was unusual to suddenly have so many people offering help and sympathy, especially because they'd never been so active in my life before. I loved their goodwill, but it became overpowering. Part of me felt like I shouldn't need their help right now. I'd already gone through the most difficult sections on my own. I mostly thanked them, wondering what else to say. Even my parents' closest friends started to distance themselves. A few people accepted their version of the story, that I was a workaholic who did not prioritize family. But after reading the email and hearing additional information, they began to see through my parents' explanations. Some even apologized, admitting they were wrong to judge me. One of them even indicated that my parents had borrowed money from them, citing family needs. They had assumed it was for necessary costs, but now they were wondering if they had been subsidizing Emma's lifestyle. Despite everything, my parents continued to push. They kept sending messages, arguing that I owed them for everything they'd done for me, that I was responsible for keeping the family together, and that my failure to support Emma was causing the family to fall apart. They claimed I was wrecking everything, damaging their reputation, and endangering Emma's children. It was frustrating because they were ignoring their own acts and pretended that none of this was their fault. For the time being, I'm not backing down. I refuse to be guilted into correcting problems that my parents caused, or to accept responsibility for Emma's decisions. It's still difficult to believe this is my family, that things have gotten to the point where I have to choose between my own well-being and what they call family loyalty. It's a lot to process, and I honestly don't know what the future holds, but for the first time, I feel like I'm standing up for myself and finally being heard. That is, at the very least, a positive step forward. Update 3. The situation has reached an unexpected conclusion. After all of the chaos and hidden issues that had surfaced, my grandparents decided to take a tough stance. They scheduled a final family gathering, this time with their lawyer present. It felt as if a chapter was coming to an end, but there were still so many wounds and unresolved feelings in the air. However, this wasn't simply talk. My grandparents had a plan, and they were not going to waste any more time. They claimed that they had not only revised their will, but were also taking quick action with their assets to avoid further abuse. For years, my parents had been living rent-free in a family-owned holiday home. It was supposed to be a temporary arrangement, but my parents made it their permanent home, expecting it to be passed down to them. But that's over. My grandparents are selling the land and intend to use the funds to establish educational trusts for all of their great-grandchildren. This includes Emma's and my cousin's children. My grandparents also implemented a reorganization strategy to ensure that no more funds were diverted accidentally. They are establishing annual educational grants for any family members pursuing higher education or professional credentials. However, these monies will be administered by an impartial trustee, with no family members participating. My folks were noticeably shaken upon hearing this. Losing the free lodging was terrible enough, but the realization that they would no longer have access to my grandparents' land was a rude awakening. For once, they didn't argue, or at least realized it wouldn't help. They simply looked defeated, which was unusual for my parents given their years of pride and control. My grandparents gave them 60 days to leave the land, with no extensions. The lawyer handed them a signed document, and my parents had no choice but to comply. In a stunning turn of events, my parents admitted to certain financial errors concerning school monies supplied by my grandparents years ago. This was a tremendous revelation, and many family members were shocked. With few options left, my parents signed a formal repayment agreement. Even though I'm sure it would be difficult for them, after they leave the property, they will have to move into a small apartment and severely reduce their lifestyle. It's evident that this is a significant adjustment for them. They've lived well on family assistance for so long that I doubt they ever expected to have to budget or downsize. Meanwhile, Emma appears to have accepted the reality of the situation. Her support system is basically collapsing around her. My parents' free support is no longer available, and she can no longer rely on them to pay her expenses or bail her out if her husband's business initiatives fail. Instead of moaning or trying to guilt-trip me, she is now taking efforts to improve her own situation. She's enrolled in a vocational program for medical billing and coding, which should provide her with a consistent income and the opportunity to raise her children on her own terms. Her spouse has taken on more hours at his delivery job and appears to be making an attempt to contribute to the family's costs. Emma even sent me an email, not asking for money, but simply requesting assistance with her resume. I decided to check into it, assuming it was a little way to help without encouraging her dependence. Hearing from Emma's children has been one of the most shocking and pleasant developments. They contacted me through Emma's father, her first ex-husband. Apparently, my grandparents had planned for them to attend family therapy sessions. They'd been dealing with a lot of confusion about family dynamics and had been caught up in so much drama. Now, with the help of a therapist, they're starting to comprehend the intricate relationships and favoritism they've grown up in. The elder kids apologized for the guilt-tripping messages they had delivered when everything initially began. They said they didn't realize how much pressure their mother was placing on me, and they felt horrible about being used as pawns. I promised them everything was okay and that none of this was their fault. They were just kids, after all, and they were simply following their mother's instructions. I'm confident that treatment will help kids learn that they are not responsible for resolving the conflict amongst the adults in their lives. My parents appear to be adjusting to their new situation, but they are having difficulty totally accepting it. In one final attempt to rewrite the narrative, they began sending me random photos from my childhood, each with captions like, "Remember when we were a happy family," and "Don't forget who's been there since the beginning." I'm not sure if they're genuinely trying to make amends or if it's just another ploy to play on my emotions. Some texts describe how much they suffered to raise me, while others depict them as victims abandoned by everyone they cared about. They've also been telling anyone who will listen that the family has turned against them, presenting the situation as if they were innocent victims simply trying to help Emma. But I believe most of the family has seen through it by now. They maintain their distance, and their interactions are now courteous but distant. As for me, the entire experience has been eye-opening. I had no idea how far the favoritism extended or how much my family had been exploited over the years. My grandparents have been great throughout this process, demonstrating strength and justice that I had never appreciated before. They're taking on the role of champions for the future generation, ensuring that nothing like what happened to me and Emma happens again. The entire process has been a challenging but essential reality check. It has revealed me who actually cares about me and who only sees me as a source of financial assistance. Finally, I want to thank everyone who has supported me. Thank you and farewell. My half-sister destroyed my marriage, stole the life I once had, and now she wants me to officiate her wedding, but I had a plan for revenge. My husband Jerry, 52 male, and I, 48 female, had been together for about 12 years and married for 10. We were so joyful at the beginning, you know? Every moment we spent together was a source of delight, filled our days with laughter, dreams, and the little things that made us love each other even more. We were a team, tackling life together. Our smiles were contagious, and everything seemed a little better when we were together. We soaked up the love we had, from cozy Sundays to odd date nights that just made everything feel great. Life was simple and we enjoyed every moment of it. But suddenly, things began to shift. Date nights became stressful, and the casual laughter was no longer as loud as it always was. I started noticing that he was spending more and more time on his phone than with me. Date nights were no longer lighthearted. There was a palpable strain in the air. Our happiness had begun to fade, and I couldn't escape the feeling that our relationship was slipping away from me. The intimacy we previously shared was fading, replaced by a growing distance that seemed difficult to repair. I began to suspect Jerry might be having an affair. Late-night phone calls and odd messages became too common for me to dismiss. I questioned his behavior changes, as well as the fact that he felt distant even when we were only inches apart. But Jerry ignored it, claiming that I was reading too much into his conduct and that he was simply preoccupied at work. In my gut, I knew it wasn't just paranoia. It was a feeling that our marriage was taking an unforeseen turn. On a Friday evening, I planned to surprise Jerry with a dinner date, hoping to revive our relationship. I eagerly went to his office to pick him up, anticipating a night of connection and joy. However, my elation quickly changed to regret when he sent me a message saying he would be working late owing to an onerous workload. I sighed, accepting the change in plans without letting him know I was waiting for him below. I was about to depart when I noticed Jerry exiting his employment, which surprised me. This confused me because it contradicted his message about a difficult workload. Puzzled, I watched him get into his car and drive away. I decided to follow him instinctively, with curiosity in my heart. Little did I know that what I was about to witness would rock me to my core. I followed him as he pulled into a pub. I wasn't sure what he was doing there. Why did he lie to me about this? As I quietly studied him at the bar, my greatest suspicions were clear. He was meeting a woman. I remained there, stunned, as the woman's back appeared familiar to me. The mystery woman then moved to sit in front of him, and my eyes widened in surprise as I realized it was my stepsister Karen. I could feel my legs giving out from shock, and I nearly fainted in front of the bar. While spying on them, I noticed my husband and Karen holding hands and smiling lovingly at one another. The understanding hit me like a gut punch, and I had an intense want to vomit. The overwhelming contempt, along with the betrayal, left me with a range of feelings, wondering how to respond to the extent of his deception. I recall leaving the bar in a trance, hoping Jerry wouldn't catch me. That night was the most difficult one of my life. I don't think I've sobbed this much since my dog died last year. It was terrible to realize that the person I intended to spend the rest of my life with was cheating on me with my own stepsister. For some perspective on my stepsister, my parents divorced when I was very young, and my mother married her new husband Harry. Harry had a daughter from his previous marriage, Karen. Karen and I hit it off right away, despite our 4-year age difference. However, our relationship began to deteriorate as I became aware of her ability to manipulate others. She showed to be a master of deception, easily manipulating any circumstance to her benefit. Karen's manipulative abilities were unrivaled, whether it was lying to our parents to evade punishments or misleading total strangers without thinking twice. Karen was constantly jealous of me, despite the fact that we both came from shattered homes. No matter how hard I tried, she never liked me. As we grew older and eventually went to college, I saw less of her. I received a full-ride scholarship and enjoyed my college years, making new friends, trying new classes, and relishing the freedom of youth. I started coming home less and less, and eventually stopped talking to Karen except at family gatherings. Even though I kept my distance from Karen, she continued to be mean to me over the years. She would make subtle but nasty remarks about my appearance whenever we were alone at family gatherings. Whether it was a criticism about my wardrobe or a sneaky suggestion about how I should go to the gym more regularly, her words were always intended to undermine my confidence. I always tried to disregard these comments as much as possible. Karen didn't stop there. She would frequently be overly nice with my husband, who was then my boyfriend. She would make comments to him about how he deserved someone more attractive or how amazing his gym images were. Jerry used to look visibly embarrassed and flush when she complimented him. I always assumed it was just Karen being Karen. She was always inappropriate with everyone I dated and introduced to my family. Since my marriage to Jerry, she had toned down her flirty behavior, and I never gave it any attention. But after seeing them together tonight in the pub, I was convinced that this had been going on for a while. They appeared to be comfy and familiar with one another. When Jerry came back that night, I pretended to be asleep. He reeked of liquor and sweat and didn't even try to hide it. His arrogant demeanor hinted at his growing arrogance. He had begun to believe that he could just get away with anything like this. I lay awake all night, worrying about my next steps. Before Jerry awoke, I discreetly removed his phone from our bedroom to check through it. Checking his messages, calls, emails, and images, I meticulously documented proof by taking shots using my own phone. That morning, after Jerry had left for work, I decided to drive to my mother's house because I felt she was the only person who could console me. My stepfather was at work, so I felt I could speak with my mother in private. When I told my mother about my husband's romance with my stepsister, she was as startled as I was. She almost didn't believe me until I presented all the proof. She was outraged that Jerry and Karen could perform such a heinous act. My mother, being the rock she is, instantly planned to confront them in front of everyone. I could understand how upset she was since she had always treated Karen as if she were her own daughter when we were younger. We couldn't comprehend how my own stepsister could stab me in the back like this. We devised a plan to invite our close family members to supper at my place over the weekend. My mother advised me to keep my lips shut and not tell Jerry about it. Everyone arrived at the gathering looking refreshed and pleased. We all ate supper together, and while people drank wine, I looked at my mother and nodded, signifying that it was time. She understood and stood up to retrieve the projector. I clinked my glass to grab everyone's attention. "Thank you all for joining us tonight," I began. My voice firm despite the tempest of emotions within me. I've called you all here for a special reason, something I've been struggling with for a long time. I want you to pay attention to the projector because I have a surprise for you. Curiosity filled the room as my family and friends focused their attention on the projection screen. My mother had set up the gadget, and I took a deep breath, preparing to reveal the awful truth. I connected it to my phone and started scrolling through the photographs and messages I'd saved from my husband's phone. The room fell silent as everyone focused on the television. The first image appeared, showing Jerry and Karen in an intimate stance. Gasps and murmurs echoed around the room. Everyone glanced at it, bewildered. This is not easy for me, but I felt you all needed to know the truth, I said, my voice steady. These pictures and messages are evidence of an affair between my husband, Jerry, and my stepsister Karen. The room erupted with amazement, indignation, and shock. As they witnessed the evidence, their eyes widened and their jaws dropped. My mother's expression was a mix of rage and sorrow, and I could feel the tension rising. She stood beside me, holding my hand, silently reassuring me that she had my back. I continued scrolling through the devastating letters, revealing the extent of the betrayal. As I divulged more, everyone's shock morphed into palpable fury. I turned to face Jerry and Karen, who were sitting in startled silence. Jerry's face flushed with guilt, while Karen, formerly manipulative and shrewd, appeared little and vulnerable. The room appeared to vibrate with the combined wrath of those present. My mother stepped forward, her voice stern and full of disappointment. How could you do this to our family? To your spouse? Your sister? She demanded, her gaze fixed on Jerry and Karen. My stepfather looked directly at Karen and asked whether what I had revealed was accurate. Karen fell into tears, unwilling to confront him. The weight of his remarks appeared to crush her. Other family members expressed their own disbelief and fury. Some people exchanged looks and shook their heads, while others murmured harsh remarks to one another. Jerry and Karen sat there, unable to justify their actions in the face of incriminating evidence and furious emotions. The room pulsated with the weight of the truth, and my heart, though heavy, felt strangely relieved. The secret was out, and the lie was exposed for all to see. I spoke up again, addressing the audience. I didn't come to you all here simply to expose them, I also wanted to let you know that I'm divorcing Jerry. If Karen wants my husband, she may have him. I appreciate everyone's compassion and support during this tough time. As the shock evolved to solidarity, the entire room rallied in my favor. Friends and family sent words of consolation and condemnation to Jerry and Karen. Jerry's face turned scarlet, and he walked away humiliated. Karen followed him, evidently looking for an excuse to get out of the situation. My mother held me, and I started crying. I had kept this agony hidden inside me all along, and suddenly it was coming out. In the months after this tragedy, I found myself emotionally exhausted, unable to muster the strength to get out of bed. The weight of the betrayal, along with the tiredness of innumerable tears, had left me feeling like a hollow shell of myself. Sleep had become both a haven and an escape from my harsh life. I kicked Jerry out of our house while we worked through our divorce. It was a long and difficult path, but I knew I wanted to get divorced from him as soon as possible. 2 days ago, following months of legal proceedings, the court granted us our wish. We were formally separated. I was overjoyed and spent the day with my mother, shopping and eating ice cream. For the first time in years, I felt liberated and free. That evening, when we were seated and watching a movie at my mother's house, my stepfather entered the room, looking upset. My mother asked him what was wrong, but he looked at me with worry. I sat up straight and asked him what had occurred. He asked if I had seen Karen's recent Facebook post. I shook my head and promptly unlocked my phone, looking for her profile. With bated breath, I went on her profile to see her most recent picture with Jerry. They were smiling and looked at each other with love. She captioned it, "So happy to be engaged." As I read the caption, my breath came to a stop. Then I realized, she was wearing a ring. I was very stunned to say the least. My mother, who was staring at me curiously, seized the phone from my grasp and cried out in surprise, understanding that Karen was truly marrying Jerry. I can't recall what transpired the rest of the night. Overwhelmed by shock and amazement, I sunk back into the couch, my mind whirling with a barrage of emotions. The room seemed to press in on me as I wrestled with the truth of the situation. My mother, who was similarly astonished, attempted to console me, but words failed us both. As if things weren't awful enough, my stepfather received a call from Karen. She was presumably calling to tell him about the news. I asked him to put her on speaker so I could hear what she had to say. My stepfather nodded and took up the phone. He calmly listened as Karen raved about her engagement and how excited she was to marry Jerry. I listened to her words, devastated and absolutely empty inside. My stepdad then furiously interrupted her. Karen, what you did today is not only disrespectful and hurtful to your stepsister, but it will have far-reaching consequences for the entire family. Karen answered, apparently upset by his reaction. I don't understand, Dad. Jerry and I are in love and we're getting married. What's wrong with celebrating that? My stepdad chided me. What's wrong, Karen, is the way you've gone about it. You had an affair and you think that's okay? Your actions have caused immense pain to someone you should consider family. Instead of being respectful and understanding, you are now flaunting your engagement in front of her and the rest of us without a thought for the consequences. Hearing his remarks, I burst into tears while my mother consoled me. I suppose this is when Karen learned my stepfather wasn't alone. She asked if I was in the room, and he confirmed. Karen then began pleading with me for a conversation. My stepfather glanced at me curiously, so I took the phone from him. I started asking her whether she realized what she was getting herself into. Karen smirked when she heard my voice and informed me she knew what she was getting into. She went on to suggest that I shouldn't be sobbing about Jerry because we were officially split and he was now free to marry her. As if that wasn't enough, Karen dropped another bombshell. Jerry and she wanted me to attend their wedding and bless them on their new path. Hearing her remarks, I felt a mixture of shock, rage, and incredulity. They wanted me to present a mask of acceptance, togetherness, and happiness when, in truth, I was dealing with the shattered shards of my own heart. The entire event felt like a sick joke on me. She began discussing how much it would mean to them if I could give a speech on their big day, indicating to everyone that I was fine with their wedding. I was stunned and at a loss for words. Without hesitation, my mother grabbed the phone from my grasp and addressed Karen directly. She stated unequivocally that Karen's actions were abhorrent and represented a new low. Karen responded angrily, stating that she and Jerry were in love and demanding that the family accept their relationship. I left my parents to deal with Karen and went to the guest bedroom, where I closed myself in and cried. I don't recall anything from the night. The next morning, I awoke angry and determined. Karen's audacious deeds kindled a fire within me. Instead than letting this knowledge devastate me, I resolved to turn the tables. I knew I had to tackle it head on and come out stronger. I wasn't going to let them take away my happiness and mental tranquility. I had a plan in my head and was determined to make Karen regret inviting me. I opened my laptop and began browsing her social media pages. I went through every social media picture she'd ever uploaded. As luck would have it, I eventually located what I was looking for. I convened a family meeting and described my intentions. I would go to Karen and Jerry's engagement party, but not alone. I would be inviting a very important guest to be my +1, unbeknownst to Jerry and Karen. My mother glanced at me curiously as I mentioned that I would be accompanying her ex-boyfriend from college, Ron. Ron was apparently my stepsister's great love, and she even had a tattoo of his name from when they were dating. They had a painful breakup, and I knew she would be shocked to find me arm in arm with her ex. My mother's eyes widened with recognition. I gave her a cheeky look. She gave me a gentle nod of assent, indicating that she understood my plan. My stepfather, on the other hand, believed this was going too far and warned me not to ruin my stepsister's wedding. So, Reddit, do you think I'm an a-hole for inviting my stepsister's ex to her wedding after she opted to sleep with and marry my husband? Update 1. It's been a few days since I last posted an update to my narrative. Thank you for your comments. I'm astonished how many of you understand and encourage my petty behavior. I'll confess that I wanted to be the bigger person at first, but seeing Karen update more and more of her engagement photos with Jerry officially reinforced my plan, and I set it in motion. I sent Ron a friend request on Facebook and messaged him once he accepted. To my amazement, he replied, and we began communicating. I was open with him about my identification as Karen's stepsister and her soon-to-be husband's ex. I informed him of my intention to invite him as my +1 to their wedding. He appeared surprised and curious about why I was contacting him, but I explained everything. I informed him that Karen had cheated on me with my own husband and was now marrying him. I told him I wanted to take him with me so I could make Karen feel the same way she did for me. After hearing everything, Ron agreed to accompany me. I get aroused thinking about the expressions on Jerry and Karen's faces when they see me at their wedding with Ron. My stepfather has no idea I'm going to take Ron. After our recent chat, in which he discouraged me from bringing him as my +1 to Karen's wedding, I've decided to keep this knowledge private for the time being. I will notify you when the wedding takes place in a few days. Update 2, it's been a month since I last updated. As much as I wanted to update you earlier, a lot has happened in my life, and I needed some time to calm down. As I previously stated, I did take Ron with me to the wedding. When their wedding day arrived, I put on a brave face. I strolled into their wedding in Ron's arms, dressed with confidence. Jerry's eyes widened as he noticed me going in with my special guest. He must have identified Ron as Karen's ex right away. We disregarded his face and pretended to locate our assigned seats. Jerry approached me and aggressively said, "Why are you there with Karen's ex?" But I just grinned. He couldn't make a scene in front of everyone and had to reluctantly walk back up the aisle, angrily staring at me. When it was time for the bride to enter, everyone stood up from their chairs. Karen, dressed in her wedding gown, entered with my stepfather. She recognized me among the guests and smiled triumphantly. I replied with a smirk, refusing to show her my vulnerability. Then she saw Ron standing next to me and stopped dead in her tracks. The music continued, and my stepfather begged her to keep walking, but Karen refused. Her gaze moved between me and him, possibly still perplexed. I held my head high and maintained a calm posture. When my stepfather observed Karen staring at me, he looked up at both me and Ron and must have realized what was going on. The air in the room swelled with tension, and I could feel the guests' collective curiosity growing. Karen surged toward me and came to a halt in front of us, her face distorted with a combustible combination of rage and disbelief. "Congratulations, Karen," I answered calmly. "I'm genuinely happy for you both." "What the hell is this?" she said, her voice angry. I met her gaze with an unwavering stare. "This, Karen, is my +1, I said with a hint of delight in my voice. "Meet Ron. You remember him, right? From your college days? Or should I mention the tattoo on your hand?" I continued, loving her stunned expression. Ron moved forward, his countenance unreadable. "Hey, Karen, it's good to see you after so many years. We thought we'd share in the joy of your special day," he stated calmly, refusing to be drawn into a confrontation. Karen's cheeks was flushed with wrath. "Joy? You call this joy? You're ruining everything," she exclaimed, her voice breaking through the din of the crowd. The room was stunned into silence. Guests glanced at Karen, their expressions reflecting the horror that filled the air. Whispers and whispers rippled around the room, as individuals exchanged incredulous looks. Keeping my cool, I replied, "Well, Karen, it was you who graciously invited me to your wedding with Jerry, so I thought I'd return the favor and bring along your ex, Ron." The room was alive with murmurs and gasps as the visitors assessed the developing drama. Karen's eyes furrowed at me, and she appeared surprised. It was evident she had not expected such a forceful response. Ron, keeping his calm manner, added, "Karen, we're here to celebrate your happiness. There's no need to make this a scene." Karen scoffed. "Celebrate my happiness? How can you even be with someone like her? Are you dating her now?" I smiled at her scorn and, shrugging nonchalantly, responded, "Like I said, you invited me. I'm just here to honor that invitation and wish you and Jerry a lifetime of joy together. What happens between Ron and me should not be your concern, especially since you're about to marry." Karen's rage heightened the tension in the room. Jerry, who was standing at the altar, came running down, pleading with Karen not to cause a commotion so that they could continue their celebration. Karen pulled him away fiercely. Then, out of wrath, she threw her bouquet across the room. The bouquet flew into the air, leaving a trail of petals in its wake before smashing to the ground. Despite the collective gasps, Karen walked out of the theater, her gown trailing behind her in a whirl of white. The door slammed shut behind her, leaving a sensation of astonishment in its wake. The visitors exchanged perplexed looks, unsure how to respond to the unexpected turn of events. Some people made awkward smiles, while others shifted uneasily in their seats. The mood, which had once been festive, was now tense and confusing. Jerry looked at me angrily and opened his mouth to yell, but my mother urged him to shut up after what he had the audacity to put me through. With a smirk, I told Ron that we should depart, and he nodded in accord. The audience erupted in a maelstrom of reactions, including disbelief, indignation, and whispered conversations. I left the venue with my head held high. The weight of betrayal was removed. The world had witnessed my anguish, resilience, and ability to rise above the ashes of a failed marriage. I don't care if people think I went too far because I've never slept with someone behind their back or ended a marriage. I only gave my stepsister a taste of her own medication. Update 3: I am astounded by everyone's response in just a few days since my previous update. I'm delighted to see that the majority of you understand why I did what I did, and I can appreciate some of your unfavorable emotions. Honestly, I have no regrets about what I did. My stepfather informed me that Jerry and Karen had formally ended their relationship. She refused to marry, no matter how hard Jerry begged with her. I'm guessing this suggests she still has feelings for Ron, and seeing him that day must have reminded her of them. I'm not one to take pleasure in the agony of others, But sometimes the only lessons individuals may learn are the repercussions. Jerry has sent me numerous angry missed calls and messages, but I have chosen to block him. My stepfather chastised me for what I did during my stepsister's wedding, and out of respect, I didn't argue with him much. My mother asked me to give him some time and space, and I agreed. In the aftermath, I've decided to focus on rebuilding my life and discovering happiness within myself. As I deal with the uncertainties of life, I will undoubtedly seek therapy, as everyone has suggested. For the time being, I want to focus on my personal development, finding my passions, and only exposing myself to positive influences. I discovered my husband had cheated with my best friend while I was working overseas at a baby shower they hosted for their unborn child. I returned from my work trip earlier than scheduled. I didn't tell anyone I was returning. I wanted to surprise Miguel. When I arrived on our street, I noticed a few automobiles parked in front of our house. The garden was adorned with blue and pink balloons, and a banner proclaimed, "Welcome our little miracle." I parked my car a block away and walked over. The door was slightly open, and music and laughter could be heard from inside. When I walked in, I froze in the center of the living room. Carmen, my dearest friend, was clearly 6 months pregnant. My mother-in-law, Rosa, was softly massaging her belly as my mother poured drinks. Gifts were arranged on a beautiful table. "So, is the nursery ready?" my Aunt Elena said. "Almost," Carmen responded. Miguel insisted on painting it himself. He's been working on it every weekend. My spouse strolled in at that very moment, bearing more drinks. He approached Carmen and hugged her from behind, his hands resting on her stomach. "We just need to set up the crib," he told us. "We picked it out together last week." I watched as my mother stiffened when she saw me. She hurried over. "Anna, we weren't expecting you today," she said softly, taking my arm. "Let's go outside. We need to talk." I pushed free from her grip. "Talk about what?" I inquired. "About how my husband got my best friend pregnant while I was working in another country." The buzz in the room subsided. Carmen was the first to notice me. Her face became pallid. Miguel stood motionless, his hands resting on her tummy. "Anna," he started. "Don't you dare," I interrupted him. "How long have you been cheating on me?" No one responded. My father, standing in a corner, was unable to look me in the eye. "I can explain," Carmen replied, taking a step forward. "We didn't want you to find out like this." "Oh. And how were you planning to tell me? After the baby was born? Or when they turned 18? My mother-in-law stepped in. "Anna, please think about the baby. Carmen doesn't need this stress in her condition." "Her condition?" I asked, laughing dryly. "The same condition I was in 2 years ago when I lost my baby." "Where was your concern then, Rosa?" The hush that ensued was deafening. My mom tried again. "Honey, I know this is difficult." "Difficult for whom?" I demanded. "For me, who worked non-stop for 9 months while my husband was sleeping with my best friend? Or for all of you, who had to keep up the charade?" Miguel eventually walked away from Carmen. "Anna, can we talk privately? Don't make a scene." "A scene?" I sneered. "No, Miguel. A scene would be telling everyone how you convinced me to take that overseas job. How you said we needed the money to start our family." I turned to face Carmen. "Did he tell you that? Or did he say he was lonely and abandoned while his cruel wife chased her career?" Carmen began crying. "It wasn't like that. We didn't plan this." "Of course not," I replied mockingly. "I suppose you just tripped and fell pregnant by my husband? These things happen, right?" The visitors started shifting uncomfortably. Some grabbed their bags and prepared to go. My father has finally spoken up. "Anna, calm down. You're upset." "Upset?" I laughed bitterly. "No, Dad, I'm perfectly calm. In fact, I'm grateful." My mother frowned, puzzled. "Grateful?" she repeated. "Yes," I said, my voice steady. "Because now I see everyone for who they really are. My husband, the liar. My best friend, the traitor. And my family, the cowards who chose to protect this lie instead of me." I strolled over to the present stand and chose one at random. "This one's yours, Mom," I said, holding it up. "You bought a nice gift for your son-in-law's mistress's baby." "Anna, please," my mother begged. I ripped the package paper open. The baby's attire was white with blue embellishments. "How thoughtful," I replied, my voice full with sarcasm. "I hope you kept the receipt." Miguel moved closer, attempting to take the gift from my hands. "Enough, Anna, you're making a fool of yourself." "Making a fool of myself?" I snorted. "No, Miguel, you did that all on your own. getting my best friend pregnant while I was paying all the bills. My mother-in-law stood up in indignation. "This is too much," she exclaimed. "Miguel was just looking for the happiness you couldn't give him. Always busy, always working?" "You're right, Rosa," I responded coldly. "I was too busy working. Working to pay the mortgage on the house where your son was sleeping with my best friend." I gazed around the room. Every familiar face suddenly resembled that of a stranger. "You know what?" I said. "You can keep the house, the furniture, the gifts. But, Miguel, I suggest you get a good job because you won't have access to my money anymore." Miguel's cheeks turned pale. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about how, while I was overseas, I wasn't just working, I was also consulting a lawyer. I have proof of every penny I spent on this house, on you, on our marriage." I turned and went out of the house, not looking back. My hands were trembling, my breathing was uneven, but I refused to give up in front of them. They did not deserve to see my tears. I went away, ignoring the curious eyes of the neighbors, who had most likely heard everything that had happened. I got in my car and slammed the door shut. My fingers grew white from the tight hold I had on the steering wheel. My vision had dimmed, but I refused to cry. I started the engine and drove away from that nightmare, with no destination or direction. My phone was full of messages. I missed calls from my mother. Miguel sent text messages. Even Carmen. "Please, Anna, we need to talk. This wasn't supposed to happen this way. You don't understand the whole situation." "Oh, I understand." I really understood. I realized that while I was working to support my home, family, and marriage, they were all together. Every time Miguel called and said he missed me, I knew he was telling a lie. I realized that whenever Carmen stated she was busy and couldn't talk, it was because she was busy with him. A nasty taste entered my mouth. Disgust. I'm disgusted with myself for not noticing it sooner. After driving for a time, I turned into the parking lot of an unrelated hotel. I needed someplace to breathe. I wasn't returning to that house. That house now served as a monument to my humiliation. I headed to the front desk and reserved a room for a few days. The receptionist gave me an odd look, possibly due to my untidy appearance, but handed me the key without asking any questions. When I entered the room, I shut the door and collapsed on the bed. Only then did the weight of everything overwhelm me. I curled up and hugged myself, letting the tears flow, tears of fury, disdain, and a deep, stifling agony that constricted my chest. But I couldn't do this forever. I needed to do something. The next morning, I went directly to my lawyer's office. He was already aware of my condition and had all of the essential documentation prepared to guarantee that I get out of this problem with as little damage as possible. "I want to start the process today," I stated firmly. "Divorce, property division, everything. And I want it to be clear that Miguel won't see a single cent of my money." He nodded. "You have more than enough evidence to contest any claim he might make. The house is in your name, all the expenses were covered by you, he has no rights to anything." I took a deep breath. Good. Then let him find out the hard way. I walked out of the office with an unusual sensation of relief. For the first time in a long time, I felt in charge of my own life. My phone vibrated. Miguel. I ignored it. Minutes later, a message appeared. "We need to talk, please, Anna." I merely said, "Talk to my lawyer." Days passed, and the calls and messages continued. Until one afternoon, while I was drinking coffee at a cafe near the hotel, someone approached my table. Miguel. He looked terrible, deep eye bags, unkempt hair, but I had no pity. "Anna, please." He sat across from me without being asked. "I didn't want you to find out like that." I crossed my arms. "Oh? But how did you want me to find out? With an invitation to the baby shower?" He ran his palm over his face, tired. "This isn't how I wanted things to happen. I made a mistake." "A mistake?" I scoffed. "Getting my best friend pregnant was not a mistake, Miguel. It was a choice. You decided to sleep with her. You decided to lie to me. You opted to have everyone cover for you." He lowers his head. "I was lonely, Anna. You were never here. You were always traveling, always busy with work." I gave out a sour laugh. "And why was I busy, Miguel?" "Because I was the one paying for our damn house while you sat at home doing nothing." He said nothing. "You want to know the most ironic part?" I asked. "I took that position because I believed we were creating something together, and I made sacrifices thinking it was for the greater good. But while I was straining myself to exhaustion, you were ripping off my dearest friend." He gazed at me with desperation. "I know I messed up, Anna, but can't we fix this another way?" I leaned forward and looked right into his eyes. We're correcting it. My lawyer has already filed for divorce. You will not receive a penny from me. And as for that child, I hope you are a decent father, because I want you out of my life. Anna, please. It's over, Miguel. I stood up and went away, not looking back. The news quickly spread. My true friends, those who had not deceived me, stood by my side. And my family? Oh, they attempted to contact out. My mother contacted me several times and tried to justify everything. We didn't want to hurt you, sweetheart, it was complicated for all of us. You need to forgive. Forgive? I moved on. I eventually rebuilt my life. I left the motel and got a new apartment. I concentrated on my profession and future. And Miguel? He quickly learned that life was not as easy without the comfort I had supplied. A few weeks later, I got another note. Can we talk? I miss you. I smiled and deleted the message without responding, and for the first time in a long time, I felt liberated. When I finally received word that Miguel had been legally served with the divorce papers, I knew his real misery had only begun. He attempted to reach me in every manner possible. He called me dozens of times each day. I've sent an unending number of messages. He even showed up at places I frequented. But I did not respond. I did not give him a chance. I refused to allow him to control me. One night, when I was returning to my apartment, I noticed my mother standing outside. Anna, we need to talk. I rolled my eyes. I already knew what it was about. We have nothing to talk about. Miguel is desperate. You're taking everything from him, she exclaimed, as if I were the antagonist in this scenario. I crossed my arms. Oh, now he's the victim? Honey, he made a mistake, but that doesn't mean you should ruin his life, my mom replied. I laughed without humor. He ruined my life, Mom. He cheated on me, got my best friend pregnant, and all of you covered for them. And now you have the nerve to tell me that I'm being cruel. She groaned and reached for my hand, but I pulled away. What you're doing to him? This isn't right, Anna. Anger flared in my chest. Oh, you want to talk about what's right? I snapped at you. Was it right for me to pay the mortgage alone while he was screwing my best friend? Was it right that I worked my ass off while he played the perfect husband? Now, he gets to deal with the consequences. She looked at me as though I were a monster. He has nowhere to go, she muttered. I shrugged. Not my problem. She shook her head, disbelieving. I didn't raise you to be this way, Anna. And I didn't expect my own mother to take the side of a cheating bastard. I turned around and walked into my building, not looking back. Days passed, and Miguel's plight only worsened. Since I had paid for everything, he was now drowning in bills. The mortgage payments were past due, and without my money, he swiftly fell into financial despair. Then came the eviction. I knew it was coming when I got confirmation that he hadn't made any payments. And I made it a point to personally see the moment he was forced to leave my house. When I arrived, the place was in disarray. Boxes were spread over the front yard. Miguel was disputing with the eviction officer. Carmen stood behind him, gripping her pregnant tummy with a terrified gaze. Anna, he said when he spotted me. You can't do this to me. I crossed my arms, feeling a dark sensation of contentment grow within me. I can, and I did. This isn't fair. I lived in this house. No, I replied coldly. I paid for this house. You were just a parasite living in it. His face flushed red with frustration. Where the hell do you expect me to go? I shrugged. Not my problem. Carmen gazed at me with desperation in her eyes. Anna, please, please. She had the audacity to look me in the eyes and say please. I took a step towards her. Oh, so now you can say my name? Before it was just, I hope she never finds out, wasn't it? She lowers her head. It wasn't supposed to be like this. But it is. And now, you and Miguel have to deal with it. Miguel rubbed his hands across his face, appearing weary. You don't have a heart, he mumbled. I tilted my head. Funny, because you sure loved that heart when it was paying all your bills. He opened his mouth to argue, but then closed it again when the officer approached. Time's up. You need to vacate the property now. Miguel's expression changed to one of utter terror. He looked around and realized he was out of options. He grabbed a box and banged it on the ground. You just want to see me destroyed, don't you? I leaned in closer, meeting his stare without pity. Yes. He clenched his jaw and marched out, Carmen trailing behind him. I stood there, watching him leave, broken, homeless, and powerless. Over the next few days, my entire family turned against me. My aunts called me. My mother arrived at my apartment again. Even my father, who normally remained out of things, attempted to intercede. Anna, he's sleeping on your mother-in-law's couch. Don't you think this has gone too far? No, Dad, I don't. Carmen is pregnant, they have nothing? Great, I remarked, my voice full of sarcasm. Then Miguel can finally do what he should have done a long time ago. Get a job. My mother threw up her hands, exasperated. You're obsessed with revenge. And you're obsessed with protecting a cheater. They couldn't change my mind. And Miguel? Oh, Miguel was in ruins. There is no home. There's no comfort. He no longer had access to the money he had been stealing from me for years. I heard from some mutual friends that he had started working odd jobs to make ends meet, but it wasn't enough. And then the unavoidable occurred. Miguel walked up to my apartment. He appeared unhappy, thinner, with black circles beneath his eyes. Anna, please, I have nothing left, he said. I stared at him. I know I need help. I inclined my head and pretended to think. Like I needed help when I found out you were cheating on me? He closed his eyes, annoyed. I was an idiot. I know that. But I can't change the past. I crossed my arms. No, but you sure as hell can suffer in the present. His palms tightened into fists as he swallowed his pride. You don't have to be this cruel. Oh, but I do, I replied, my tone mocking. I learned from the best. With that, I slammed the door in his face. For the first time in years, I felt peaceful. Miguel was now discovering what life was like without me. And me? I was finally free. Miguel sunk deeper, exactly as I predicted. There is no home, no money. There's no comfort. He had transformed from a privileged, dependent husband to a desperate man who hopped from job to job simply to stay afloat. And me? I moved on. I did not feel sorry for him. In fact, every time I heard of another calamity in his life, I felt a strange kind of joy. It was a great taste of justice to know that all he had done to me would come back to haunt him. And then I got the finest news I'd had in months. Carmen has filed for divorce. I discovered it from an acquaintance, one of the few people who still dared to speak with me after everything had transpired. She ran into me in a cafe, paused for a bit, and smiled slightly before dropping the bombshell. She left him. I blinked. What? Carmen. She filed for divorce. And she wants alimony. I couldn't stop myself from laughing, and it was a big, true laugh from the core. Are you serious? I said, still chuckling. Dead serious. Miguel can't hold a stable job, and she doesn't want to be the one supporting him. Oh, the irony was great. Carmen had swore Miguel was her genuine love. I worked hard to support him, but he clung to me like a parasite. I had now done the same thing to him as he had to me. I left him when he was no longer useful. And she wants alimony? I inquired, still beaming. Yeah. She claims he promised to take care of her, and now that she has a baby, she needs financial support. I couldn't stop laughing. Please tell me, I responded, chuckling. Does Miguel even have money to pay her? My acquaintance smirked. No. I lost it. Miguel hadn't simply lost everything I'd given him, now, even the lady he betrayed me for was financially ruining him. Karma had come for him. And this time, he had no one left to leech from. I had to see it. The following week, I made an unintentional appearance at a location I knew Miguel still frequented, a dingy bar where we used to hang out. One of the few places he could still afford. He was sitting at the counter, resembling a ghost of his old self. Thinner. Dark rings appeared under his eyes. His beard is untidy. Of course, he was holding a cheap beer. I strolled in gently and took my time, then sat 2 seats away. He quickly noticed me. His expression hardened. What do you want? He asked quietly, his voice raspy and exhausted. Nothing, I replied, picking up my own drink. Just enjoying the view. He breathed deeply. Are you happy now? I sipped, enjoying the moment. Yes, very. He scoffed and shook his head. You think this is funny? Miguel, I find this hilarious. You abandoned our marriage for Carmen, and look where you are today. She left you and took what little you had left. He ran a hand over his face, obviously fatigued. You don't understand. Oh, I understand completely. Tell me how your great love fell apart so swiftly. He remained silent for a long time before glancing at his empty glass. She said she couldn't be with someone who had nothing to offer. I grinned. Funny, right? That's exactly what you said about me. He closed his eyes, his jaw stiffening. You don't get it, Anna. Oh, I do. You were only suitable for her when it was convenient. Now that you can't provide the comfortable life she desired, she threw you away like junk. He did not argue, because he could not. I rose up, prepared to depart. You know what's the best part? I asked, staring down at him. You deserve every bit of this. And I walked away, leaving Miguel to drown in his own despair. Following that day, I cut off all ties to my past. I alienated myself from my family. The hypocritical aunts who often told me to forgive. My mother insisted that I had gone too far. I owed nothing to any of them. I only owed myself. So I started afresh. I completely reconstructed my life. I bought a new apartment exclusively for myself. I sold everything that reminded me of that miserable period in my life. I donated some items. Others were burned. Miguel and Carmen were eliminated. I went out more. I met new folks. I enjoyed life without carrying dead weight on my back. For the first time in years, I had control over my life. And as I moved forward, Miguel kept falling apart. Months later, I learned that he had attempted to appeal the divorce decision, arguing that he deserved alimony instead. Of course, the judge laughed at him and refused everything. I also discovered that Carmen continued to drain what little money he had left. And me, I have never felt better. The world was finally as it should be. I was free. And Miguel was receiving just what he deserved. My sister betrayed me after I took her in, having an affair with my husband, getting pregnant, and demanding I leave so they could start a family. I'm 34 years old, and a few months ago, I allowed my sister, Julie, 28, to move in with me because she was in a bad financial situation. Julie lost her work when her firm closed, and 2 weeks later, she became gravely ill with West Nile virus. After discussing it with my parents, I agreed she could move in with me for a few weeks so I could care for her, monitor her recovery, and help her save money on rent because it was evident she wouldn't be able to work again soon. She was at rock bottom, and I was the one who stepped up to help her because our parents live far away and she does not have many friends who can support her. I believed it was the appropriate thing to do, assist a family member or friend in need. But how did she compensate me? By engaging in an affair with my husband. On top of that, she had the audacity to tell me that I should leave so they could start their happy family, because she is now pregnant. This all came to light a few days back. Julie invited my husband and me to sit down because she had something important to say. I believed she was finally going to move out after recovering well in recent weeks. I imagined she was going to proclaim that she was ready to return to work and leave our life. Instead, she revealed that she and my husband had been having an affair for the past few weeks, and she was now pregnant. When I looked at my husband, I could see he was just as shocked as I was. Julie had clearly not discussed it with him before telling me. That explains a lot. After admitting she was pregnant with my husband's child, she apologized for what had transpired and said she knew how surprised I was. But she said, "What's done is done, and the past can't be changed." She then had the arrogance to ask me to leave the house since she would be uncomfortable around me in her current state. I was furious, but I remained calm. I discreetly assured her that I wasn't leaving because the house was mine. If anyone had to leave, it would be her, and she could take my unfaithful husband with her. They could have their happy family anywhere they wanted since I was going to file for divorce and did not want to see one of them again. I spoke as quietly as I could, trying to keep my wrath under control and handle the matter with dignity. They had already surprised me, so I was not going to let them see me lose control. When I told her this was my property and I was not leaving, she thought I was joking. But then my spouse stepped in and confirmed that I was not joking. He explained that he owned nothing, which surprised Julie. He had apparently lied to her about everything. For reference, my husband and I have been together for 8 years and married for the past 5. A few months after our wedding, I took a gamble and launched my own business. Fortunately, it did quite well, so my husband and I decided he could stay at home and pursue writing full-time, a passion he has always enjoyed. For the past 4 years, he's been working on his big novel while doing housework. We didn't have children, so there wasn't much to do. The house and everything in it belonged to me because I purchased them, and we both agreed that owning everything made sense. I bet he regrets it now. When my husband acknowledged to Julie that he didn't own anything and had lied, she lost it. She began ranting at him, calling him a phony and a liar, and claiming she had been duped. It was pleasant to see her lose her cool with him, but I was unconcerned about their conflict. I just wanted them out of my house. I had to intercede and tell them to stop yelling at each other because I wanted them to go right away. I didn't give them much time to pack, I simply wanted them out of my sight. To his credit, my spouse understood he couldn't persuade himself out of this. He understood how much I treasured my self-esteem and dignity, and he knew I'd never forgive adultery. So he discreetly walked into our bedroom and began packing. Julie, on the other hand, dropped on her knees and begged me for forgiveness. She stated she'd do everything to correct it, but she needed a place to live and couldn't be evicted, especially since she was pregnant with my nephew. The mention of family infuriated me. I grabbed her arm, yanked her up, and pushed her out the door. I was tough, but I didn't care. I was infuriated. I was furious that she dared to call us family after sleeping with my husband. She continued to wail and beg on the porch, but I closed the door. Then I went to the guest room and hurriedly put all of her belongings into her luggage before throwing them outside. I warned her to leave or I'd contact the cops. She kept crying, but I simply slammed the door and returned inside. A few minutes later, my husband emerged with his baggage and apologized sincerely. I pretended to not hear him. Julie screamed and begged on the porch for approximately an hour after he departed, but I turned on my headphones and ignored her. I eventually sensed the silence, and realized she had finally departed. That night, I called my lawyer, explained everything, and stated that I intended to file for divorce. I had planned to notify my family and friends later, but my dad called the next day. They thought what I had done was terrible. They accused me of being unkind and inconsiderate to Julie, who had recently been through a lot. I found this unusual because my parents had always treated all of us equally. It wasn't like Julie was their favorite. But when they started defending her, something didn't feel right with me. They informed me that they knew she was pregnant and that I couldn't kick her out of the house in that condition, especially because she was between jobs and recovering from a terrible illness. They told her it would take some time to get back on her feet. And, anyway, she didn't have anyone else who could take care of her like I could. Her friends were coping with their own money problems, jobs, and families, so they couldn't care for her. My parents insisted that as her sister, the least I could do was forgive her ignorance and be there for her. Furthermore, they reminded me that my husband had seduced her, not the other way around. They claimed he told her that he was in charge of our finances and a prominent novelist and screenwriter. He reportedly did not want celebrity, thus he remained incognito. My sister, being naive, believed everything and thought he was important. That's why she believed his falsehoods. But then things got worse. She claimed she was having an affair with him and believed they could drive me out of the house together. Unfortunately for them, their scheme failed. Especially because they had not even synchronized their stories. When she admitted everything, she wrecked it for both of them. So I stood my ground. I looked her in the eye and said, "What sister? I don't have a sister." Then I argued that I had every right to kick her out because she chose to betray me and my husband. It didn't matter if he played a role. They both opted to stab me in the back. It made no sense to kick him out and let her stay as if nothing had occurred. I didn't care if she was pregnant or unemployed. I had previously weighed those concerns before allowing her to stay with me for months. How did she compensate me? By having an affair with my spouse inside my own home. Besides, it's not like she was significantly pregnant and unable to cope on her own. She was barely a couple of weeks along. Even if she was 9 months pregnant, I would have kicked her out. What she did was awful. She was ready to throw me out because she thought the house belonged to my husband, so I consider it poetic justice. But my parents insisted I was being too tough. They focused on how I handled the matter rather than what she did. I was bored of hearing the same arguments, so I hung up. Since then, we have not spoken. Do you believe I was wrong to kick my pregnant sister out of my home? Update 1. I understand that some people think forcing a pregnant lady out of my house is wrong, but keeping her under my roof after what she did would be insanity. Fortunately, most people agree I was correct and believe she should find another place to stay. Yesterday I blocked my parents. This scenario has taken a significant emotional toll on me, but I am unable to stop working. I'm the boss, therefore I have to have a tough demeanor at work. It's business as usual, but when I return home, I completely broke down. The emotional pain is overwhelming. A few days ago, my lawyer and I filed for divorce. My husband will be served soon, and I doubt he will oppose it. He knows me well enough to know I will not let him off the hook if he tries. But, even though I am sure of my decision, it still aches. Winning the divorce will not magically make things better. I can't believe that after 8 years together, he'd betray me, with my own sister. I truly believed we were in love, that we would grow old together. Now I'm questioning everything we've ever had. Perhaps this was not his first affair. Perhaps this is not his first arrest. The thought of that tears my heart. But all I can do now is accept it and try to go on. He is the only one that has not attempted to contact me since I kicked him out. My parents and Julie have tried, but only to persuade me to let her stay again for free. My folks are taking her side, which is absurd. In my initial post, I mentioned that my parents always treated Julie and me equally. Now, I'm not too sure. I never had big expectations for Julie. We weren't best friends, but our friendship wasn't horrible. That is why I agreed to help her and allow her to stay with me. We had an extra room, and I thought, why not? My parents also supported it, and I assume that's what families do. But I didn't expect her to betray me like this. It hurts when someone you've been assisting for months stabs you in the back. Acceptance is even more difficult with my parents. They have always been reasonable and fair, so I anticipated them to be furious with Julie. To be fair, they were. Our chats made it plain that they disapproved of her activities, but they insisted that the damage is done, and now we need to move on. I'm not sure what's gotten into them, but I'm quite disappointed. I feel like I've lost all respect for them, and I'm not sure if it will ever be recovered. I'm emotionally drained. Mentally, I'm just focused on work because my personal life has completely collapsed. I haven't even informed my pals what's going on, but I know I'll have to eventually. My spouse and I have many shared acquaintances, and I'd rather they heard the truth from me than what he says. At this point, I'm not sure what to expect from anyone. Currently, I'm focusing two things. Ensure that my work does not suffer. Handling the divorce. I'm fairly positive my hubby won't object. I've been fair with the terms, but there's always the possibility of the unexpected, so I'm gathering the essential papers just in case. Aside from that, I'm attempting to keep my thoughts as clear as possible. The last thing I want is to spin out of control. Sharing my feelings here has been quite beneficial. I really thank everyone who has reached out, commented, and offered support. It means more to me than you realize. Update 2. My spouse, as I had predicted, did not dispute the divorce. He texted me to confirm that the terms were fair. In another message, he stated that he had been thinking about how to apologize to me but couldn't come up with anything that didn't sound weak or dishonest. So, he decided to simply say it. He is sorry. He admitted that he lied to Julie to impress her because he felt inadequate. He felt purposeless because he didn't own anything, was financially dependent on me, and didn't have any children. His novel was not progressing, and he felt as if he had squandered 4 years on something pointless. That irritation led to sadness, but he couldn't accept it. To himself, let alone to me. Then Julie arrived. Without considering how wicked it was, he began lying to her to inflate his ego. He claimed to be in charge of our finances and successful in his work. Eventually, they slept together. He expected it to be a one-time error, but it spun out of control. Despite his guilt, he could not stop. It became his technique of avoiding all that was wrong in his life. When Julie became pregnant and we had our argument, everything fell apart. He said he truly regretted everything. He admits he wrecked what we had, but he claimed it was the first and last time he cheated. He implored me to believe him, hoping that one day I would forgive him. I cried after reading that message. It was another reminder of what I had lost. I felt I knew this man. That we had a solid connection based on love. But everything fell apart in one day. Losing that trust is painful, and I know everyone who has experienced divorce or betrayal understands how I feel. A part of me wanted to detest him. To concentrate on all the bad things he has done. However, it still hurts. I hated myself for crying at his message. But after I finished, I gained enough strength to block him. I didn't respond. He did not deserve a response, especially now, when everything was so raw. After a while, I became even upset over what he had said. All he needed to do was talk to me. I never made him feel bad for staying at home and working on his novel. I'm not a really creative person. I've never been interested in writing or anything like that. Except now, I suppose, because I need to get this off my chest. But I admired his artistic side. I saw nothing wrong with him staying at home. Perhaps his weak masculine ego couldn't withstand it. Perhaps other people made comments that made him bitter. But after 8 years together, he could have at least told me what was going on. We married because we wanted to support each other, and I would have been there for him. Maybe we could have worked things out together, but he decided not to. He relied on Julie instead, which is how we ended up in this predicament. The more I think about it, the more horrible and tragic it appears. He lied about so many things to make himself look bigger and better. It is pathetic. I loved him for who he was, but it wasn't enough for him. This will never make sense to me. At least with Julie, I understand her motivation. She desired my life without making any effort. She felt she could accomplish this by becoming pregnant and moving in with my so-called wealthy spouse. But now, I can just choose to ignore her existence. In a few months, I'll be finished with the divorce, and I won't have to see or worry about him again. Update 3. It's been a few days since my last update, and I've enjoyed some tranquil days. But this morning, my folks arrived at my residence. It was unusual because they had rarely visited my father's hometown since moving there to oversee the family business with my uncle. Usually, Julie and I had to go see them. The fact that they flew to see me indicated something significant. But I knew they were just here to chat about Julie. So, as I opened the door, I informed them directly. If they came here to talk about her, I didn't want to hear it. There's only one Sunday a week, and I wasn't going to waste it rehashing the same theme. I had said what I needed to say, and there was nothing further to talk. I made it clear, they could only come in if they apologized to me first. They had two options. Apologize, leave. I set very clear boundaries. My parents, however, insisted that they had come particularly to discuss Julie. They stated that we needed to discuss this since the way I was treating her and them was not appropriate. To them, we were family, and families deal with things differently. Once again, they began with the family angle. And, like with Julie, I lost my tolerance. This is not how families treat one another. At least not in the type of family I'd like to have. I will offer them this. In this family, we approach things differently. My sister sleeps with my husband, and I kick her out of the house. That is obviously different from most families. I lay everything out for them. They tried to stutter and argue, but I didn't let them. I rushed through everything they could have said. By the end, my mother was in tears. But they were on my land, and I could talk to them as I pleased. Especially since they decided to trouble me this morning. The entire conversation should have been addressed to Julie, the person who truly did something wrong. Not me. After I finished ranting, my mother was sobbing so hard that my father informed me he never wanted to communicate with me again. He called me a terrible daughter for making my own mother cry, the lady who gave me life. But I don't care. They can call me insane if they want. I know I am not, and that is sufficient for me. If anyone is insane, it is them. Or my sister. And honestly, perhaps all three of them. Update 4. It's been a month since I last updated. I haven't contacted anyone in my family, including Julie, and especially not my parents. I just know that they've been sending her money. According to several others, my soon-to-be ex-husband is currently living with his parents. He intends to relocate to another state after his divorce is finalized. Before you ask, I have no idea what he intends to do about his child. Most of our friends now have a clear understanding of what happened. The majority have begun to cut him out of their life. A few people are trying to remain impartial and avoid becoming engaged. As for me, my life is slowly but steadily getting back on track. I'll do whatever it takes to keep my peace now. I'm not exactly joyful yet, but I'm peaceful, which is a significant improvement over last month. Little by little, I know I'll be happy again. Following all, bad things seldom last forever. Update 5. This update is very recent since some new developments have occurred that you may be interested in learning about. My sister lost the baby and blamed me for it. According to her, the stress I produced led to her miscarriage. My parents are also on this mission with her. The bright side is that they don't annoy me directly. This is all coming from neutral folks who claim they are not taking sides but nonetheless accuse me of killing a baby out of pride. It's funny, though, because none of these folks have welcomed my sister into their houses. So, by their logic, they're equally culpable as I am. If my sister was concerned about her pregnancy, she should not have slept with someone else's husband, particularly her sister's. At the very least, she should have used protection. Nothing in this circumstance is normal. But when people make such illogical allegations, it isn't worth my time or energy. Update 6. My ex-husband contacted me a few hours ago, and you will not believe what he said. No, he did not beg me to return. We didn't end on such bad terms, which is why I reacted. He admitted he was wrong and, to his credit, made the divorce procedure simple. I don't harbor grudges against him, not because he deserves them, but because I don't want to waste my time being angry or thinking about him. No cheater is worth it. What he told me, however, was quite interesting. He confirmed that my sister had never been pregnant. He called to let me know since he had heard everything stated about me and wanted me to know the truth. He told them the same thing. Apparently, he'd been pressing her for proof of her pregnancy and even volunteered to accompany her to a doctor's appointment multiple times. She constantly avoided it. She eventually announced that she had lost the baby. When he asked for evidence, she didn't have any. He spoke with my parents, who also had no proof. There is no record of her becoming pregnant or losing the baby. She simply chose one day to inform everyone that she had miscarried, and that was it. So now, all of the claims against me for causing her to lose the baby are meaningless. My parents have attempted to contact me to reconcile, and they have even ceased financially supporting her now that they know they will not be grandparents. But really? It is too little, too late. I don't care what they do to my sister anymore. When I was betrayed, all I needed was their support, the kind that any moral parent would give a child in my situation. So, no. It's a no for them too. In conclusion, my sister lost a brother, a home, and my assistance because she decided to sleep with my husband and fake a pregnancy. My parents lost a daughter because they chose lies over the truth. I think the three of them should go to Vegas and try their luck. Perhaps gaming will be better for them than family. I saved $140,000 for my dream wedding, but my parents lied about a medical emergency and used it all to fund my brother's lavish honeymoon. Hello, so I, 26F, recently married my hubby, 26M, following a 6-year romance. We arranged a private ceremony at his aunt's farmhouse, which was not what we had intended at first. I had wanted to marry on the beach because it was where we had some of our happiest moments. My husband and I are both water lovers, and we would go to the beach at least once a month to relax and decompress. So it is a particular place for us. I had already begun searching for places where we could all stay. Like every other bride on the planet, I wanted my wedding to be memorable. I had been saving for a big celebration for the past 5 years. I work in advertising and make a decent living. However, my husband and I live cheaply and tried to save money for the future. We had planned to hire one of the top hotels with a sea view so that our guests could have a great experience. It was supposed to be a luxury experience, but we had to adjust our plans and cut back significantly because my parents decided to borrow money from me a few months ago. I could not force myself to decline. Some context. My brother, 24 million, got married a few months ago. However, his wedding was unexpected, and they had little time to plan. He had been with his wife for roughly 2 years and proposed about a month before they married. It was a tiny ceremony with only family and a few friends. But I was thrilled for him because it was their wedding and their decision. However, a few weeks after his wedding, my mother contacted me and requested that I borrow $125,000. She told me that my father had suddenly become ill. She claimed it was probably his diabetes acting up again, but she couldn't afford all of the medical bills alone and needed my assistance. She stated that the doctors had recommended a specialized medicine, but it was too expensive because it had to be imported. Their insurance wouldn't cover it, and she couldn't afford it. I was quite concerned about my father's health, so I decided to stand up and lend her the money, no questions asked. The lies begin. I visited them a few times and begged my mother to show me the medical papers, but she always managed to avoid my questions. When I visited, my father was always in bed. However, for some reason, he did not appear to be really sick. Even when I asked my mother why he hadn't been taken to a hospital for observation and expert treatment, she said it wasn't required just now. But he was unwell enough to require an unusual prescription that wasn't even manufactured here and wasn't covered by their insurance. I am not an idiot. After the first few encounters, I realized there was something strange going on with my folks. But I didn't want to accuse them of anything until I was really certain. It would be a bad image if I accused them of lying about a medical emergency in order to borrow money, only to find out later that it was real. The big revelation. I quickly discovered that my brother had not been visiting our parents. Even when I asked why, my father said they didn't want him to worry. Because he was so young, they wanted him to concentrate on his work. They were absolutely cool with me being worried sick. After a few weeks had gone and my brother had not visited, I decided to phone him. I asked when he was going to stop by to see our father. That's when he casually mentioned that he'd pay me a visit as soon as he returned from his honeymoon. That was news to me. I had no idea he had left for his honeymoon because my parents had not informed me. I had no idea where he was because neither he nor his wife had posted anything about it on social media. When I inquired why he hadn't told me, he explained that he had planned to surprise everyone by returning after a month away with a collection of images, tales, and recollections from their tour around Europe. He stated that he had no intention of notifying me, but he was concerned when I mentioned that our father was sick, so he felt compelled to respond. He told me that after receiving my concerned text, he spoke with our parents, who assured him that there was nothing to worry about and that they were okay. He explained that our parents had most likely exaggerated the scenario while talking to me, and I had believed them because I was neurotic, resulting in a misunderstanding. I tried to give my parents the benefit of the doubt, believing that they had been keeping the truth from my brother because they didn't want to ruin his honeymoon or make him worry about them. I knew what I had seen in my parents' house, and there was no room for misunderstanding. But then my brother told me that if what I had predicted about Dad being terribly sick had come true, he would have felt terrible about not being there for him. Apparently, our parents paid for his excessively expensive and lengthy honeymoon. All of the danger bells went up in my head, so I asked him how much this trip would cost him. Then he told me that this trip would cost our parents at least $135,000 because he and his wife were going all out for their honeymoon, staying in the most costly hotels and eating at the best restaurants, because they could only do it once. They would also be shopping for a lot of things, and our parents would cover the cost. I realized right away that this was where my money was going, and there was no medical emergency at all. There had never been an emergency, so they had no documentation to show me and had never even been to the hospital. My parents had merely made up the entire narrative in order to raise funds for my brother's honeymoon, which was meant to be their wedding gift. I felt incredibly insulted hearing my brother speak about how our parents went above and beyond for him just so the two of them could enjoy their honeymoon because they hadn't been able to have a lavish wedding. The money I had lent to my parents came from my wedding fund, and I felt as if I had been stabbed in the back when I discovered that my parents had handed it all to my brother. When I challenged them after that phone call, my parents informed me that they had to make up a tale because they knew I would not give them the money if I knew it would be spent for my brother's honeymoon. They told me he had been suffering at work and feeling unhappy for a long time, so they wanted him to have some fun without worrying about money. Unfortunately, they were unable to fund it themselves because it would jeopardize their own retirement fund, so they had to borrow money from me. Their reasoning was that I was still young and earning, and I had many years ahead of me to work and recoup this money, but it was not the same for them. They also stated that it was merely money, which they will refund at some point. But, for the time being, I needed to put myself second and consider my brother's sentiments, as this honeymoon appeared to have reinvigorated him and saved him from depression. I couldn't believe it, because it meant I'd have to cut back on my wedding spending for no apparent reason. To be clear, I was fine with having a smaller wedding if it meant my father's health didn't suffer. But this was not what I had signed up for. I was upset when they told me the truth, and I demanded that they repay me before I married because I intended to use the money for my wedding. I had a lot of expenses to consider if I wanted to go forward with a beach wedding. Even though my husband and his family were covering part of the expenses, I needed to look after myself as well. My parents had never planned to pay for the wedding since they had informed me very early on that they could either pay for my college education or pay for when I married, but not both. I had planned to go to college and pay for my own wedding, so I had been saving up for it alone. In case any of you are wondering, when my brother entered college, I asked him whether my parents had forced him to choose between these two as well, and he laughed in my face as if it was the most absurd concept ever. I never brought it up with my parents because I didn't want to accuse them of having a favorite, even though it was obvious that they did. But I was young and still needed their assistance because I couldn't find work at the time. So bringing these issues up and battling with them will simply exacerbate the situation for me. It didn't make sense to confront them about this. However, it came out several years later when I confronted them about the money they had stolen from me and how they had always preferred my brother over me. They attempted to deny it, but it was as obvious as day. I told them they had to repay me because I was not going to give up my ideal wedding just because my brother was struggling at work. My parents could mollycoddle him by sending him on an extravagant vacation with their own money, but I hadn't worked hard for 5 years and saved enough for my wedding simply to have that amount taken away from me and given to my brother. But they told me that they couldn't refund the money to me all at once before the wedding, and that it would take them a few years to do so. They expected me to be fine with it since, evidently, nothing is more important than family. If I was willing to spend that money on a medical emergency for my father, there was no reason why I couldn't use it to save my brother from falling into depression. But here's the thing, my brother would never be depressed because of his job, since he never took it seriously, which is why he was awful at it and earned so little. He works in sales, and practically all of his money comes from commissions. So, if he's bad at what he does, he only has himself to blame. He might have been upset about it, but I can assure you that he was never going to get despondent. He simply didn't care enough about anything because he had been spoiled by my parents his entire life and was unaccustomed to working hard for things, which is why he appeared dissatisfied with his job. That's all it was. However, my parents exaggerated the situation to make it appear that he was worried by his work failures and needed to be rescued. It was all a bunch of nonsense. I attempted to tell my parents how important this wedding was to me. I had previously promised my husband and his family that I would cover certain expenses, which would be difficult if I didn't have the money, therefore they needed to take action. But they said they couldn't refund the money to me before I got married, so I'd have to scale back or ask my spouse and his family for help. It got to the point where I begged them to return my money. But all they did was shake their heads and say no, promising to return it someday but not before the wedding. I left their house crying, and when I returned home and informed my husband what had happened, he was just as angry and even more unhappy as I was. He was planning to contact a lawyer, but I told him there was no point because there was no written confirmation that my mother wanted the money for medical reasons or that she intended to return it to me. It had all been informal, with no binding contracts or documentation to substantiate a single point. So, even if we did file a case against her, we would be wasting more of our money by hiring for a lawyer because we would most likely be unable to establish anything because we did not have any messages in our favor. Everything had been verbal and off the record, so as much as we wanted to pursue my parents, we decided against it because it would be fruitless, and we didn't want to waste any more of our money on a hopeless scenario. Instead, we decided to start thinking about how we would adjust our wedding plans. Thankfully, my husband's family stepped in when they discovered what my parents had done. His aunt agreed to let us use her farmhouse venue for free. We'd always wanted to have a beach wedding, but his aunt hadn't recommended it at first. But now that we're looking at other options, she offered that idea, and I decided to check it out. My husband had visited the location before, but the moment I walked in, I knew it was the one. It was a wonderful location, and even though it was not near the ocean, my husband and I were delighted. His aunt was allowing us to use the venue for free, which gave us even more motivation to start planning around the farmhouse instead. I became preoccupied with wedding preparations, which gave me yet another reason to distance myself from my parents. I had already decided that they were not going to be invited to my wedding. But I was on the fence regarding my brother because he hadn't done anything wrong and didn't realize my parents had taken the money from me to give it to him. However, he made the decision much simpler for me by calling me after he returned from his honeymoon and berating me for humiliating our parents by requesting that they return my money. He told me that he had heard what had happened from our mother and was angry that I was being so difficult about it. Apparently, he thought this was no great thing, despite the fact that he had spent my money, and promised to return it to me as soon as he could. But I had to suck it up before the wedding and scale back. So that's when I decided how I felt about him, and I didn't speak to any of them after that. Now that I didn't have the complete wedding fund, I couldn't afford a lavish, extravagant wedding. To be honest, I believe it worked for me because the wedding I did have was far more lovely than anything I had envisioned previously. We had to reduce our expectations, but it was worthwhile since we realized that this day was supposed to be about us. We were not the individuals we were attempting to portray in our daily lives, so spending a fortune on a big wedding solely to impress people would be incredibly shallow. We decided to cut the wedding costs and instead do something better with the money we saved. In a way, I'm grateful for how things turned out since my wedding was still lovely and wonderful, but it lacked the pomp and show that I had envisioned previously. It was a good thing since we were only surrounded by people we loved and who loved us when we came together to celebrate. I believe that is pretty much all you need for a wedding, so I'm pleased with how things turned out. I posted images from my wedding a few days ago. Everyone in my family who had been invited to the wedding had been given strong and precise instructions to ensure that my parents and brother did not find out that the invites had already been sent. If they found out, they'd throw a fit since they didn't get one, which is how we were able to have a private ceremony without them coming up or attempting to coerce me into inviting them before the wedding. But now that it was finished and everything had gone smoothly, I didn't see anything wrong with sharing the images on social media. However, they discovered it and contacted me the next day, demanding an explanation for why they had not been invited to my wedding. I was surprised that they expected to be invited, given that my previous conversation with any of them had not been good. I had been crying as I left my parents' house after our previous quarrel, and we hadn't spoken since. The last time I spoke with my brother, he made me feel like everything was my fault and that I was the one who was being theatrical. After that, I hadn't spoken to any of them, and they hadn't attempted to speak with me either. So I wasn't sure why they had expected to be welcomed. They had not only expected me to invite them, but they were also disappointed that they were unable to attend the wedding. My parents called me first, then joined my brother to the call so they could all yell at me at the same time. But I didn't like it, and it seemed extremely entitled of them. I'd already cut them out of my life, and I didn't need any more turmoil while trying to enjoy my new life as a bride. So I told them that after they took my money, I needed to lower the wedding budget. I decided to invite only family and a few close friends, and because they were neither, they were not included. After that, I hung up and blocked them, hoping they would leave me alone. But an hour later, my husband told me that my brother had contacted him to notify us that my parents had been deeply offended by what I had said. My mother was upset, so she kept crying until she almost fainted. That was all he said, but I began to feel guilty because I hadn't meant to offend my parents so deeply. He could be bluffing, but I'm not sure, and hearing this has made me feel strangely bad. iTales for not inviting my parents and brother to my wedding after they stole money from my wedding fund. Update 1. Hello, it's been a week since my last chat with my parents and brother, and I've chosen not to speak to them again. My mother can cry all she wants, but it won't change the facts. I was crying so hard the day I confronted them about the money, and I even begged them to return it to me before the wedding, but they didn't seem to care. They had taken it quite lightly, and now I was going to do the same to them. You reap what you sow. I also warned my brother not to contact me or my husband, particularly my husband, because he had nothing to do with any of this, and I didn't want my family bothering him with their petty antics. I banned him again after that text since I didn't want my family to have any contact with me. They had mistreated me my entire life, and now I was not going to take it anymore. I vowed that if I could, I would file a lawsuit against them to recover my money. However, given the lack of actual evidence, that may be a long shot at the moment. My husband feels it's worth a shot and might just work, so we've been thinking about it. He has spoken with a reputable lawyer, and we will decide what to do in a few days. Until then, I just need to figure out how to get them to confess or admit that they borrowed the money from me under the pretense of using it for a medical emergency, but then gave it to my brother so he could have a fun honeymoon. It will be difficult to prove in court, but I refuse to let them off the hook so easy. I deserve to have my money returned to me, and I will do everything it takes to ensure that they do, and that they do it as soon as possible. Update 2. Yesterday, I warned my brother not to worry my husband with our family drama, so he apparently interpreted it as a sign to pull him into this, despite the fact that he is not involved. After we arrived home from work, my husband informed me that my parents and brother had sent him a slew of SMS, demanding that he speak with me and instruct me to unblock them. When he blocked them, they decided to escalate the situation by showing up at his workplace. Apparently, they had been waiting for him outside, and as soon as they saw his car go, they began tailing him and honking at him. So he had to stop and wait for them to catch up because he recognized my brother's car and knew it was them. He also knew that if he didn't stop and wait for them, they'd just follow him home, which would greatly disturb me. So he decided to take one for the team and indulge their nonsense. When he pulled over, my brother exited his car, approached his window, and stated that they wanted to meet with him in person. There was a diner nearby, and my spouse was eager to get it over with. They took a booth in the diner so that my family could express whatever they felt was so vital. My brother informed him that he didn't think it was fair for me to cut everyone off over money, and that it was an overreaction. They also thought my implication that we were no longer family because they had borrowed money from me went too far. I'd previously blocked them, so they couldn't contact me, but they knew that if my husband tried to chat with me, I might just listen. So they were attempting to appeal to him, and my husband could remind me that we were a family regardless, so I needed to act like it rather than throwing tantrums over minor misunderstandings and acting like a brat. My parents also stated that they intended to repay the money to me later, but they were unable to do so all at once. They'd already stated it to me 1,000,000 times, so I needed to be more considerate because my brother was suffering at work and my parents were due to retire in a few years. They were attempting to persuade my husband that this was entirely my fault and that I was acting out for no reason. But my husband handled it very effectively, and rather than putting them in their place, he entertained them and made them feel like he was on their side. He told them that while he could try to explain it to me, it would be far more helpful if they came out to me personally and wrote me a meaningful note. So far, they had only been accusatory against me, but my husband persuaded them that if they admitted their mistakes, it would calm me down. And those idiots actually purchased it. My spouse tricked them into sending me a message in which they admitted what they had done, leading them to assume that this would make me easy on them. They assumed I would eventually apologize to them since tone was everything. It's all nonsense, of course, since the moment they send that communication, we treat it as an admission of guilt and pursue them criminally. I am actually very pleased with my husband since he handled this far better than I would have, and I believe he is an evil genius. But he's my evil genius, and I adore him. Update 3. My husband's strategy worked, and we are quite excited right now. My dad and brother, like a bunch of fools, sent me an email listing every single lie they had lied and admitting to everything they had done. So, now that we have documentation, my husband has granted our lawyer permission to proceed with a petition, and we will soon receive our money back. $125,000 may not seem like much to other people, but it means a lot to me because I've spent the previous 5 years trying to save for the future and worked really hard to get where I am now. It took a lot of late hours and sacrifices, and I'm not going to let it all go to waste just because my brother is lazy and my parents want to help him. So we will sue them, and whatever it takes, we will get my money back. We've already begun arranging our honeymoon, which will be a brief vacation to the beach because that's where it all began and will always be precious to us. We might take a longer break in a couple of months and treat it like a vacation, but for the time being, this will have to suffice. We know we don't need to impress people or spend a lot of money. We can do whatever makes us happy, and we are doing just that. Also, I don't want to be like my brother, who shared images from his honeymoon after they returned just to stick it in people's faces. But now he's going to be sued for just that. It's incredibly awful for them, but they brought it on themselves, so they completely deserve whatever comes their way. My boyfriend and I just had a baby when his ex-mother-in-law suddenly claimed the child was her grandchild, causing chaos at the hospital. Okay, Reddit, I really need some advice. I'm 29 years old, and my 30-year-old partner Mark and I just welcomed our daughter Lily 2 weeks ago. Lily is incredible, healthy, and the utter joy of our lives. Getting here, however, has been a daytime soap opera-worthy drama, and it all boils down to two really tough mothers, my ex-mother-in-law and Mark's mother. To comprehend the current situation, I need to give you some background. I was previously married, however briefly. I met my ex-husband David, 31 million, when I was 22. We were young, impetuous, and believed we were madly in love. We got married after roughly 8 months of dating. It was a fiasco nearly from the beginning. We were simply fundamentally incompatible. We disagreed about everything, from how to load the dishwasher, really, to our long-term objectives. He wanted to stay in our small hometown forever, purchase a house with a white picket fence, and start having children right away. In my late 20s, I wanted to focus on my job and perhaps consider having children. We had been married for a little more than a year before we recognized it was a mistake. There was no dramatic outburst, no infidelity, just a quiet, agonizing awareness that we were making each other unhappy. We chose to divorce. It was unexpectedly amicable. We didn't detest each other, we simply realized we were better off apart. We did not have any shared assets or children, so the legal process was relatively simple. My parents were supportive. They were never major fans of David. They felt he was dull, to be honest, and all they wanted was for me to be happy. But David's mother was quite different. Let us call her Susan. She is the type of lady who has her entire life planned out, and she wants everyone around her to follow suit, whether they want it or not. She is also profoundly devout, believing that divorce is a sin regardless of the circumstances. Susan had an image of David and me as the ideal conventional couple. She was distraught when we broke up. She tried everything to convince us to work things out, including guilt trips, tearful phone calls, and even an unannounced visit to my apartment with a marriage counselor. It was quite awkward and uncomfortable. I tried to be courteous and considerate, but I needed to be firm. I told her that while I appreciated her concern, the choice was final. The divorce was settled approximately 7 years ago. I relocated to a different city, found a terrific job, and began a completely new life. I severed off touch with David and Susan. It was not out of malice, it was simply essential for me to move on. We were not social media pals, and we had no shared friends, so it was a clean break. Then, around a year and a half ago, I met Mark. We met during a work conference. We started conversing during a coffee break and instantly clicked. He was humorous, smart, and kind, and we shared a love of travel and adventure. We exchanged numbers and began dating shortly after. Mark knew about my prior marriage from the start. It was not a secret. I told him the whole tale on our second date, and he was unconcerned. He claimed it was in the past, and it didn't change his feelings about me. He'd been in a couple long-term relationships before, so he knew that not everything works out. We fell in love instantly. It was different from my relationship with David. Mark made it feel effortless, natural, and exciting. We had a lot in common and really loved each other's company. Around 6 months into our relationship, I met Mark's parents. His father, John, is the loveliest, most laid-back person you will ever meet. He greeted me warmly and made me feel right at home. Mark's mother, Carol, had a different narrative. Carol is complex. She is highly polished, very proper, and very opinionated. She's also quite attached to Mark, her only child. From the time I met her, I could tell she was assessing me and finding flaws in me. She was cordial, but there was a noticeable coolness in the air. She made a few subtle digs at my divorce, nothing overtly nasty, but things like, "Oh, you've been married before? That's interesting." Or, "I always believed that marriage is forever, no matter what." She also stated that she anticipated Mark to settle down and have a typical family, just as Susan had wished for David. I attempted to brush it off. I assumed she was simply protective of her son, and I hoped she'd warm up to me gradually. But she never actually did. She was always nice, but never truly friendly. She'd ask me questions about my profession and my family, but it felt more like an interrogation than a conversation. Then, around 8 months ago, I discovered I was pregnant. It was a nice surprise. Mark and I had talked about having kids in the future, but we weren't actively trying. We were both excited though. We chose not to marry immediately away. I'd already been through one hasty wedding and didn't want to go through it again. I wanted to be sure that we were getting married for the right reasons, Not just because we were expecting a child. Mark fully understood and supported my decision. We informed our family. My parents were overjoyed. They had always wanted grandchildren. John was equally excited. He began talking about building a treehouse and teaching the infant to fish. Carol, as one could expect, was unhappy. She didn't say anything directly unpleasant, but her displeasure was obvious. She continued saying things like, "Well, I suppose it's not the traditional way to do things." And, "I just hope you're both prepared for the challenges of parenthood." She also began implying strongly that we should marry before the kid arrived. The pregnancy itself went relatively smoothly. I had some morning sickness in the first trimester, but overall I felt fine. Mark was quite supportive. He attended all of my doctor's appointments, read all of the baby books, and even began learning to cook, which was a little miracle. Throughout the pregnancy, Carol was a source of stress. She'd contact me on a regular basis, purportedly to check in, but the calls were always more like lectures. She would advise me what I should eat, how much I should exercise, and which parenting books I should read. She even sent me a list of recommended baby names, all of which were quite outdated and stuffy. I tried to be patient and understanding. I understood she was simply trying to help in her own way, but it was exhausting. I felt as though I was constantly being scrutinized and chastised. Then, approximately a month before my due date, something totally unexpected occurred. I received a text message from an unfamiliar phone number. The message went, "Is this OP? It's Susan, David's mom. We need to talk. It's about the baby." My heart sank. I hadn't communicated with Susan in years. Why is she approaching me now? And what did she mean by "it's about the baby"? I showed Mark the text. He was just as perplexed as I was. We decided that I should contact her back and see what was going on. I called Susan, and she instantly answered. She sounded frantic. She responded, "I know this is going to sound crazy, but I think the baby you're carrying is David's." I was speechless. I honestly could not understand what she was saying. "What? Susan, that's impossible. I haven't seen David in years." She mentioned that she saw a photo of me on social media. Apparently, one of my distant relatives had tagged me in a photo, and I was obviously pregnant. She'd done some research, which I'm pretty sure included researching my online profiles, and determined that the timing was suitable. She was sure that I had secretly reconciled with David and that this baby was his. I tried to politely convey to her that she was entirely wrong. I informed her about Mark and how long we had been together, but she would not listen. She insisted that I was lying and that I should come clean for the sake of the baby. The chat concluded with her threatening to show up at the hospital if I went into labor. I hung up the phone, thoroughly shaken and confused. I told Mark everything. He was infuriated. He couldn't believe Susan had accused me of something so absurd. He wanted to call her and tell her what was on his mind, but I urged him not to. I did not want to exacerbate the matter. We decided to ignore Susan and hope she'd come to her senses. We assumed she was simply grabbing at straws, eager for her son to have a child. Then, 2 weeks ago, I went into labor. After a long and arduous labor, our beautiful daughter Lily was born. Mark was with me the whole time, and he was incredible. We were in the recovery room, fatigued but elated, when there was a ruckus outside the door. Susan burst into the room, followed by a confused-looking security guard. She began to scream, "That's my grandchild. I know it. You need to tell the truth. You've been lying to everyone." It was a total nightmare. I was still in recovery from childbirth. I was hormonal, and I felt completely humiliated. Mark intervened and told Susan to go, but she refused. It required 2 security personnel to forcibly remove her from the room. The entire situation was quite disturbing. I was furious with Susan. When we returned home from the hospital, I decided to phone David. I hadn't spoken to him in years, but I felt compelled to clear the air and ensure he understood what his mother had done. He answered the phone, clearly astonished to hear from me. I explained the scenario, and he was shocked. He apologized profusely for his mother's actions. He said that he had been dating a new woman, Serene. Serene and I have a similar first name, but not precisely the same. Imagine my name is Serena, and hers is Serene. Similar, but not the same. David had been keeping Serene a secret from his mother. Susan was fascinated with him remarrying and having children, and he didn't want to deal with her expectations. Susan had apparently overheard David's phone conversation with Serene around a month ago. She misheard the name and assumed he uttered my name. She assumed right away that David and I had reconciled. David, being a bit of a coward, his words, not mine, had not corrected her. He reasoned that it was better to let her think whatever she wanted than to cope with her reaction to his new connection. He explained that I intended to keep things quiet, which is why she had not heard from me. Susan's sister was also in the hospital for a routine appointment on the day I went into labor. She'd only met me a few times years ago, but she was aware of Susan's preoccupation with me and David. When she saw me, very pregnant, being brought to labor and delivery, she immediately contacted Susan. Susan ended up at my hospital room, thinking that I was carrying her grandson. David apologized profusely. He claimed he was an idiot who should have told his mother the truth a long time ago. He also told me that he tried to speak with his mother, but she refused to believe him. She was convinced he was only covering for me. He stated he and Susan were moving to another state to be closer to Serene, so I wouldn't have to worry about her anymore. I told him I appreciated his apology, but what he and his mother had done was extremely devastating. I told him I didn't want to speak with him or Susan again. Mark was listening to the entire exchange. He was infuriated. He claimed he couldn't believe David and Susan had been so selfish and irresponsible. It established that I wasn't crazy, but it didn't address the larger issue, Carol. Mark informed his parents about the incident in the hospital. Of course, John was outraged. He could not believe Susan would do something so outrageous. Carol, on the other hand, remained unusually quiet. She did not defend Susan, and she did not criticize her either. She simply stated, "Well, it's certainly a complicated situation." A few days later, Carol came to see us. She brought a gift for Lily, a really costly baby blanket that was completely not my style. She held Lily for a few minutes, fawning over her, and then got down to business. She went on. "Mark, I've been thinking a lot about this whole situation, and I think for everyone's peace of mind, it would be best if you got a paternity test." I was stunned. I couldn't believe she was making that suggestion. Mark glanced at me, his eyes filled with a mix of rage and remorse. He responded, "Mom, I'm not doing that. I trust OP completely. This is ridiculous." Carol did not back down. She responded, "It's not about trust, Mark. It's about being responsible. You need to know for sure. What if Susan is right? What if this baby is David's?" I eventually spoke up. I corrected myself. "Carol, I can assure you this baby is Mark's. I haven't been with anyone else since we met. This is insulting." She fixed me with a harsh, hard stare. "I'm just trying to protect my son," she explained. "I'm sure you understand." The conversation deteriorated from there. It ended with Mark telling his mother that he would not even contemplate a paternity test and that if she couldn't trust him and respect his relationship with me, she wasn't welcome in our family. She stormed out, and we haven't heard from her again. Mark tried calling her several times, but she would not answer. John has phoned Mark, and he is really furious about the situation. He's caught in the center and doesn't know what to do. So, Reddit, here I am. I'm a new mom navigating the responsibilities of parenting while simultaneously dealing with this terrible family drama. I'm upset and angry that Carol would question my honesty and Mark's paternity. I'm also concerned about the long-term influence on Mark's connection with his mother. I informed Carol that if she wanted to continue pressing the DNA test issue, she could kick rocks. I didn't say those exact words, I was more polite, but the message was clear. I told her that if she couldn't accept Lily as Mark's daughter without proof, she didn't have to be a member of our family. Aita? I want Mark to have a relationship with his mother, but I also refuse to be treated so disrespectfully. And I certainly do not want my daughter to grow up with someone who doubts her parentage. Any tips or recommendations will be considered. Update 1. Wow. I did not anticipate this post to get that viral. Thank you to everyone for their encouragement and wisdom. It's been quite reassuring to learn that I'm not crazy and that Carol's behavior is utterly out of character. Many of you suggested that I talk to Mark about having clear boundaries with his mother, and you are completely correct. I had been postponing the talk because I was fatigued and did not want to deal with any more turmoil, but it had to happen. So, last night, after Lily was sleeping, Mark and I had a long conversation. Carol's demand for a paternity test wounded and disrespected me, and I told him so. I also expressed concern about the damage this was having on his relationship with his father John. Mark absolutely understood. He stated that he was furious with his mother, not only for the paternity test request, but also for her behavior throughout my pregnancy. He explained that he had been making excuses for her for years, but he was finally seeing her for who she truly is, a controlling, manipulative woman who is more concerned with her personal image than her son's pleasure. He told me he tried contacting her again, but she still did not answer. He left her a voicemail in which he expressed his disappointment with her and stated that he would not contact her again unless she apologized to me and accepted Lily as his daughter, no questions asked. He also mentioned he had spoken with John again. John is heartbroken by the circumstances. He adores Carol, but he also understands that she is in the wrong. He told Mark that he was thinking of staying with us for a while to get away from Carol and spend more time with Lily. Mark and I agreed to welcome John with open arms. We have an extra bedroom and Lily adores him. It would be wonderful to have his assistance, and it would also provide him with a reprieve from his toxic home situation. Some of you questioned my parents and why they weren't more involved. That's a valid question, and I should have addressed it in the original piece. My folks live fairly far away, on the opposite side of the country, actually. They are likewise in their late 50s and not in good health. Traveling vast distances is quite difficult for them, especially given the current constraints and worries. We communicate to them on video calls virtually every day, and they adore Lily even from a distance. They are really supportive of me and Mark, and they were outraged when I told them about Susan's outburst in the hospital and Carol's subsequent behavior. They wish they could aid, but they are physically unable to do so. They send their love and support, which means everything to me. They also stated that if John needed a place to crash, they would gladly contribute some money and urged me to find him a suitable retirement home. It was quite sweet of them. So that's where things are right now. Carol is still giving us the quiet treatment. John is considering moving in with us. Mark and I are attempting to concentrate on being parents to our wonderful little girl. I'm no longer attempting to placate Carol or avoid her sentiments. I'm prioritizing my family, which is what matters most. I will keep you informed of any additional developments. Thank you for your continued support. Update 2, things have intensified. John arrived to stay with us a few days ago. He arrived with a small luggage and a very sorrowful attitude. He explained that Carol had rarely spoken to him since Mark's last phone contact. She was cold and distant, and he couldn't take it anymore. He spent the first day largely snuggling Lily and talking with Mark. He seemed relieved to be free of the stress and negativity. He kept emphasizing how much he loved Lily and was happy for the opportunity to spend time with her. Carol then showed up uninvited at our door yesterday. I was in the nursery, feeding Lily, when the doorbell rang. Mark responded, and I could hear Carol's voice, loud and strident. When I entered the living room, I noticed a tight atmosphere. Carol stood in the doorway, enraged. John sat on the couch, looking defeated. Mark was standing between them with his arms crossed. Carol requested that John return home immediately. She complained that he was being foolish and was humiliating her. She accused me of manipulating him and using him against her. John attempted to speak, but Carol stifled him. She just kept shouting and raving, accusing me of various things. Mark finally had enough. He informed Carol unequivocally that she needed to leave. He stated that she was not welcome in our home unless she apologized to me and embraced Lily without reservation. Carol appeared shocked. She obviously wasn't used to Mark standing up to her. She stuttered for a while before turning on her heels and storming out, slamming the door behind her. The whole situation was quite stressful. I felt terrible for John. He seemed lost and confused. He continually apologized to me, even though he had done nothing wrong. Mark and I reassured him that he could stay with us as long as he needed. We told him we loved him and were glad we had him. After John had gone to bed, Mark and I talked. We both agreed that Carol's actions were totally wrong. We determined that we needed to establish even stricter boundaries. Mark texted Carol that we would be in no communication until she sought professional help for her controlling conduct and apologized to both me and John. He said that we loved her, but we couldn't let her continue to insult us and ruin our lives. It's been a few days since we've heard from her. I am not sure what to expect. Update 3. It had been roughly a week since Carol's dramatic visit. We haven't heard anything from her, no calls, texts, angry emails, nothing. John, on the other hand, has settled in well. He's a big help to Lily, and he obviously enjoys spending time with her. He reads to her, sings to her, and takes her on walks in the stroller. It is heartwarming to watch. He's also become more candid about his marriage. He told Mark and me that he has been unhappy for years. He claimed that Carol has always been controlling, but it has gotten worse over time. He feels that he's lost himself in the relationship and has been going through the motions. He began attending a therapist, which Mark and I encouraged. He believes it's helping him process his emotions and figure out what he wants for the future. He isn't sure if he wants to stay married to Carol, even if she apologizes. He claims he needs to think about what is best for him for once. Mark totally supports his father, whatever he decides. He's just thrilled John's finally sticking up for himself. As for me, I'm attempting to concentrate on Lily and on building a quiet, loving environment for our family. I'm still upset and outraged over Carol's actions, but I'm trying not to let them consume me. I've started thinking about returning to work part-time. My maternity leave is nearly over, and I miss using my abilities. Mark is entirely on board, and John has offered to assist with childcare. We are also starting to arrange Lily's first birthday party. The party will be modest and exclusive, with only close relatives and friends. Obviously, Carol will not be invited. It's strange to consider celebrating a huge milestone without Mark's mother present, but I just don't see any other option. She made her decision, and she must deal with the consequences. I'm still hopeful that one day she'll see reason and apologize, but I'm not holding my breath. Update 4. A few tiny but major events have occurred. First, John applied for legal separation from Carol. He spoke with a lawyer and determined that it was the best course of action, at least for now. He explained that he needed to create some formal gap between them. He informed Carol of his decision, and she did not take it well. She called Mark, yelling and crying, accusing him of turning his father against her. Mark stayed calm, telling her that John had made his own decision and she should respect it. After a few days, we received a letter from Carol's lawyer. It was a cease and desist letter, requesting that we stop disseminating false and defamatory material about her. Apparently, she claims that we have been telling others that she is mentally ill and a lousy grandma. It's utterly ludicrous, of course. We haven't discussed her with anyone other than John's therapist, which is strictly secret. We're fairly certain she's just attempting to bully and scare us into backing down. Mark consulted his own lawyer, who urged us to disregard the letter. He claimed it was unfounded and Carol had no legal basis to stand on. So, that is where we are. John is legally separated from Carol, and we are facing a ridiculous legal threat. It's all quite stressful, but we're trying to remain strong and unified. On a more positive note, Lily is flourishing. She's growing and maturing so quickly. She began babbling and smiling continuously. She is the most lovely little child, and she brings so much happiness into our life. My parents refused to pay for college. When my aunt and uncle helped me graduate, they bragged and sent insulting emails to them. Hello, Reddit. My 20th graduation from a relatively well-known school, at least in this state, is in 2 weeks. We are only permitted 4 tickets per pupil. The school isn't being stingy. The graduation ceremony takes place at the university's main auditorium, which can only accommodate a limited number of people. My graduating class is enormous. I purchased 3 tickets. I invited my Aunt Donna, Uncle Kevin, and Cousin Jeremy. I didn't invite my parents, Esther and Frank. And there is the problem. It all began in high school, during my junior year. My parents summoned me to the living room for a family meeting. It wasn't about anything I'd done wrong, which was reassuring. It was about money. They set me down on the sofa, and my father, Frank, cleared his throat and went into his planned speech. He explained that they were becoming older and needed to focus on their retirement. They argued they had their own lives to live and futures to plan, which did not involve paying for my college degree. My mother, Esther, emphasized that I was about to turn 18 and become a legal adult, therefore I needed to learn to stand on my own 2 feet. I recall sitting there and nodding slowly. I wasn't surprised, not really. I believe a part of me had always expected it. To say the least, my parents were frugal with me. They were not poor at all. They lived nicely, but they were always cautious with their money, particularly when it came to me. Asking for anything, including needs, felt like a negotiation. New clothing? Only if I had clearly outgrown the old ones. Even then, I'd get a lecture about how costly everything was and how I should be grateful for what I had. A school trip? I had to virtually beg them to let me leave. It was not because they couldn't afford it. They did not want to. So the college announcement was not a surprise, it was only confirmation. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. I'd spoken with Uncle Kevin, my father's older brother, a few months before. I had always felt closer to him and his family than to my own parents. My parents, especially when I was small, were constantly busy. They led a highly active social life. They dropped me up at Uncle Kevin and Aunt Donna's house, sometimes for the entire weekend. I basically grew up there. Aunt Donna never grumbled and never made me feel like a burden. She and Uncle Kevin pampered me like I was their own daughter. My cousin Jeremy, who is 4 years older than me, was like the big brother I never had. So I went to see Uncle Kevin, not expecting him to pay for everything. I was going to ask him to co-sign a student loan, but before I could say anything, he said, "Don't worry about college. Donna and I will take care of it. All you have to do is study." Aunt Donna immediately consented, stating that I was family and that they were pleased to help. I offered several times to repay them once I graduated and got a job, but they refused. They are both doctors. He is a surgeon and she is a pediatrician, so they are financially secure. Jeremy had already graduated from college, so they didn't have any more tuition bills. Let's fast forward to the present. Graduation is quickly approaching. I received the tickets, forwarded them to my aunt and uncle, and forgot about my parents. I honestly thought they wouldn't care. Since I entered college, our connection has grown even more distant. I'd travel home for Thanksgiving and Christmas, but we barely talked. They'd be busy with their pals, throwing parties or going out. I would generally end up driving over to my uncle's house, which was about an hour away. Jeremy and I would try to schedule visits home so that we could all spend time together. It felt normal. It felt like family. Then, last week, the phone call occurred. It was afternoon. My mother called, making small conversation at first. "How are your classes going? Are you excited about graduation?" It felt forced and unnatural. Then my father called. He cleared his throat, as he had in high school, and inquired, "So, have you decided who you're inviting to the graduation ceremony?" I felt a knot forming in my stomach. I just shouted, "I've already invited Uncle Kevin, Aunt Donna, and Jeremy." Silence. Then I heard my mother's voice, which was shrill and strained. "You didn't invite your own parents?" I tried to explain about the few tickets and how small the auditorium was, but my father interrupted me. He began speaking, his voice rising with every syllable. "I've been telling everyone about your graduation. All my friends. I've been bragging about how you're graduating from a pretty good college, how proud I am. I'll look like a complete fool if I'm not even there. Your mother and I will be humiliated." That was when I snapped. All those years of feeling like an afterthought, like a burden, like I was less essential than their social life, it all came rushing out. "You haven't even asked me about college in 4 years," I was screaming. "You're always too busy with your friends, spending money on fancy dinners and vacations. You told me I was on my own," my mother started yelling back. "We raised you. We put a roof over your head, clothes on your back. We invested so much time and money in you. And this is how you repay us? With ingratitude." "Invested?" I replied. "You did the bare minimum, and you were the ones who decided not to pay for college. You told me very clearly that I was an adult and had to take care of myself. I told them exactly what happened in the living room. I informed them that Uncle Kevin and Aunt Donna had been there for me, that they were my true family." I hung up the phone, my hands trembling. I instantly banned their numbers on my phone. I needed to speak to someone. I called Uncle Kevin. I spewed out the entire story. He listened patiently and without interrupting. When I was finished, he stated calmly and reassuringly, "You did what you had to do. Don't doubt yourself for a second, kid. You're part of our family, and we're proud of you." 2 days later, I received an email from my father. It was a lengthy email, filled with excuses and backhanded apologies. He said that they didn't spend much money on me growing up because they wanted me to be humble and grateful. He explained that they had always believed we had a close and loving relationship and that all they wanted was for me to be independent. He added that they were saddened that I had misread their behavior and chosen my uncle's family above them. He begged me to unblock them and send them graduation tickets. He swore they would not put anything on social media and that they only wanted a chance to mend our relationship. He even had the arrogance to complain that I had invited my cousin, Jeremy, but not them. I felt deep down that it was all a ruse, that they were only attempting to save face. But it still stings. Aitia for not inviting my parents to the graduation ceremony. Edit. Several folks have asked for extra context. One query was why my parents were so concerned in bragging about my graduation. My college is quite prestigious. It is consistently regarded as one of the state's best business schools, and its alumni network is very active and prominent. I suppose graduating from there is a status signal in their social circles. Another question was why I stayed in contact with my parents for so long, despite their emotional distance. It's complicated. I had nowhere else to live throughout the school year. I know my uncle would have welcomed me with open arms, but I felt awkward asking. I did not want to be a burden. Staying in touch was motivated by a combination of obligation and habit. I was accustomed to being on the perimeter of their lives. It felt normal. And, truthfully, there was a small part of me that hoped things would change. That they would somehow become the parents I had always desired. Update 1. Okay, I made my selection. I am not going to answer my parents' emails, and I am definitely blocking them. I reread the email multiple times, attempting to evaluate it objectively. And as I read it, I realized they had not apologized for anything. They simply made a series of reasons and justifications for their behavior. They tried to make me feel bad and question my own perceptions. Then came the surprise. My Aunt Donna and Uncle Kevin were supposed to fly in on the day of the graduation ceremony, but they called me yesterday to say they had changed their flights. They arrived 2 days early. They stated that they wanted to spend some quality time with me before the graduation festivities began. I was overjoyed. Having them here in person made a huge difference. We went out to supper yesterday night, just the three of us. I finally felt safe talking to my uncle about the whole situation with my parents. I informed him about their email, and how they said they only wanted to impress their friends. Uncle Kevin simply groaned and shook his head. He stated, "That sounds exactly like your father. He's always been that way." He then started to tell me stories about my father from their childhood. Apparently, even as a teenager, my father was fascinated with social standing. He constantly aspired to befriend the wealthiest, most popular kids, despite the fact that their family was, as Uncle Kevin put it, solidly middle class, nothing extravagant. He clarified, "My dad and mom met in college at a fraternity party and bonded over their shared ambition to climb the social ladder." Uncle Kevin then became serious. He informed me that many of my father's current friends, the folks he is so eager to impress, are not exactly role models. He claimed to have heard reports about extramarital affairs, unethical business methods, and other such things. But they all kept the appearance of respectability, of being wonderful, happy families. He felt it was ridiculous that my father, at his age, cared so much about what these people thought, especially when it meant compromising his connection with his own daughter. Hearing all of this from my uncle, someone I totally trust, was quite reassuring. It confirmed what I had long suspected. My parents' priorities were totally distorted. They prioritized looks above actual relationships. Any remaining shame I felt had vanished. Graduation is in 3 days. I'm trying not to worry about what my folks might do. I'm hoping they'll stay away and know they've lost. But a part of me is prepared for some sort of public spectacle. Some try to shame me or manipulate the situation. Update 2, Graduation Day. It has finally arrived. The ceremony itself was beautiful, everything I hoped for. I walked across the stage, shook the dean's hand, accepted my diploma, and felt an incredible sense of success. My Aunt Donna, Uncle Kevin, and Jeremy, who came just in time for the ceremony after working all night to finish a work project, were the loudest cheers in the audience. I saw them gleaming with pride. It meant everything to me. Following the ceremony, we took the required photos. I wore my cap and gown with my aunt and uncle, Jeremy, and others of my classmates. We were all laughing, feeling relieved and excited. Then we exited the auditorium. We were on our way to a local restaurant, a really good Italian eatery that Uncle Kevin had reserved weeks in advance for a celebratory meal. That's when it occurred. My phone started buzzing like crazy. Notifications from Facebook, Instagram, and even text messages from relatives I hadn't spoken with in years. My Uncle Kevin's phone also started vibrating. Then Aunt Donna's. Then Jeremy's. My folks had gone social media crazy. They'd gone on a long, rambling, tremendously hateful diatribe over several platforms, accusing me of being a selfish, ungrateful kid and accusing my aunt and uncle of brainwashing and snatching me away from them. I couldn't view the post since I had blocked it. But my relatives began emailing us screenshots. It was awful. They claimed I had demanded that they pay for my college tuition because I was envious that my Aunt Donna and Uncle Kevin had paid for Jeremy's schooling. They reiterated the weary old narrative about wanting to raise me to be humble and self-sufficient. They claimed I ran crying to my uncle, who used the incident to poison me against my parents. The worst thing, however, was what they said about my aunt and uncle's miscarriage, which made my stomach churn and my blood boil. They claimed that my aunt and uncle were resentful and jealous since they had lost a child a few years before Jeremy was born. They said that my aunt and uncle were projecting their pain and longing onto me, treating me as if I were the daughter they never had. They even went so far as to claim that the miscarriage was divine retribution, meaning that my aunt and uncle were unworthy of having another child. That was a lie. A vicious, twisted, and repulsive lie. It's true that my Aunt Donna miscarried. It occurred some months before I was born. They didn't know the baby's gender, but my aunt always suspected it was a girl. When I was born, they were pleased. They have always been really kind, caring, and supporting. It was beyond comprehension to witness my parents weaponize that tragedy, attacking my aunt and uncle and attempting to make me feel guilty. I stood on the pavement outside the restaurant, shivering with wrath and astonishment. I wanted to unlock my parents and expose them for the disgusting monsters they were. But Uncle Kevin stopped me. He placed his hand on my arm. "Don't," he insisted, his voice calm but firm. "Don't give them the satisfaction. They want a reaction. They want to drag you into the mud with them. Don't let them." He said he'd handle it. He stated he will call his lawyer and look into legal alternatives. He added that everyone in the family knew what my father was like, and that no one would take the role seriously. They sent us screenshots out of astonishment and contempt, not because they believed any of it. We headed into the restaurant. I tried to forget about it and focus on celebrating my accomplishment. It was difficult, but my aunt, uncle and Jeremy tried their best to distract me. They told some funny stories. They prepared toast. They kept the discourse lighthearted and upbeat. They reassured me, in their own quiet ways, that I was loved, supported, and part of their family. I'm not sure if my parents ever took the posts down. I do not care. I haven't checked and won't. Update 3. It's been a little more than 2 weeks since graduation and the social media frenzy. Life has calmed down somewhat. I've been entirely absorbed in the job search. Sending out resumes, writing cover letters, and attending interviews. It's been a tough process, but it's a nice break from the family drama. I'm still residing at my Uncle Kevin's house. Obviously, returning to my parents' residence was not an option. Staying with my aunt and uncle has been a lifesaver. We eat supper together most nights and watch movies on weekends, just being together in this comfortable, supporting way. It feels like how a family should be. I found out indirectly, via a chat between my Aunt Donna and one of my cousins, that my Uncle Kevin did, in fact, contact my father following the social media posts. It was not a casual phone call, it was a formal communication between lawyers. My uncle, who knows a lawyer who specializes in defamation cases, had a letter written threatening legal action if my father didn't immediately remove all of the posts and give a public apology. Apparently, my father tried to bluster and argue at first, but when he realized my uncle was serious, he backed down. The posts disappeared. There was no apology, of course, but I wasn't expecting one. You'd assume that was it, right? That my parents would eventually realize they had gone too far, that they had destroyed the bridge beyond repair? You would be wrong. A few days ago, I got another email. Naturally, I was on guard. Following the graduation incident, I became extremely cautious about checking sender addresses before opening anything. This one came from a fresh email account that I did not recognize. The subject line was simply, "We need to talk, Mom and Dad." My first instinct was to delete it, block the sender, and pretend nothing happened. But curiosity, that insidious little voice, got the best of me. I told myself I only wanted to see what they would say once everything had transpired. I opened the email. It was shorter than the previous one, but equally manipulative. They began by expressing their extreme disappointment in my behavior. They accused me of ungratefulness and rudeness. They reinforced their assertion that my Uncle Kevin and Aunt Donna were influencing me and did not have my best interests in mind. Then they changed strategies. They said they'd been speaking with a family counselor, which I strongly doubted, and that the counselor had suggested they try to reach out to me one last time to give an olive branch. They offered to pardon me for my faults if I agreed to meet with them in person to discuss our concerns. They advised us to meet in a neutral area. They even suggested a certain day and hour. I didn't respond. I didn't even consider it. However, in a moment of weakness, I did not immediately block the email address. I told myself I was only exploring my alternatives and getting information. It was a stupid error. 2 days later, another email came from the same address. This one was different. This one was awful. The subject line said, "Disappointed in you, Mom and Dad." I paused. But once again, morbid curiosity won out. I opened it. It began with the usual accusations. That I was ungrateful, disrespectful, and had been brainwashed by my uncle and aunt. But then things took a dark, unsettling turn. They said that my uncle's threat of legal action was proof that he was hiding something. They stated that he and my aunt were unstable and unsuited to be with me. They then rehashed the horrifying story about my aunt's miscarriage. They said, and I'm quoting here, "The only reason they lost their baby was because they weren't the right kind of people to have a girl. God made your aunt have that miscarriage because he knew they weren't fit to be parents. They instructed me to wake up and come home before it's too late." This time, I did not hesitate. I slammed my laptop closed. I instantly banned the email address. Then I did something I hadn't done in several weeks. I cried. Not silent, dignified weeping, but hideous, gasping sobbing. I haven't informed my Uncle Kevin or Aunt Donna about the new email. I cannot bring myself to do it. I understand how much that would hurt them. They've been quite kind. I do not want to burden children with my parents' toxic hostility. I'm keeping it to myself for now, but it's eating away at me. I feel the need to accomplish something, but I'm not sure what. Update 4, it's been several months now. The best news, I got a job. This is an entry-level position, it's not my ideal employment, but it's a step in the right direction for my career. The work is engaging, and the individuals are surprisingly friendly. My direct supervisor is a young woman in her late 20s, and she has been quite encouraging and helpful. And I moved out of my Uncle Kevin's place. That was a major stride. I've been feeling a little bad, as if I'd overstayed my welcome, despite their insistence that I hadn't. I found a little one-bedroom apartment in a neighborhood around 15 minutes away from my uncle and aunt's house. The first several nights felt odd. I was used to the sounds from my uncle's place. My apartment was quiet, but I'm adjusting. I purchased some inexpensive furniture from a thrift store, placed some posters on the walls, and began to make the space feel like home. I even adopted a scruffy little tabby cat. He's been an excellent companion, a furry little ball of chaos that keeps me entertained. I still see my Aunt Donna and Uncle Kevin on a regular basis. I come over for dinner at least once a week, sometimes more. My parents, however, remain silent. I haven't heard from them since the last hateful email. I blocked them on every platform I could think of, including email, social media, and phone. I've even considered changing my phone number just to be safe. I've heard through the family grapevine, my cousin Jeremy keeps me updated, much to my aunt's dismay, that they're continuing to live their lives as if nothing happened. They're still attending their fancy dinner parties, posting carefully curated photos on Instagram, and pretending to be the ideal happy family. I suppose some things never change. I have also started seeing a therapist. In fact, Uncle Kevin made the suggestion. He noticed that I was still struggling, despite getting the job and moving out. He gently suggested that speaking with a professional would help me process everything that had happened. I was hesitant at first. I'd always been a private person, not one to express my emotions easily. But I trusted my uncle and knew he was correct. I'm focusing on creating my own life. I'm concentrating on my career. I am concentrating on my furry little companion cat. Reddit, I appreciate everything you've done for me. I was kicked out of the house because my sister made up a story about me selling drugs. My parents believed her without any evidence. Growing up, my family placed a huge priority on appearances and achievements. My father, Benjamin, 57 male, works at a prestigious insurance company and is very respected in his area. My mother, Olivia, 56 female, is a biology professor and the ideal caring mother who is always there for us. However, everything in our family came with stipulations. We had to appear and behave flawlessly, and perfect was determined by how well we fulfilled my parents' expectations. My older sister, Isabella, 30 female, or Bella as everyone nicknamed her, embodied their dream. She's an engineer. She's 4 years older than me. She was highly successful and seemed to handle life with ease, constantly gaining praise, honors, and admiration from our parents. On the other hand, I was quieter, more reserved, and a little rebellious. I was intelligent, but I decided to pursue my own way. My hobbies did not always correspond with my parents' expectations of success. Well, I was an English major, which they did not appreciate, but they accepted our disagreements as long as I stayed within their parameters. I attempted to avoid crossing any lines. Regardless of all our differences, I admired Bella. She was everything our parents intended, and I saw her as someone I could rely on and learn from. I never imagined she'd do something like this to me. 6 years ago, my world was turned upside down due to Bella's massive deception. I was 20, still in college, and attempting to plan my future. Bella, our parents' favorite, was the golden kid. She was accomplished, responsible, and always on their good side. Meanwhile, I felt like I'd never measure up, always living in her shadow. Things changed radically for Bella a few months before she told that falsehood. She begged me to assist her in concealing a potentially dangerous situation in which she was involved. Basically, she had made some poor decisions and wanted me to keep my mouth shut about them. She was involved with some questionable persons and situations, which made me uncomfortable and did not sit well with me. She asked me to lie to our parents about it and provide her an alibi. She claimed it was a family duty, and that I owed her because she had always supported me. However, something felt off, and I didn't want to get involved in her plans. I was trying to keep my own life together, and lying for her seemed like a recipe for catastrophe. I told her I wouldn't do it since I didn't want to take any risks. She became enraged, acting as if my refusal was a major betrayal. Her reaction was powerful, almost frightening. I recall her warning that if I crossed her, I would regret it and that she would find a way to hold me accountable. At the time, I assumed it was just theatrics and she would settle down. Looking back, that moment appeared to be the catalyst for everything that followed. Within weeks, Bella began to discreetly undercut me. Soon after, she told our parents a massive falsehood. She told our parents I was selling drugs in college. This was a massive, terrible falsehood that stunned me. I had never used drugs, let alone sold them. But Bella spoke so convincingly that my parents believed her without question. To this day, I don't understand why she did it. We weren't particularly close, but neither were we enemies. I mean, she is or was my sister. I could never have imagined she would do something so wrong to me. This was a falsehood that could damage my future, and I honestly believed it did. My father, Benjamin, responded like a hurricane. He did not ask any questions or allow me to clarify. His rage struck me hard, deeper than I imagined. I sensed his despair and disgust, as if I were no longer his daughter. My mother, Olivia, was quiet, but her silence hurt just as much. She looked at me with tremendous disappointment, as if I had shattered all of her expectations for me. Meanwhile, Bella stood to one side, expressionless. She didn't say anything or acknowledge the chaos she caused. She just watched my folks kick me out. That day, I was thrown out of the house. I had no hope of explaining or understanding what was going on. I left with nothing and had to drop out of college since I couldn't afford it without their help. My future felt like it had vanished overnight. I spent the next few months living with friends, moving from couch to couch and doing whatever work I could find. I felt hopeless. I had big goals, and everything I had worked for was just gone. I tried to contact my parents, thinking they would see the truth. Every call resulted in my being turned away. My father would hang up before I could say anything, and my mother would simply repeat her disparaging statements, refusing to listen or consider them inappropriate. I kept hoping they'd see through Bella's falsehoods and remember who I truly was, but they'd already decided. In their view, I was guilty, and that was it. Years have passed. I gradually learned how to reconstruct my life from scratch. I saved every penny from my waitressing job and then returned to school part-time. It was difficult, but I was determined to show myself that I could build my future without their assistance. Throughout this journey, I met folks who became my chosen family, friends who recognized my genuine self and stood by me after my own family had turned away. They helped me recognize my worth, improved my recovery, and restored my self-esteem. I eventually graduated, obtained a solid job, and began living a life I was proud of. Then I found my ideal fiancé, Mark, 27 million. He was gentle and understanding, everything I had been lacking. When I told him about my family, he didn't criticize or pity me. Instead, he explained that family is more than just blood. I have the right to select who comes into my life. With him, I actually felt loved and accepted. For the first time, I began to believe that I did not require my parents' approval to be complete. As our wedding day approached, thoughts of my family reappeared. I hadn't seen them in 6 years. Part of me wanted to reach out and give them the opportunity to make amends. But every time I thought about it, bitter memories flooded back. Rejection, embarrassment, and how they had discarded me without a second thought. Why should they be a part of one of the happiest days of my life if they were not present at my most difficult times? I received an unexpected message from my father. I was surprised to see his name appear on my phone after all these years. The message was brief and straightforward. He informed me that my mother was seriously ill and wanted to meet me since she missed me. There was no apology or acknowledgement of the past. There is no awareness of the harm they have caused. Just a little word on my mother's illness and her desire to reconnect. He also indicated that he was aware of my approaching wedding and that he and my mother wanted to be involved. It felt weird and weighty to realize they had suddenly longed to reach out. Where was this compassion while I was battling to survive after they abandoned me? They missed my graduation, first job, and pretty much everything else throughout my life. Now when my mother is ill, they act as if those 6 years didn't matter, as if I could just forgive and forget. It appeared so unjust. I may sound selfish, but this caught me off guard, and I didn't feel good about it. They weren't present during the difficult times, but now they wanted to be a part of the happy ones. A rush of emotions overtook me. I felt guilty when I thought about my mother being unwell. Despite everything, she was still my mother, and the thought of her suffering was difficult to bear. I realized that her desire to see me was not solely for the wedding. It could be about seeking closure or making peace before it's too late. But forgiving them felt impossible after everything they had put me through. Abandonment, disbelief, and the difficulties I faced alone. How could I allow them back into my life as if nothing had happened? Following the text, I received several more texts from relatives I had no idea existed. They said that it was terrible of me not to include my parents in my wedding, and that whatever happened recently should not be considered in light of everything they had done for me throughout my life. This definitely got on my nerves. It was hilarious how they came up when I didn't ask my parents to my wedding but couldn't help me when I was almost homeless. I told my fiancé about it, and he immediately told me to ignore my relatives' texts because they were irrelevant. He has informed me that he would support whatever decision I make, but he has also reminded me that my wedding day should be about us being happy and enjoying ourselves, rather than something from the past that hurts and the unresolved feelings that come with it. He advised me to examine what would make me happy in the long run, not just right now. I keep wondering if pushing them away now will merely cause me more anguish. Or will allowing them return make everything worse for me? I'm feeling conflicted. I've worked hard to forge my own path and construct a life without them. Part of me wants to defend it, and I'm afraid that letting them back in will damage everything I've made. But part of me feels bad, especially when my mother's health is a concern. I can't deny that she's attempting to reach out now, even if it feels like it's too late. I keep believing that involving them in the wedding will allow me to finally move on and leave the past behind. But then I remember that they abandoned me based solely on Bella's words, no proof or anything. I'm not sure whether I can just forget about the previous 6 years. My wedding is in a few months, and I am really confused. Should I leave things as they are or let them back in? To be really honest, I'm not sure if I want them back in my life, therefore I need some advice. Aida for not allowing my parents back into my life after they believed my sister's lies and abandoned me. Update 1. It's been a few weeks since I posted. I read a few comments and am happy that most people believe I am not being unreasonable here. Anyway, I still feel like I'm trapped in a whirlwind. I was quite nervous after hearing the news from my father regarding my mother's illness and wanting to visit me. I considered blocking their phone numbers, but I was also concerned that by not giving them a chance, I would come to regret it. Then, surprisingly, my sister Bella reached out. I received an unexpected SMS from her informing me that she had learned of my impending marriage. She added that she knew Mom was sick and wanted to rectify things before it was too late. It seemed like everything had changed in an instant. Bella, the one who had brought me so much pain, was now discussing family and healing. She expressed her longing for me and highlighted the importance of our family's reunion. She explained that I had always been a part of her life and that she wanted us to be at peace. But all I could think of was her betrayal, which had ruined everything. My father's message had already troubled me, and Bella's text simply added to the perplexity. What did she expect of me? Did she truly believe I could forgive her with a few kind words? She refused to apologize or acknowledge the issues she caused. Instead, she continued emphasizing how family was the most essential thing, especially since Mom's health was diminishing. It all felt false, as if she was only reaching out now to relieve her guilt. I couldn't help but wonder if there was another motive for her message, one that I wasn't perceiving. She had been cold and calculating when she lied about me, and I couldn't get the impression that it was all about her image. The prospect of seeing Bella after so many years was like revisiting an old sore. Still, the fact that my mother was ill made me feel differently. I felt awful for wanting to keep them out when there was a chance she wanted to make amends. But every time I considered forgiving them, every memory from the past came flooding back even stronger. I wondered if they'd ever acknowledge the troubles they produced for me. The idea of them attending my wedding felt almost ludicrous, as if they could simply show up as proud parents after all this time. I continued thinking about my fiancé's recommendation to prioritize my long-term happiness. My wedding should be a joyful celebration, not a source of stress. But how could I find peace if I was still angry? Could I truly move on if I never allowed them back into my life? I couldn't see Bella sitting in the front row like nothing had happened. It felt awful to even consider including them after what they had done. I decided to respond to Bella, but I kept it quick. I told her I needed some time to consider and didn't know how I felt about her or our parents attending the wedding. I remarked that I was unsure how I felt about them after everything that had happened between us. I'm not sure why, but I hoped she understood. However, her response was simply another message about family, with no indication of regret or acknowledgement of her conduct. She even had the audacity to declare that she understood my emotions but hoped I would see the larger picture and let the past go for Mom's sake. After her response, I was more perplexed than ever. I thought having time to dwell on my emotions would help, but it actually made things worse. Relatives I hadn't heard from in years began to contact me, encouraging me to let go of my anger and warning me that if I didn't reunite with my family soon, I'd regret it. They seemed to only know a portion of the tale and believed I was being unfair. Their words hurt, but I realized they had no idea what I had gone through. This simply increased my uncertainty and fury. A few days later, my dad sent me another mail with further information concerning Mom's condition. He didn't give much information, but it was evident she wasn't doing well. He said Mom had always loved me and wanted us to be a family again. It felt weird, as if he was attempting to make me feel guilty rather than apologizing or acknowledging my grief. I questioned whether he comprehended the consequences of their actions. I spent several hours considering what I would say if I met them again. I imagined telling them about the years of struggle, the nights spent feeling completely alone, and the betrayal I still held. But deep inside, I knew it wouldn't change anything. They'd probably find a way to excuse their actions or reject my emotions, claiming I was being exaggerated. Still, the notion of my mother being ill weighed on me. Was I wrong to hold on to my rage when she could be facing significant consequences? My fiancé has been an excellent source of support, reminding me that my sentiments are valid and that I can establish my own boundaries. He pledged to stand by me regardless of what I decided. I consider myself fortunate to have someone who actually understands my suffering and does not encourage me to forgive solely for the sake of appearances. He underlined that it is my decision, but I can feel the weight of it all. As the wedding date approaches, the pressure builds. I'm torn between wanting to let my parents and Bella back into my life for some peace and shielding myself from further pain. My mother's condition complicates matters even further. I'm worried that if I don't let them back in now, I'll regret it later. However, I'm concerned that opening the door would result in even more heartache. Bella's letter keeps replaying in my head, making me question whether I'm being too harsh. But then I realize that she never expressed regret or acknowledged the harm she caused. How can I move forward when the past still feels so fresh? I'm left wondering if forgiving them will actually help me recover or simply reopen old scars. My wedding should be a pleasant moment, but it is currently marred with unresolved feelings. I'm at a stage where I'm not sure if bringing them back in will offer me any closure or simply more pain. So here I am, still hesitant and contemplating. Is inviting them back into my life the right decision, or am I setting myself up for disappointment? Update 2. Hey, it has been roughly 3 weeks since my last post. A few days after the previous update, I reached my limit and went to see my family. After weeks of putting it off, I couldn't ignore my mother's critical illness. Part of me wanted to keep my distance, but I felt guilty, and I knew I'd regret not seeing her one more time if she didn't improve. It was an hour-long drive to their place, and it was difficult to remain calm. But I kept telling myself I was doing this for my mother, not for Dad or Bella. But that didn't make things any simpler. I was frightened to see the house again. I have so many memories there. I had lived in that house for my entire life until 6 years ago. I was forced to go, and now I feel compelled to return. When I got to the house, it felt odd. It had been so long, but everything seemed practically the same. To my astonishment, my mother was the only one present, seated in a chair near the window. I barely recognized her. My father had not arrived yet, which was somewhat of a relief. But I knew the confrontation was still imminent. It pained my heart to see her so weak and fatigued. She appeared so small, and I just wanted to hug and cry. I could only think about how much time had been lost. We could have spent a lot of time together. If Bella hadn't pulled that stunt, I wouldn't have been as stunned by Mom's situation. If I had been by her side all those years, I would have been able to aid her in some manner. My older sister, however, denied me this opportunity. Mom looked both thrilled and sad to see me. For the first time in my life, I didn't perceive my mother as the authoritative figure I strove so hard to impress. She was merely a mother. A human who had made mistakes. She sincerely apologized. She was pretty clear that she regretted not reaching out to me. She explained that she had not contacted out in all these years because she was humiliated. She stated that by the time she discovered Bella had lied, it was too late, and she assumed I would never forgive her. She also mentioned that she had considered reaching out to me several times. She penned several letters that she never sent. She apologized multiple times. Hearing her articulate it made me feel both sad and relieved. There was no discussion of family obligations or expectations. There was no compulsion to forgive her or forget what happened. She simply accepted responsibility for her mistakes and apologized. It was too much to take in. A part of me wanted to shout and tell her how difficult it was for me. But I couldn't. I just hugged her and told her it was fine. I truly forgave her. It was as if I never got furious at her. She was simply left with regret, and I didn't want to make matters worse. I only wanted to be by her side. My father walked in, and the atmosphere immediately altered. He entered with confidence, as if he had done nothing wrong. He did not apologize or acknowledge the anguish he had caused me. Instead, he dismissed my feelings as insignificant, advising that I move on for the sake of the family. He appeared to believe he was the victim since I had withdrawn myself for so long. He completely missed my mother's point of view. I tried to remain calm, but rage rose within me. When I conveyed how hurt I was by everything that had happened and how I had made ends meet over the last 6 years, he disregarded it with phrases like, "Oh, we thought we were doing what was best for the family." He refused to accept responsibility for his acts and kept shifting the focus, making it appear as if I was to blame for not contacting them throughout the years. My mother looked concerned, but she remained silent. Perhaps she was tired of Dad and our never-ending disputes. My father persisted in his efforts to persuade me that my decision to stay away was wrong. It was frustrating, and I had a familiar sense of impotence from my childhood. As if my voice didn't matter. When I asked about Isabella and where she was, they replied she couldn't make it. It was strange because she had reached out, mentioning family and forgiveness, but when it came time to confront the matter, she was missing. Deep down, I wasn't really surprised. I assumed she would avoid any serious disagreement, even if she was the one who began it. She had caused the commotion and left everyone else to deal with it. After the visit, I was fatigued. Instead of the tranquility I desired, I sat silently as my father lectured me, hoping he could persuade me to forgive them. However, I understood I didn't need his approval and didn't have to fit in with a family that had previously let me down so readily. Before I departed, my mother requested that I return soon. She sounded desperate and appeared sorrowful. I wasn't sure if I'd be back, but I couldn't say goodbye forever. I hugged her and promised to keep in touch, encouraging her to contact me whenever she wanted or needed to. I couldn't think straight on the journey back to my place. I felt conflicted. My mother's apology was genuine and meant more to me than I realized, but my father's attitude and Isabella's absence made me bitter, bringing back the anguish I had tried to ignore. I wanted to forgive them and go on, but I wasn't sure how to do so without losing my mind. I forgive Mom. I don't have anything against her anymore. But what about Dad and Bella? I'm not quite sure about them. My wedding is in a month, and I'm not sure whether I'll invite them or keep them in my life. I'm confident I'll stay in touch with Mom. I might invite her. However, as I already stated, I am unsure about Dad and Bella. Perhaps it is best to go without them, maintaining a safe distance for my own peace of mind. It is difficult, especially since my mother may not have much time left. I feel a mix of remorse, hatred, and love, and I'm not sure whether I'll ever get the closure I desire. I honestly am not sure what my next step will be. I'll keep you updated if anything happens. Update 3. Hello everyone, it has been a long time since I provided an update. It has been 6 months, and so much has transpired. I would have provided an update sooner, but I simply wanted to comprehend everything. Mark and I had a small private wedding. After everything with my family, we wanted a quiet day focused on us. I decided to invite my mother and father. My mother was quite ill, and I knew I'd be disappointed if she couldn't go. It was easy to invite her because she had made an effort with me, and everything was well. She admitted her mistakes, and I could tell she really wished things had been different. I decided not to invite Bella. It wasn't to hurt her, I just couldn't trust her not to cause additional turmoil. Bella texted me after the ceremony, furious about not being included. I simply informed her I didn't want her there and blocked her number. That seemed like a relief, like if I had completed a hard chapter. Unfortunately, approximately 2 months after the wedding, my mother died. She wasn't in pain. She died quietly, with me and Dad by her side. I was grateful for the time I spent with her, even though it was brief. In her final days, she appeared softer and more like the mother I knew. We would sometimes sit in silence, which felt comforting. I was able to say farewell, something I will always appreciate. My mom's funeral was one of the most difficult days of my life. It was a casual gathering of relatives and a few close friends. I wanted to recognize and celebrate her life. Bella was also invited, but we assumed she would not go because she had never contacted us following Mom's death. But on the day of the funeral, she stormed in, demanding to know why she wasn't at the wedding and making everything about her. It became chaotic. Her ranting drowned out the lovely things expressed about my mother. I felt both humiliated and hurt. Dad had reached his limit. He was already struggling after losing his mother. My parents were high school sweethearts. They'd been together for nearly 40 years, and this was plainly the worst thing that had ever happened to him. Bella's selfishness sent him over the edge. He rose up and instructed her to go. He stated that she was insulting Mom's memory and that he never wanted to see her again. The room was fraught with anxiety. Everyone was stunned into silence. I had conflicting feelings. Part of me was happy that Dad had finally faced her, but I was also concerned about the implications. Bella rushed out, complaining about how unfair it was, but I felt it was necessary to save the day from her antics. It felt like a watershed moment for both my father and me. Even though we were not particularly close, we felt that Mom deserved better than a raucous burial. Strangely, this incident brought my father and me closer. Our relationship isn't terrific, and there is certainly some stress, but we've managed to remain civil. He hasn't apologized for his part in everything, but he is now respecting my boundaries and has expressed a desire to have me in his life. We may not be close, but it is tranquil, which is enough for now. Baby steps, I suppose. Being in the position I am in right now feels strange. I used to think I needed a great moment of forgiveness, but now I realize I just needed to let go. Losing my mother was difficult, but it brought me closure. I can keep the pleasant memories of her and leave the rest behind. I do not intend to reconnect with Bella. I've realized that not everyone knows how the difficulties they create can affect others, which is good. I don't need her in my life anymore. Now I'm focusing on my relationship with Mark and creating something positive with him. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone for their support throughout this difficult period. Your warm comments and understanding have meant a lot to me. Sharing my tale has been a relief, and knowing that others care has helped. I appreciate everyone who read my updates and shared their feedback. It really helps to know that I am not alone on this journey. Thank you for being there for me. I spent 5 years being a devoted stepfather, but my wife's child constantly disrespected me, insisting that I was nothing to him. You are nothing to me. You are nobody. So, when it came to paying for college, I urged him to let his true father pay for it. I never expected to share my tale, but I needed to get it off my chest. My name is Robert, and I'm 45 years old. I operate a highly successful elite wine bar in town that I constructed entirely from scratch and am really proud of. That pub introduced me to someone 5 years ago, or so I thought at the time. Melissa was a bookkeeper I recruited to assist with the financial aspects of my firm. She was intelligent, efficient, and exuded a subtle elegance that captivated me. She was more than just adept at her profession, she had a lovely personality. Something that made spending late nights reviewing financial reports a little less tiresome. At first, we kept it professional. She was new to the team, and I didn't want to overstep. But as the weeks progressed, I found myself staying in her office a little bit longer. Making excuses to check on her work, just to be near her. Finally, I made the first move. "Let me take you to dinner," I said one evening after we had done studying the books. She hesitated briefly before smiling. "Are you asking as my boss or as a man?" "As a man." That supper led to another and another. And before I knew it, we were discussing our future together. Everything looked amazing. Melissa was attentive. Her kid, Ethan, was nice and courteous. And I felt as if I had finally discovered the family I'd always desired. We got married after 1 year of dating, and Melissa and Ethan moved into my house. At first, things went smoothly. I basically jumped right into being the greatest stepfather I could be. I accompanied Ethan to sporting events, assisted him with school tasks, and ensured he had all he required. I paid for family vacations, bought him all of the latest sneakers he desired, and did everything I could to provide him with the life I hoped I had when I was younger. He would see his father from time to time. To be honest, knowing what I did in the past did not make me feel completely at ease. According to what I knew, Kevin had virtually burned down their old flat several times while drunk. This is why he lost custody in the first place. But Melissa urged that Ethan retain that connection. "He's still his father," she would remark when I expressed my concerns. "Ethan needs to know his dad still cares about him. I saw him at a school event once, and he didn't appear sober. There was something about the way he swayed while standing still. His eyes were unable to focus. But I kept my mouth quiet. After all, who am I to interfere? I was only the stepfather, correct? God, I wish I had known then what I know now. If only I had known then that my desire to be the ideal stepfather could have blinded me to what was really going on. But hindsight is 20/20, right? And the real crisis hadn't even started, not even close. Time went by, and Ethan turned 18 years old. Both his birthday and graduation were approaching. And this made him walk around the house like a frightened wreck. He constantly said, "What if something goes wrong? What if people don't come? What if this isn't perfect?" One evening, when I noticed him overthinking, I placed my hand on his shoulder. "Hey, everything is fine," I said to him. "As a matter of fact, I've got a brilliant idea. Why don't we hold your party at the bar? We can reserve the best section in the house." His eyes immediately brightened up. I knew my wine bar had become a popular destination in town. And Ethan had been eager to show it off to his friends. "Really?" he asked, already reaching for his phone. "Oh my God, my Instagram is going to be insane. Everyone at school is going to be so jealous." I threw myself into preparations. I wanted things to be perfect for him. I even brought him shopping for a designer suit, a sleek black one that made him look like a junior businessman. He looked every bit the young professional in the suit. I nodded, indicating my approval. "How many guests do you think you're going to invite?" I inquired one evening as we were discussing the details. He fiddled with his phone for a time, appearing to hesitate. "About 30 people." "Great. Can you send me a guest list so that I can make sure we have enough space and food for everyone?" "Oh, I don't really have one yet," he replied swiftly. "Just plan for 30, okay?" In retrospect, I wish I had advocated for the list. But I was so focused on getting everything ready. The tables were set. The light was golden and pleasant. The atmosphere at Upper West Wine Bar was nothing short of ideal. It had been converted into the perfect location for an 18-year-old's birthday, sophisticated yet youthful, with a carefully curated menu of virgin cocktails and hors d'oeuvres. Ethan looked great in his cut black suit, standing alongside a group of his pals, laughing and taking photos. Melissa's family was present, socializing with his classmates, and everything appeared to be going perfectly. Then he walked in. I recognized Kevin even before he spoke. He swayed unevenly with each step, his eyes hazy. He wasn't sober. "I'm here to wish my son a happy birthday," he exclaimed loudly, catching the attention of the attendees. I was sitting next to Ethan when his father came over to our table, his expression filled with disdain. "Get up," he mumbled, waving his hand dismissively. "That's my seat. I'm his real father, not you." My voice remained calm and measured. "There is ample seating with the other guests at the next table. Why don't you join them?" "No." This time, his voice was sharper, nearly growling. "This is my place. You need to leave." "My place? Who do you think you are?" I expected Melissa to interfere. To do something? Anything? To calm the situation. But she sat there, pale, staring down at her hands, as if they contained the solutions to all her problems. I took a deep breath and braced myself. It was Ethan's night. I wasn't going to let it get fully wrecked when I could avoid it. "Let me be crystal clear," I continued, my gaze fixed on Kevin's. "You have two options. Take a seat at the next table with the other guests, or have security escort you out." His face contorted in rage. "Oh, listen to you, Mr. Moneybags, throwing his weight around?" He spat, swaying slightly as he leaned on the table's edge for support. "You think you can buy everything, don't you? Buy my son? Buy my family's love?" Other guests began to stare. I could see some of my regulars at surrounding tables, pretending to seem uninterested but plainly paying attention to every word. My workers lurked around the room's boundaries, waiting for my cue. "You just waltz in here with your fancy bar, your big house." Kevin spat again, his voice rising with each sentence. "Think you can replace me just because you've got money? Well, guess what? You can't buy family." And before anyone could react, he reached out and threw a dish of charcuterie to the floor. The crash of glass broke the sudden dead silence of the bar. And then, another, and another. Fine cheeses and cured meats were strewn across the pricey marble flooring, a bottle of imported sparkling water tipped over and spilled upon the beautiful wood of the bar. I got my security team's attention and gave them a modest nod. They moved in smoothly and professionally, just as they had been trained. "Sir, it's time for you to leave," the head of security stated forcefully, seizing Kevin's arm. I watched them walk him out. His inebriated complaints turned into slurred, unintelligible cries that bounced off the walls before the front door swung shut behind him. Silence. The guest's murmur resumed gradually, however. I rose and smiled brightly like my owner. "Really sorry about this, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let the evening go on. Drinks are on the house." It didn't bother the regulars. They were used to it. After a few minutes, they returned to their chats. But at our table, Ethan's friends and relatives sat down. The whispers were incessant. I could see them cast glances toward Ethan, Melissa, and me. By dawn, the tale would have spread widely on social media. Ethan sat up straight and moved the food on his plate about. The sleek outfit that had previously made him appear so grown up now seemed to swallow him, making him small and defenseless. The Instagram-perfect celebration he had envisioned had swiftly turned into a nightmare. After about an hour, he moaned, "I have a headache, can we go home?" The party ended shortly after that. People offered polite excuses, but I could hear them whispering as they went. "Poor Ethan. Did you see his dad? Can you believe what happened?" Ethan went to his room as soon as we entered the house. I followed the girls upstairs and entered his room to speak with him. "Say something." The next morning. The morning after the catastrophic birthday celebration, Ethan arrived at breakfast with circles under his eyes. He sat down in his chair, his gaze focused on his lap. "How are you feeling, buddy?" I inquired kindly. "Fine," he mumbled into his cereal dish. And that was all. One word. The next days felt like I was living in a haunted house. Ethan, who used to be active and gregarious, had become almost unrecognizable. Every time I entered a room where he was conversing with Melissa, he would go silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. One evening, after Ethan had gone to bed, I attempted to discuss it with Melissa. "Don't you think we should do something? Maybe get him to talk to someone?" She waved her hand dismissively. "He's fine. He's just processing what happened. Give him space." But it wasn't okay. None of this was okay. Despite the stress in our household, we all went to Ethan's graduation ceremony. Melissa and I sat in the crowd, and when his name was called, I applauded so hard that my hands hurt. He looked terrific in his cap and gown. And for a minute, as he looked our way and smiled, I thought, maybe things were finally improving. Of course, we had a party later at our house. I knew I needed to do everything correctly. His favorites were all present. Truffle fries. Steak sliders. He would regularly take small crab cakes from the rear of the kitchen at the bar. Even the absurd 3-tiered chocolate cake, which should have taken at least a week to perfect. His classmates arrived, and for a time, the house was filled with laughing and exciting conversation about college plans and summer getaways. For a few hours, everything seemed almost normal again. Ethan smiled. "Talking. He looks like his old self." I began to relax. I wondered if we'd turned a corner. Then his phone rang. Ethan stepped out into the hallway to answer it, and when he returned a few minutes later, there was something strange about his expression. A peaceful resolution. He approached me directly, for the first time in days, with any degree of willingness. "My dad is coming over," he added. "He wants to congratulate me on graduating." My stomach sank. "Absolutely not," I responded without hesitation. The memories of his birthday calamity are still too clear. "Ethan, think about what happened at your birthday. He showed up drunk. Caused a scene. Destroyed property. That was your fault," Ethan interrupted me, his voice rising. "None of that would have happened if you had just moved and let him sit down. He's my real dad. You should have just stepped aside." I stood there, feeling as if I'd been punched in the stomach. All the time. After several days of stillness? Was this what he had been thinking? Was I the one to blame? I turned urgently to Melissa. I was hoping, for once, that she would say something. Simply step up. Be the mother that Ethan needed. I said, "Please, Melissa. Tell him how inappropriate his father's behavior was at the birthday party." But she sat there, looking at her hands, as if they held the mysteries of the cosmos. The same quiet. Same cowardice. The same thing I saw in the wine bar that night. Something inside of me cracked. 5 years of being the ideal stepfather. 5 years of treading on eggshells. 5 years of making excuses for everyone else's actions. 5 years of enduring frustration, and everything started gushing out. "Listen to me, Ethan," I replied clearly and firmly. "That was my wine bar. I set that whole party up for you. I got you that damn designer suit you wanted. I did absolutely everything to make that night perfect. And your dad? He arrived drunk. Publicly shamed you. And now has property damages. He didn't even get you a present, Ethan. All he did was bring chaos and embarrassment." In an instant, Ethan's expression changed from angry to furious. No. Ethan's face changed from angry to furious in an instant. "Oh my God, here we go again," he exclaimed, throwing up his hands. "It's all about the money with you, isn't it? I paid for this, I bought that? You think because you have money, you can control everything." He turned to face his classmates, who were standing awkwardly in the living room, clearly wishing they were somewhere else. "My real dad will be here soon," he remarked with a sour laugh. "It'll be nice to finally have a normal person here instead of this." He motioned toward me as if I were some filth he had stepped on. "Your father is not coming into this house," I attempted to explain, adjusting my voice to counteract the rising rage and hurt within me. That was when Ethan completely lost it. His face turned red, and he started ranting at me in front of the entire crowd. "You're not my dad," he yelled. "You're nothing to me, you're nobody. Who do you think you are to tell me what to do? Keep your nose out of my life, you're just some guy my mom married for his money." The room fell completely silent. I could see his friends fidgeting uncomfortably, some checking their phones, some staring at the ceiling. Ethan went back to them, his voice venomous. "Let's get out of here." I don't want to celebrate in his house anyway. He underlined his as if it were filthy. His friends hurriedly filed out, without making eye contact with me. The front door slammed so hard that the windows trembled. I stood there. Alone. In my own apartment. Surrounded by discarded food and strewn dishes. Hit by a simulated truck. This had to be it. It needed to be enough. Melissa would eventually, at last, say something? Would she defend me after this? Mel? Melissa cleared her throat. She spoke coldly, detached. You had no right to throw the house and money in his face like that, she told him bluntly. You didn't need to remind him this is your house, that your money pays for everything. That was low. I stared at her. I saw her for the first time. You've got to be kidding me right now. Where were you when your ex was hurling plates across my wine bar? Where were you just now, when your son stood up in front of his entire graduating class and started screaming insults at me? Melissa simply shook her head. As if I were the insane one. You're the adult here, she retorted. You should know better than to get into an argument with a teenager. I gave out a sour laugh. And you should know better than to bury your head in the sand like a coward, I said. But that's what you do, isn't it? You just sit there silently while your ex-husband and your son treat me like garbage. Well, guess what? I'm done being everyone's punching bag. Melissa's expression darkened. She didn't say anything. She turned and began walking upstairs. A few minutes later, I heard the slam of the guest room door. The next morning breakfast seemed like a funeral. Melissa sat across from me, pushing scrambled eggs aimlessly around her plate while avoiding eye contact. I was just about to rise and leave the table when Ethan burst into the kitchen. Still dressed for last night's graduation celebration. I detected his beer breath somewhere between his door and the table. I looked sideways at Melissa, waiting for something. Anything. Her teenage son reeked of alcohol. Coming home at 9 a.m. However, as was often the case, she said nothing. She only stared at her plate. Where have you been all night? I inquired neutrally. Ethan turned to face me, his bloodshot eyes filled with hate. None of your business, he scoffed. You're not my dad. You're not anyone. Just some empty space taking up room in this house. Then he turned and staggered upstairs to bed. Melissa just sat there. Once again, there was silence. By this point, I was beginning to believe that silence was some kind of superpower she possessed. The week that followed was like trying to live in a house haunted by the poltergeist from hell. Ethan would not speak to me directly. Instead, he would speak about me as if I were not present. Dad, he'd tell Melissa, pointing to me as if I were a piece of furniture. Can you ask your husband to pass the salt? Or he'd walk into a room and tell his mother, this guy is in my way. And then simply stand there, waiting for me to move. I said nothing. I kept watching. 5 years. I'd wasted 5 years trying to be the ideal stepfather. Now, I was out. Let them show their true colors. And boy, was I prepared for a show and tell. Sunday. Melissa and I sat down for another silent dinner. Then Ethan burst into the dining room, waving an envelope around as if he'd won the lottery. Dad, I got in, he exclaimed, almost jumping up and down. NYU accepted me. I got into my dream school. I saw him run up to Melissa and hug her tightly. They were both grinning ear to ear. Ethan then turned to her and, with a sneer that I will never forget, said, Tell your husband he needs to pay for my tuition. Something inside me has just snapped. I smiled, but it was not a warm, pleasant smile. A chilly and sharp one. I won't be paying for your college education, I stated emphatically. You've made it very clear that I'm not your father. I'm nobody, remember? Well, guess what? This nobody's wallet is closed. Why don't you ask your real dad to pay for college? Ethan's cheeks became an awful shade of red. You vindictive piece of... He began shivering, tears welling in his eyes. But I didn't feel anything. You're doing this to punish me. You're just evil. I stood there, strangely calm as he screamed insults at me. It was like witnessing a hurricane from a window. I could see the turmoil, but it couldn't affect me anymore. Mom! Ethan exclaimed to Melissa. Make him pay, he has to pay. Melissa cleared her throat, adopting the patronizing tone I had come to despise. Come on, honey, quit joking around, she told me. You know you need to pay for Ethan's education. I pulled back my chair and stood up. I've made myself perfectly clear. I will not pay tens of thousands of dollars in tuition for someone who spent weeks telling me I'm nothing to him. Someone who treats me as if I don't exist in my own home. Then I turned and left the dining room. Ethan's shrieks followed me up the stairs. I could hear him having what sounded like another epic tantrum. Plates crash. Chair scraping. Theatrical sobs. Like father, like son, I reasoned bitterly. I sat in my bedroom, listening as the ruckus downstairs gradually subsided. But I knew it was not over. Melissa would be up shortly, eager to play a role in this family drama. Sure enough, approximately 30 minutes later, my bedroom door flew open. Melissa stormed in. Red-faced with rage. "I'm sick of it," she exclaimed at me. "Sick of you and your games? You need to grow up and pay for Ethan's education." I glanced at her calmly from where I sat on the bed. "No. You and your ex can figure out how to pay for NYU. I'm sure between the two of you, you can work something out." Melissa's jaw constricted. She began pacing the room, like a caged animal. "You're being completely selfish. He's just a teenager, for God's sake. You're the adult here, you need to be the bigger person," I observed her, remembering. She had used the same reasoning each time. "Be the bigger person, Robert. Let it go, Robert. He's just a kid, Robert." Constantly making excuses? They were always smiling, nodding, and opening my wallet while treating me like dirt. I took a big breath and gently exhaled. "A teenager who's old enough to know better," I remarked gently. "An adolescent has made it abundantly apparent how he thinks about me. Why should I invest in his future when he has only shown me contempt?" Melissa paused her pacing and gently turned toward me. Her expression was frigid. "Fine then. Let me make this simple for you. Either you pay for Ethan's education, or I'm filing for divorce." She obviously expected me to cave, break down, cry, or beg her not to leave. To pay immediately. That is what the better man would do, correct? I shrugged. "Okay. Get divorced." Her expression was almost comical, her mouth opened and closed several times, but no words emerged. Apparently, she did not expect me to call her bluff. "I'll call my lawyer first thing in the morning," I stated with a stern voice. "Until then, you and Ethan can start finding yourselves a new place to live." Melissa said nothing. She just stood there, staring at me, almost for the first time. Finally, without another word, she turned and walked out, silently closing the door behind her. The next morning, I came downstairs to find Ethan sitting at the dining table, waiting for me like an ambush. The scene was masterfully staged. Ethan has red-rimmed eyes. Melissa, with her finely honed expression of concerned authority. Melissa murmured, "Honey," with that deceitful smile I'd never noticed before. "We've all had a chance to calm down and think about things." Ethan nodded profusely, resembling a well-bred puppet. "We all just overreacted yesterday," he continued, his voice thick with honey. I paused in the doorway, a peculiar sense of clarity sweeping over me. It was like I was seeing them both for the first time. I really see them. Melissa went talking, her voice adopting the reasonable tone she often used when she desired something. "We're family. Families fight, but they also make up. And since you were the one who escalated things with this whole college situation, it would mean a lot if you took the first step toward reconciliation." Ethan jumped in on cue. "Yeah, and if you helped with tuition, it would show that you're really sorry and want to make things right." I nearly laughed. They genuinely believed they could influence me so easily. That all it would take was some staged remorse and scripted phrases about family. "Actually," I said as I reached for my cell, "I just got off the phone with my lawyer 5 minutes ago. The divorce papers should be ready by this afternoon." Their expressions shifted in an instant. Ethan's phony smile evaporated, leaving his face stunned. Melissa's face flushed a familiar angry red. I turned to Ethan. "Congratulations," I stated frankly. "You won't have to deal with your not-dad interfering in your life anymore. Isn't that what you wanted?" Ethan burst into tears. This time, they're real. Not the calculated ones from earlier. But I was tired of being deceived by teenage tears. Melissa rushed to her feet so quickly that her chair nearly collapsed. She stormed upstairs without saying another thing. Moments later, I heard her yanking drawers open and slamming closet doors. They packed in complete silence. No more harsh speeches. No more insincere apologies. Just the sound of luggage being stuffed and doors slamming. I believed it had finally ended. I was mistaken. The messages began that same night. First, from Melissa. "We all said things we regret. Let's talk about this like adults." Then from Ethan. "I am so sorry if I hurt your feelings, but you are really being totally unfair about college." When I said nothing, the text became more harsh. "You are being obstructive and destroying this family. I hope you enjoy being all alone with your money." You'll be sorry later when you're old and alone with nobody. I said nothing. I made sure there was a prenuptial agreement, so the divorce was speedy. Melissa naturally tried to oppose it. But my lawyer handled it swiftly. She received nothing. Not 1 penny of my wine bar's income. Not a single penny from my savings. I still hear about them from common friends. They live in a little apartment across town. Ethan couldn't afford NYU and now works in a mall. Melissa is striving to resume her accounting profession, but things aren't going well. Since then, I've redecorated the house. I got rid of all the furniture that reminded me of them. The space feels larger these days. Lighter, somehow? Or maybe it's just me. Finally liberated from the burden of attempting to purchase affection from those who were only interested in selling. My father demanded I attend my golden brother's wedding, threatening to cut my tuition. They were shocked when I revealed I earned more than him. My father has always treated me as the child in the family that is overlooked. He was simply infatuated with my brother. He continues. You know what? I don't care if you got accepted to some prestigious college. You have to go to the local college because we don't want your brother to be jealous of you. So, you know what, guys? I pretended everything was fine. I replied, you know what, Dad? Okay, fine. I'll go to that college on one condition, I get to stay in the dorms. So, I lied to him. I pretended to reside in the dorms and attended the prestigious college on a scholarship he was unaware of. But when he finds out, he will erupt. What would you do if the people who had hardly noticed your presence for 3 years suddenly asked you to show up and act like a family member for one day? That would be a very hard scenario, right? I mean, it's always going to be like that with family, especially my own. Let me start at the beginning. My name is Jonas, and if you haven't figured by now, my family is quite dysfunctional. I mean it. That is, if it can even be considered a family. What do you name the individuals who gave birth to you but then abandoned you when they discovered a better version of you? Can that even be considered family? Instead than going in circles, let me state it clearly. I could have had a happy family if my parents had treated both of their children equally. But, no, my parents are a bunch of biased jerks who have been treating me as background noise for as long as I can remember, all because my brother Roman was the healthier kid. I mean, Roman was one of those healthy, adorable infants who drew everyone's attention in an instant, whereas I was the scrawny, average-looking one that no one wanted to hold. But should these things influence parents so profoundly that they begin to differentiate between their children? It shouldn't, right? But it was different for my parents, Patrick and Marin. Within a month of Roman's birth, he had become their golden kid, the infant who received universal adulation. I mean, he wasn't outstanding. He was merely the more attractive one, the main character, so everyone was drawn to him, whilst I was usually the supporting character, standing in the background, forgotten. You can imagine how dreadful my childhood must have been. My parents ignored me and just provided for my basic needs, while my egotistical brother let all of the attention get to him. Roman grew up as a pampered brat who only cared about himself. So you can picture the kind of relationship we had. I was the shy, introverted kid, and Roman turned out to be a huge fat bully. Could you imagine that? Are you being bullied by your little brother? Yeah, that was the case with me. Roman seemed to have made it his life's mission to make mine unhappy, whether by throwing wild tantrums that caused my parents to spoil my plans or by physically taking away the things I liked. Is this correct? It was a poor scenario in and of itself. Add a set of biased parents to the mix, and you can understand how terrible my upbringing was. My parents were the main reason Roman grew up to be such a brat. While Roman was showered with new toys, attention, and praise, I was never spoiled. My birthdays were a formality. My accomplishments were never particularly significant, and my job in the family was essentially that of a background prop. One time in 3rd grade, I had all A's on my report card. I was thrilled, you know? I figured maybe I'd get a pat on the back or something. But when I presented it to my mother, all she said was, "That's good," as she went on to rave about what a nice little painting Roman had done that we just had to put on the refrigerator. Yes, Roman's wonky dog drawing received center stage, while my straight A report card was placed into the garbage drawer with the other forgotten papers. So you know how things were. I felt like the neglected report card, while my brother was lauded for everything. But it wasn't just the small stuff. Oh no. Roman got to decide where we went on family trips, what we ate for dinner, and what we watched on television. Every time I attempted to select something, I was turned down. And that idiot Roman rubbed it in my face to the fullest extent possible. He was the king, and I was nothing more than his servant. So I guess you can see why I wanted to flee this hellhole as soon as I could. And I even had the perfect opportunity. I was looking to pursue a bachelor's degree and was awarded a scholarship to one of the world's finest institutions. It was a very prestigious college, the kind that assures a good career for its students. Getting a scholarship there? Oh, that is a dream. But here's the catch. It was many states away. And, like everything else in my life, my parents refused to let me have it. Click share and more to check if there is a part 2. Part 2. Do you want to discover the reason? Of course it was Roman. My parents even suggested that I attend the local institution in our state because it provided a greater opportunity and option. They reasoned that since Roman, who was not particularly bright academically, could feel bad that I had the opportunity to enroll at such a prominent college while he did not, I should stay local. What was stopping him? He could have worked his buttocks off, like I did, and received what he desired. However, none of this made sense to my parents. They told me I needed to go to the local college. You see how ludicrous this whole situation was? Somewhere in my mind, I assumed they were doing this to keep me from outshining Roman. It was as if they recognized my potential but consciously chose to disregard it. It's as if providing me with genuine support would jeopardize Roman's image as the golden child. Why else would they work so hard for me to stay at the local college while Roman, who was nothing near as ambitious, received unrivaled support? It seemed as if I was not meant to be more successful than him. That was not part of their script. But did I succumb to that foolishness? No. I'd already made significant sacrifices to keep up with the family's wacky, biased antics. But I decided I'd had enough. I told my parents that I would only attend the local college if they permitted me to live in the campus dorms. My parents agreed, a little too happily, thinking they'd persuaded me to stay at the local college. But did they actually? No chance in hell. I accepted the scholarship and relocated to another state while my parents thought I was attending a nearby college. The nicest aspect was that the prominent college I was admitted to offered the finance course I desired in just 2 years, whereas the local college required 4. So that was ideal since it meant I could graduate earlier than my parents had imagined. Honestly, it was the best decision I've ever made. Not only did I leave the hellhole my parents had created, but this college represented the pinnacle of prosperity. I say this because, shortly after graduating, I was offered a 6-figure salary and have been with the company for a year. Things are actually improving for me, since I am on the verge of receiving a promotion. I did it all. The scholarship covered 70% of the fees, and I utilized the money my father contributed to meet other expenses. Now I'm having a fantastic life. My father continues to send me money, believing that I am a student at the local college. And I have not told him to stop. I know it's kind of terrible, but I consider it retribution for the last 3 years. I've had limited communication with my relatives. There were a few checkup calls here and there, as well as 1 or 2 trips to my home over the holidays, to keep them from becoming suspicious. Aside from that, they haven't troubled me too much, and I've been able to avoid them by explaining that I've been busy with my studies. They don't seem to care anyway. I mean, why should they? They had a golden child now. My parents benefited from the fact that the only person they had to care for was no longer in their lives. I was truly satisfied with the setup. It did hurt from time to time that my folks didn't notice I had moved states away. But the melancholy was offset by the relief of not having their toxic presence around me. Truth be told, I did miss having a family. Not a dysfunctional one like mine, but rather the feeling of having a family who genuinely cared about me. Despite my friends and pleasures, I felt that something was lacking in my life. However, until this morning, it appeared difficult to correct. My father called today to tell me that Roman was getting married and that he needed me there a few days before the wedding to help with the preparations. I was taken aback. Was my father truly urging me to come home? I had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, especially since he told me I was part of the family and that he wanted everyone to be present for Roman's big day. I truly became emotional. My parents had never acknowledged me as a member of their family. They were primarily concerned with themselves and Roman. But now my father specifically wanted me to attend the wedding. It was overwhelming to receive appreciation from my parents. But then I remembered that these were the ones who had ignored me throughout my childhood. Even today, they were unaware that their eldest son lives states away. Do I really want to return to these people, only to be disregarded again, as I have been my entire life? This is where I find myself in a quandary. And I'd like to ask you all. What would you do if you were in my shoes? I miss my sense of family, and it would be wonderful to have them care about me for once. But the prospect of returning back only to have my expectations shattered again terrifies me. Should I accept their invitation and attend my brother's wedding solely for the sake of family? Or should I stick to my commitment to live far away from them and not allow them to hurt me again? Before we get into that, it's been 2 days, and I've had plenty of time to consider what I should do. In the end, I decided to keep my peace. Even though some of you may disagree with my decision, I elected not to accept my father's invitation to Roman's wedding. And honestly, it feels like the best decision I have ever made. Spoiler alert, my parents haven't changed and never will. Let me continue where I left off in my initial post. After some thinking, I texted my father, just saying that I wouldn't be able to make it. There is no lengthy explanation, no excuses. To be honest, I was not going to come. I expected some reaction, but I didn't expect the manipulation to start so early. Within an hour, my phone was flooded with text messages. First, my mother attempted to guilt trip me. She inquired if I truly wanted to miss Roman's special day. If I wanted to be that brother. And how disappointed Roman would be if I wasn't present. She went on to say how much it would mean to Roman if his older brother was there. Really? She also attempted to play the game in which you only got one family card. But here's the thing, Roman's big day meant nothing to me. Because Roman had never cared about any of my significant occasions. Not one. And yes, you only have one family. Part 3. But only if they behave appropriately, you know? So I informed my mother the same thing, I was not coming. When guilt tripping failed, my father resorted to his own bizarre tactics. He attempted to keep it calm at first, stating things like how families should stick together on situations like these. When I still didn't move, he decided to play dirty. He called and stated that if I didn't show up for Roman's wedding, they would cease paying my tuition costs. He stated they couldn't afford for people to gossip about how one of their sons wasn't present at such an important event. Essentially, they wanted to maintain the appearance of a happy family for their friends and neighbors. As is customary, everything revolved around appearances. Not about me. Not about Roman. But what about how the family was perceived by others? That's when I really lost it. I mean, how selfish could somebody be? Threatening to cease paying my education expenses just so I may attend a wedding. It was incredibly foolish. Even more so given that I didn't care about any of the money they handed me. I responded by telling my dad, "Go ahead. Stop paying the college fees. I'm not coming to the wedding and nothing you say or threaten will change that." I still hadn't told them that I had graduated a year ago and was living states away with a 6-figure salary and a life they could never have provided me. I didn't want them to know how good my life was or where I was because they would ruin everything that was going well. I know I have to tell them the truth, and I will do so shortly. But right now, I was having fun. My unwillingness to attend my brother's wedding, despite my father's warnings, enraged him. He spoke about how ungrateful I was. How I've always been difficult. And how Dad planned to withdraw my name from the local college to teach me a lesson. He said it as if it were a huge threat, as if being pulled from a place I'd never even been to would destroy me. He had no idea that the truth was just the opposite. Honestly, I couldn't stop laughing. I could have told him I had never attended the local college, but where's the fun in that, guys? So now I'm simply waiting for my father to go and try to withdraw my name from a college where I was never enrolled. I'm honestly waiting for his reaction when he discovers I no longer need him or his money. That's going to be shocking. And it's only a matter of time before my phone calls with another round of obscenities. I honestly cannot wait. Anyway, I'll keep you all posted on what happens. Until then, so long. Hello, it's Jonas again. I know it's only been a day since my last update, but the never-ending drama in my life has gotten even wilder. After my last post, I had a feeling my father would take my unwillingness to attend Roman's wedding seriously. It turns out I was correct. It all began with a phone call from him this morning, and he was furious. He was irate and wasted no time in asking me where I'd been all this time and what the heck I'd been doing with all the money he provided for my college expenses. It was like witnessing a toddler throw a tantrum because he did not get his favorite toy. Only this time, it was my father who was driven insane by the happenings around him. Apparently, after our last chat, my father went to the local college. Yes, this is when things become really fascinating. He went there to withdraw my name, simply to teach me a lesson. That guy was so crazy that he thought pulling my name from college and suspending my studies would force me to attend Roman's wedding. Clearly, he was wrong. So, obviously, when my father went to the local college, he was in for a huge surprise. The local college had no record of my enrollment. It must have been quite the spectacle. My father stood there, attempting to cancel my registration when Jonas was not present at college. I bet the revelation hit him like a blow to the belly. During our call, his bitterness over his momentary humiliation at college was evident. He wanted to know where I had been for the past 3 months and what I had been doing with all that money. But, honestly, the situation was so absurd that I couldn't stop laughing. After more harsh remarks from my father and some waiting on my part, I decided to tell him the whole truth. I told him that I had graduated on a scholarship a year ago and that the money he had been giving for my college tuition had been extremely helpful. Then I dropped the larger bomb. I informed him that I now had a 6-figure salary and was making more than him. When he inquired whether I was kidding, I could tell he was disappointed. But he realized it wasn't a joke. The fact that I was no longer the struggling student he thought I was, but rather an independent man with a fulfilling life, must have been a difficult pill for him to swallow. I was ready for whatever came next. As soon as my father understood what I had just said, he erupted, accusing me of treason for keeping them in the dark. He went on about how much he had done for me, only to be confronted with this betrayal. Done so much for me? Was he talking about how he and my mother ignored me for years to focus on their favored child? Then he came up with the most ridiculous idea imaginable. He said the only way he could forgive me was if I went to Roman's wedding and made sure there was no scandal or gossip about the family. I could not believe it. This individual was still primarily concerned with his image. I don't understand why he's suddenly fascinated with the family's image. It had never disturbed him before. Anyway, I told him I didn't need his forgiveness, and I certainly didn't want to be a part of their ruse, pretending we were all one happy family. My father, still upset, tried to persuade me to attend the wedding. He appeared frantic at this point, but I held my ground. I told him there was no way in hell I'd go to the wedding of the man who devastated my childhood. Not only that, but I informed him I was done with the drama and would cut them off. My father was shocked, but I did not remain silent. I had spent my entire childhood absorbing everything silently. But not anymore. I told him I didn't want any of them to contact me again and that they could attend their golden son's wedding without me while I enjoyed my life. My father attempted to influence me emotionally again. But this time, I wouldn't have it. Talking about how I was his kid and how I needed to attend my brother's wedding. But I was finished. I just informed him that he had only one son since he was the one they all appeared to care about, and that they could keep it that way. As I gladly cut them off, I didn't even give my father another time to respond. I quickly ended the call and blocked his phone. And here is where I am right now, officially cut off from my family's harmful presence. It's a bittersweet feeling because I never imagined things coming to this. But I am also somewhat satisfied since I know it had to be done. At least now I can live a calm life. And if all goes well, maybe I'll be able to start my own family one day. So it's been more than a month since I shut off communication with my family. I thought I was above all the drama and manipulation. But they clearly couldn't let things go so simply. A few days ago, I received an unexpected call from an unknown number. It was my mother, and she was sobbing uncontrollably. I had banned all of their calls, so I was surprised to receive this one. I decided not to hang up on her because I suspected something horrible had happened. But it was nothing like that. She began telling me how much she misses me and how she simply wants her kid back. She stated she didn't care what I or Dad did. None of it mattered to her. She simply wanted me to be a member of the family again. I was perplexed. I mean, where was this energy previously? When I told them I was cutting them off, they didn't seem to mind. And now my mother wants to patch things up? Don't you think that was a bit suspicious? So I just hung up on her, telling her I'd call her later. I had a sense something wasn't right, so I contacted my aunt, my mother's sister, to see if she had any ideas. What she told me was bizarre and it verified all of my suspicions. Apparently, Roman's wedding was a complete fiasco. A massive shitstorm. His seemingly beautiful fiancée turned out to be a full-fledged fraudster. Before the wedding, she persuaded Roman, my parents, and a group of family members to put all of their savings into a dodgy, once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity. And guess what? It was all a hoax. She took the money and dipped. There were no weddings. She's gone, as are my family's savings. However, it wasn't the end of it. My aunt also informed me that my parents were in even more serious difficulty than I had suspected. Apparently, my father provoked a disturbance with an employee and his family, resulting in a significant loss for his already dying firm. And then everything clicked for me. This is why he was so eager to invite me to the wedding. He wanted to salvage his image by demonstrating how much he treasured his perfect family, and all those values. But of course, that did not work. This fiasco between Roman and his fiancée just added to the negative news. So, basically, they are losing money left and right. To make matters worse, they used their house as collateral for a loan in an attempt to salvage the firm. However, this also backfired on them. And now they are likely to lose their home. They had to move into a dilapidated trailer or studio apartment because that's all they could afford. Now everything was plain to me. My mother didn't call because she missed me or wanted me back. They urgently needed me. They realized I was doing well for myself and wanted to use me as a safety net. I understood everything. They were out of options, and I was their only hope. So, I wasn't playing that game. I was not going to be dragged back into their mess, especially now that I had seen the whole picture. They didn't care about me because they were too busy catering to Roman and his needs. But here's the catch. My parents are now fighting with Roman because they blame him for everything. For the entire wedding fiasco. For all the money they've lost, it's actually pretty funny. The golden child they built their lives around has ruined everything. And, to be honest, it made me happy that they were finally realizing their mistakes. Anyway, I could care less. I'm staying out of the controversy. After my mother called, I blocked her again. I wasn't going to let her control my emotions. But did this prevent my parents from reaching out? No, absolutely not. They were needy and clingy, refusing to accept that things weren't going their way. My parents eventually showed up at my house. Do not ask me how. I'm not sure how they got the address, but I believe they badgered some of my old friends for information. However, the how does not matter. What matters is that they showed up at my door, reminding me of family values, and that, as their older son, I was their responsibility. And now, somehow, they were mine. I slammed the door in their faces, of course. They begged me to help them, claiming they were penniless and had spent their last money on a flight to meet me. That sucked for them, but I wasn't going to help. This is not the end of it. A few days later, Roman arrived at my home, practically crying and pleading for help. He stated that he missed having his big brother in his life. I'm not sure what big brother he's referring to because all I remember is him bullying me. I warned him, but he kept begging, saying mom and dad were going to cut him off shortly because they were angry with him for putting them into this problem. It was all for nothing. Roman shared the same fate as my parents. I locked the door in his face, warning him that if any of them returned, I'd call the cops. Since then, I haven't heard from any of them, and I honestly don't care. I am done with this toxic family. I'm a little sad that things with my family have come to this. Because the void they created will always be present in my life. But I'm not going to take their trash anymore, just for the sake of family. I was always overlooked while my sister was spoiled. This Christmas, she refused to book me a room, saying only the real family could stay together. Hello, Reddit. My name is Lily, and I am a 28-year-old project manager for a technology business in Seattle. I make a reasonably comfortable $135,000 per year and am glad to say that I've made a wonderful life for myself. It wasn't handed to me, however. It's the result of a lot of effort, planning, and long hours. Growing up I did not have a silver spoon in my mouth, but my sister Victoria, 30 degrees Fahrenheit, did. She is the family's golden child. My parents, James, 59 million, and Maria, 57 million, treated her as their pride and delight. Victoria had an idyllic childhood. She has never had to labor for anything. My parents paid for her college tuition, purchased her a car, and even assisted with the down payment on her first home. Meanwhile, I took a different road. I was working part-time jobs during college, surviving on scholarships and scraping by to pay my rent and utilities. When I graduated, I had no debt but plenty of exhaustion. Uncle William, 62 million, my mother's brother, was one of the few people who noticed how hard I worked. He's a self-made millionaire who started his real estate enterprise from scratch. He never had children of his own, therefore he has always been quite generous to our family. However, he believes in earning what you have. So, while he financially supported Victoria and my parents, he respected my decision to make my own path. Victoria and her husband Daniel, 32 million, appear to live a beautiful life, but it's all a facade. The amusing thing is that Victoria's Instagram is full with selected photographs from their travels, Nathan's, 8 million, private school events, and pricey dinners out. But if you pull back the curtain, it's all Uncle William's money. She and Daniel do not have legitimate employment. Daniel is theoretically in sales, but his performance is dismal at best. Victoria has never worked in her life. She proclaims herself a full-time mom, but let's be honest, she has a nanny. Uncle William also provides complete funding for my parents. They live in a lovely retirement home in Arizona, and he pays for their medical costs and monthly expenses. My father spent the majority of his life as a factory worker, and my mother as a teacher, so they never saved anything for retirement. They don't appear to feel guilty about relying on Uncle William, though. They act as if it were their birthright. Uncle William once told me, "Lily, You're the only one in this family who knows what it means to stand on your own 2 feet. Hearing it meant everything to me since it felt like someone had finally recognized my struggle. I know Victoria resents me for having that kind of relationship with him. But the truth is that she couldn't survive without him. I don't expect anything from my parents anymore, and I'm fine with it. It's really difficult to see them constantly pander to Victoria while acting as if she's some kind of saint for spending money she doesn't even have. The most aggravating aspect is Victoria's arrogance. She regularly brags about her lifestyle, making snarky remarks about how I work too hard or don't know how to enjoy life. But the truth is, I'm content. My life may not be as glamorous as hers, but it is real and unique to me. So, let's just say that things got out of hand this Christmas season. Every Christmas, Uncle William takes the family on a large, luxurious trip. We've been doing it for years, and I'll be honest, it's enjoyable. For a few days, we stay in luxurious hotels, eat delicious food, and occasionally get along. Uncle William enjoys going all out, and I believe it is his way of keeping the family together now that we are all living in separate places. This year, he chose a ski resort near Aspen. I'm not much of a skier, but I was eager since Aspen in December is breathtaking. Plus, I don't go on lavish vacations every day. Uncle William delegated responsibility for booking everything to Victoria, which was mistake number one. But he has always trusted her to handle these situations, most likely because she has nothing else going on and plenty of free time. I considered offering to help, but I didn't want to step on anyone's toes. Victoria enjoys being the planner since it allows her to claim credit for everything, even though she is only scheduling things with Uncle William's money. So, what's the worst that might happen? I booked my trip and arrived in Aspen slightly later than everyone else due to work. My firm had a large project deadline, so I needed to finish everything up before I could leave. I got to the resort around 4 p.m., dragging my suitcase through the snow. The scenery was stunning. Imagine snow-covered mountains, quaint small cabins, with dazzling lights strung everywhere. It looked like something from a Christmas movie. The main lodge was even more beautiful, with a massive stone fireplace, soaring ceilings, and floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the mountains. Families were relaxing around the fire, drinking hot chocolate. Couples were coming in from the slopes, and everyone appeared to be having a great time. I stepped up to the front desk expecting a smooth greeting. But instead, the clerk gave me this perplexed expression. "I'm sorry, ma'am," she said, frantically working on her computer. "We don't have a reservation under your name." At first, I thought, maybe Victoria simply forgot to add me. Mistakes happen. But Victoria did not forget. She did it on purpose. I knew I was in for a condescending, passive-aggressive remark as soon as she walked into the foyer. Victoria always had a way of making any circumstance into an opportunity to feel superior, and today was no exception. She arrived looking like she was preparing to make an advertisement for winter coats. Designer clothes, flawless hair, and a wide smile that could cut glass. "Oh, Lily," she replied, appearing astonished to see me. "Didn't I tell you? I only booked rooms for the real family, me, Daniel, Nathan, and, of course, Mom and Dad." I don't believe I've ever been so stunned into silence. How do you respond to something like that? The way she described the actual family made it plain that she did not consider me a member of the group. The fact that she made no apologies was the cherry on top. I looked over at my parents, expecting they'd intervene and say something, but they simply avoided eye contact. They appeared embarrassed, but not enough to do anything about it. Naturally, Victoria kept going. She never knows when to stop. "But you're so independent, right?" she asked in that false lovely voice she employs when she pretends to be kind but is actually mocking you. "I'm sure you can find something nearby." Then she laughed, as if the entire scenario was a joke. I could feel my cheeks becoming hot, but I wasn't going to let her see me unhappy. I've learned over the years that Victoria feeds on making others feel small, and the easiest way to cope with her is to pretend she doesn't bother you. So I took a deep breath, feigned a smile and said, "All right, enjoy your holiday then." I grabbed my suitcase and headed out. As I left the foyer, I could feel Victoria's smug look on my back. She undoubtedly believed she had triumphed and had humiliated me. Maybe she had, just a little bit. But I was not going to let her ruin my trip. The reality is, Victoria has pulled something similar before. She has always been the queen of exclusion. Whether it's accidentally forgetting to invite me to family meals or cleverly not mentioning plans until it's too late for me to attend, it's as if she derives sick pleasure from reminding me that, in her eyes, I don't belong. And what about my parents? They have always let her get away with it. They'll say things like, "Oh, that's just Victoria," or, "She didn't mean it like that," as if her actions had no real effects. But this felt different. This was not just a supper or a casual gathering, It was Christmas. A family custom. And she purposely excluded me, knowing full well how much it would hurt. By the time I got outside, I was angry. The chilly air smacked my face, but it didn't cool me down. I took out my phone and began searching for local hotels, determined to find somewhere else to stay. I was not going to crawl back to Victoria or my parents and beg for a place to sleep. After a few minutes of exploring, I discovered another luxurious hotel approximately 10 minutes away. They had a suite available. It was absurdly pricey, but I didn't mind. I was not going to let Victoria's petty bullshit ruin my Christmas. I called my two dearest friends, Kate and Grace. Neither of them had any great Christmas plans this year. Kate's family was out of town, and Grace had just ended a relationship and was not in the mood to celebrate. "Hey, so how do you feel about spending Christmas in Aspen?" I requested an answer. They did not even hesitate. Within hours, they were on their way. That evening, we transformed my suite into our own personal Christmas hideaway. We ordered room service, which included everything from burgers to desserts, and then relaxed in the outdoor hot tub that overlooked the mountains. The steam ascended into the cool night air, and for the first time that day, I felt as if I were on vacation. While reclining in the hot tub, we began discussing the entire scenario with Victoria. Kate could not believe it. "She actually said you weren't part of the real family?" Grace shakes her head. "She's always been a piece of work, but this is a new low." Later that night, we returned to the suite and turned up the Christmas music. We danced around in our jammies, ate far too much chocolate, and laughed till our sides hurt. We felt like kids again, having a sleepover and not caring about anything else in the world. I decided to share some Instagram stories. I was not attempting to be petty. Okay, perhaps I was a little petty, but I wanted Victoria to know that her little act had not wrecked my vacation. I shared a video of us in the hot tub with the mountains in the background, another of us dancing in our suite, and a photo of our absurd room service spread. Victoria was the first to see them. I could almost feel her rage through the television. Knowing her, she probably couldn't bear the thought that I was having a better time than she was. Victoria thrives on being the center of attention, so seeing me happy and unconcerned must have irritated her. The next morning, I received a text from Uncle William. He requested to meet for breakfast at my hotel. I knew he'd heard something about what happened at the other lodge, and I felt both relieved and nervous. Uncle William does not play games with his family. When I met him in the hotel restaurant, he was already seated at a corner table, sipping coffee and looking as cool as ever. Uncle William is one of those persons who draws attention without even trying. He's bright, direct, and constantly seems to be 10 steps ahead of everyone else. We exchanged niceties, but he got to the point swiftly. "So, Lily," he continued, putting his coffee cup down, "what happened at the lodge?" I took a big breath before telling him everything. From the minute I arrived and discovered I didn't have a reservation, to Victoria's arrogant little spiel about booking rooms for the genuine family. I did not sugarcoat anything, but I also avoided sounding whining. I only presented the facts. As I spoke, I noticed Uncle William's expression change. At first, he simply seemed thoughtful. But as I continued speaking, his face darkened. When I finished, he was shaking his head in disbelief. "I trusted Victoria to handle the booking for everyone," he remarked quietly and firmly. "I can't believe she excluded you like that. And your parents just stood there and let it happen?" I nodded. "Pretty much." Uncle William exhaled and leaned back in his chair. "Unbelievable," he mumbled. The waiter arrived with our food, pancakes for me, eggs and toast for Uncle William, and we sat silently for a minute while he processed it. Finally, he put down his fork and glanced at me. "Don't worry, Lily. I'll take care of this." I wasn't sure what he meant by "take care of this," but I wasn't going to disagree. If there's one thing I've learned about Uncle William, it's that he follows through on his promises. After breakfast, he excused himself and went to his room. I returned to my suite, where Kate and Grace were already awake and organizing our day. I didn't tell them much about my chat with Uncle William, mostly because I didn't know what would happen next. But I had a feeling things were going to become interesting. A few hours later, I received my response. And let me tell you, Uncle William didn't hold back. Update 1. It's been a week after the Christmas incident and boy, have things escalated quickly. Uncle William didn't lie when he said he'd take care of things. Let me explain what happened following our breakfast talk. First, Uncle William did not simply cancel their hotel reservations. He took off all financial support to Victoria and my parents immediately. There's no warning. There is no steady decline. Simply terminate all assistance. Victoria's idyllic life proved to be a house of cards, and it collapsed dramatically. The first indicator of disaster occurred when Victoria's credit cards were refused. Apparently, Uncle William had also been paying the expenses. She attempted to keep it secret, but word spread when she had to cancel Nathan's winter break activities because she couldn't afford the costs. Then came the mortgage payment dilemma. Uncle William had been contributing to their monthly bills to assist them keep their lifestyle in their upscale neighborhood. Without his help, they're trying to figure out how to keep their home. Daniel's commission-based sales work is insufficient to support their costs. Victoria has been in such denial about money that they have almost no savings. What is the most ironic part? Victoria began contacting me repeatedly, leaving voicemails that ranged from angry accusations to heartbreaking pleas. "How could you do this to us?" she screamed in a single message. "Nathan is crying because we had to cancel his private tennis lessons. Are you happy now?" In another communication, she attempted to guilt-trip me. "I know I made a mistake at Christmas, but do you really want to see your nephew suffer?" I haven't answered any of her messages. After years of treating me as if I weren't a member of the real family, it's almost laughable how passionately she needs my help now. My folks aren't handling it very well. Mom contacted me in tears, stating that they may have to leave their retirement community because they cannot afford the monthly costs without Uncle William's assistance. "We're too old to start over," she cried. "Can't you talk to your uncle? He'll listen to you." The arrogance of that request had me stunned. After years of tolerating Victoria's actions and disregarding my feelings, do they really expect me to advocate for them? Dad wrote me a long email about how dissatisfied he is with my lack of family loyalty. According to him, I'm being vengeful and petty by turning Uncle William against the family. He deliberately failed to mention that they showed no allegiance to me while Victoria was conducting her trick. What's the most satisfying aspect of all this? Victoria's Instagram has gone black. No more regular updates about her happy life or carefully prepared family images. There will be no more meek bragging about Nathan's pricey private school or their luxurious holidays. Her most recent post was from before Christmas, with the generic phrase, "Family is everything." The irony is almost perfect. Uncle William called me yesterday to check in. He wasn't gloating, that's not his style. But he said something that truly stayed with me. Sometimes people have to lose everything to appreciate the worth of anything. He also stated that both Victoria and my parents had bombarded him with calls and emails, but he is standing firm. They made their choice, he stated. Now they can live with it. I have to admit that I feel a little guilty as I watch everything implode. But then I remember Victoria's smug expression in the hotel lobby, claiming I wasn't a member of the genuine family. I remember how my parents dismissed her conduct. All the years I was made to feel inadequate because I wanted to forge my own path rather than relying on handouts. Kate and Grace have been extremely supportive throughout this. They're just facing the consequences of their own actions, Kate said during our coffee date yesterday. Grace went on. Maybe this will finally teach them that money isn't everything. Meanwhile, I'm concentrating on my work and personal life. Our company's major project is progressing well, and there are talks of a promotion in the near future. It's odd that, while Victoria's neatly created world crumbles, the life I've established for myself grows stronger. I've never sought vengeance or to see my family suffer. All I ever wanted was to be respected and recognized as an equal member of the family. It's unfortunate that they had to take such harsh measures to comprehend the implications of their conduct. But sometimes, that's all it takes. Victoria, Daniel, and my parents are going to discover the value of self-reliance. Maybe then they'll realize the importance of hard work and independence, which Uncle William saw in me all along. Update 2. It's been a month since my previous update, and things with my family have taken a drastic turn. Victoria and Daniel were forced to sell their home. They couldn't have made it through 2 months of mortgage payments without Uncle William's help. They've moved to a little rental property on the outskirts of town, and Victoria isn't taking it well. What is the biggest change? Nathan had to shift from his fancy private school to the nearby public school. Victoria attempted to portray it on social media as a deliberate decision to give Nathan a more realistic experience. But everyone knows the truth. She couldn't afford the $30,000 annual tuition anymore. Her Instagram account, which used to be filled with photographs from school galas and fundraisers, has not been updated in weeks. The funniest part is seeing Victoria strive to keep her appearance. She was observed at Target purchasing home furnishings, something she would have deemed beneath her just a few months ago. When several of her elite parent friends came into her there, she virtually hid behind the seasonal displays. The women she used to organize charity luncheons with are now pretending not to recognize her at school pickup. Daniel has been compelled to work harder at his sales job. No more lengthy golf meetings or longer lunch breaks. He's finally recognizing that without Uncle William's connections and discreet financial backing, he's just another terrible salesperson trying to meet quotas. My folks have also had to downsize. They sold their condo in the upscale retirement community and relocated to a smaller apartment complex. Mom keeps stating it'll be temporary till they work things out with William. But, deep down, I believe they understand this is their new reality. What's the most startling development? Victoria actually had to start looking for work. After 15 years of being a full-time mother with a full-time nanny, she realizes her skill set is fairly limited. She applied for some marketing opportunities, saying that her experience managing her personal brand on Instagram qualified her. But so far? No takers. Meanwhile, I was just promoted to senior project manager. The irony is not lost on me. While they are all struggling to adjust to living within their means, my career is thriving. I treated myself to a beautiful bottle of champagne to celebrate. And Uncle William sent me a lovely bouquet with a letter that read, "Success is the best revenge. Proud of you." Kate mentioned something intriguing yesterday. Notice how none of them have actually apologized to you? They're all just sorry they got caught and lost their meal ticket. She's correct. Among all the tears, accusations, and begs for help, no one has said, "I'm sorry for treating you like you weren't family." I suppose some people never learn. They're so focused on lamenting their lost lifestyle that they can't understand what they did wrong in the first place. Update 3. It's been 3 months since everything changed, and I'm now ready to reveal what's happened. The dust has settled, and everyone's true colors are more visible than ever. My birthday was last week, and Uncle William sent me a handwritten card that moved me to tears. "Dear Lily," he wrote. "Watching you build your life on your own terms has been one of my greatest joys. Your strength isn't in spite of your struggles, it's because of them. Never doubt that independence is the greatest gift you've given yourself. Proud of you always." His card arrived at the right time, since I had just completed the paperwork for my new position. With my promotion to senior project manager, I received a big raise and stock options. I am currently earning $165,000 per year, plus bonuses. The irony is not lost on me. I'm now earning more than Daniel earned in his peak years, thanks to Uncle William's covert assistance. Victoria and Daniel's new reality has really set in. Victoria had to take a job as an administrative assistant at a local real estate firm. Oh, the irony of working in real estate after years of living lavishly thanks to Uncle William's real estate empire. She is struggling with basic office tasks and is reporting to a boss for the first time in her life. Daniel's commission-based sales have struck rock bottom. Without Uncle William's business ties to provide him prospects, he realizes how awful his sales talents are. They had to sell both of their fancy vehicles and now share an old Honda Civic. Nathan seemed to be the only one adjusting well to their new situation. He has made friends at his new public school and joined the soccer squad. Ironically, he appears happier now that Victoria cannot control every part of his life with pricey activities and private tutors. My parents had to learn how to budget for the first time in years. They've lost their country club membership, along with the majority of their friends. Dad is trying to boost their income by driving for Uber, which he would have thought beneath him only a few months ago. Mom is looking into substitute teaching again, but being out of work for so long has made it tough. Victoria launched a lifestyle blog about embracing simple living, as if she had a choice. Her first piece discussed finding joy in home-cooked meals after their weekly dining out money was depleted. The responses were harsh, with many criticizing her clear attempt to portray her forced lifestyle modifications as spontaneous decisions. Their desperate attempts to contact me have also evolved. Initially, it was all wrath and accusations. Then began the guilt trip and emotional manipulation. They're now taking a different approach: humility. So, feign humility. Victoria wrote me a lengthy email on how she has learned so much from this experience and how she had never appreciated the importance of hard work until now. She still managed to make it all about herself, without apologizing for what she'd done. Mom and Dad have been exchanging texts about healing the family and going forward together. Dad even offered that since I'm doing so well, I could help them financially. The arrogance still astounds me. They seem to believe that because I am successful, I owe them anything. Uncle William contacted me last week with some interesting news. Victoria had arrived at his office unannounced, attempting to convey her side of the situation. He claimed she broke down crying in the foyer, producing a spectacle that required security to remove her out. He was unmoved by her performance. "Crocodile tears don't pay bills," he said. "She's still trying to manipulate her way back into my wallet instead of actually changing." Last weekend, I purchased my first house, a lovely condo in a trendy neighborhood of Seattle. I did everything on my own. I saved for a down payment, was approved for a mortgage based on my own income and credit, and negotiated the terms myself. When I received the keys, I felt a sense of accomplishment that no amount of passed-down wealth could ever provide. Victoria still sees the whole affair as a temporary setback, something she must endure until things return to normal. What she does not realize is that this is normal. Earning your own way, living within your means, and accepting responsibility for your actions are the fundamental truths that most people face on a daily basis. I've learnt that family isn't about who shares your DNA, it's about who shares your beliefs. Uncle William, Kate, and Grace have given me more genuine family support than my parents or sister ever had. Sometimes the family you select is more authentic than the one you were born into. So here I am. Excelling in my work, living in my own home, and finally free of the poisonous familial dynamics that used to hold me back. The finest revenge isn't always about getting even. It's about moving forward, and never looking back. My family abandoned me at a rest stop when I was 22, leaving me stranded with no money or phone. Now, they have contacted me and asked for money. That summer, I turned 22. It was supposed to be just like any other day. I'd work at my father's hardware store for money and live at home because, according to banks, my father's college was not practical. I was also the perpetual punching bag for my golden kid brother Alan. We weren't destitute, but we weren't the sort to go on Disney vacations. So, when banks stated that we were going on a family road trip to my uncle's wedding in Colorado, I should have known something was up. 3 days into that horrible road journey, I was already regretting not making up an excuse to stay at home. My father and Alan had been taking turns playing their favorite game, making Salvador's life terrible. Mom, Irene, would periodically say, "That's enough," in her frail voice, but we all knew it was just a show. Look, I need to explain something about my family. Banks wasn't your typical dad. He was the type to wake you up at 3 a.m., to rant about a chore you forgot, or who will toss away your belongings if they get in his way. He had been telling me I was useless since I was able to grasp words. Alan quickly realized that he could either be Dad's mini-me or become like me. Guess which road he took? That morning, we came to a rest spot in Colorado that seemed to be in the middle of nowhere. Only fields, mountains in the distance, and a depressing tiny restroom facility with vending machines. I had been sleeping in the back of our Suburban and needed to stretch my legs and use the restroom. Dad and Alan were laughing over something, and Mom was checking her makeup in the visor mirror. I remember what I was wearing: an old Metallica t-shirt, trousers with a hole in one knee, and these beat-up Vans that I'd had for years. I did not take my phone because it was charging in the car. I didn't take my wallet, so why would I? We were in the middle of nowhere, and I was just taking a piss. I spent 10 minutes in that bathroom, perhaps less. When I walked out, blinking in the Colorado sun, the parking spot was vacant. Our dark green Suburban was gone. At first, I assumed they had moved it as a hoax. I wandered around the whole rest area. Nothing. That's the thing about betrayal by your own blood. It hits differently than any other type. I sat on the curb for an hour, telling myself they were simply trying to scare me and would be back. People came and left, and a few gave me strange looks. A trucker questioned if I was all right. I lied, saying I was waiting for my girlfriend in the bathroom. He nodded and departed. After 2 hours, I began to feel a chill in my stomach. They were not coming back. My initial thought was to borrow someone's phone and call them, begging them to come fetch me. However, when I was about to approach a mother with 2 children, something stopped me. A lifetime of memories flooded through my mind, every humiliation, every time they'd laughed at my expense, and every joke that was essentially cruelty with a punchline. I almost heard them. Alan's voice. "Dude, I bet he's crying right now." My father, "He'll figure it out if he's not as stupid as he appears." My mother's faint protest, which did not change anything. So, I made a decision. I approached that mother and asked to use her phone, but I did not contact my family. I contacted information and was given the phone number for the nearest shelter in Grand Junction, which is around 40 miles away. Then I asked her if she could give me a ride into town and said that my family had an emergency and had to leave, but they would send someone for me later. She hesitated, but I must have been innocent enough, since she agreed. That first night in the shelter was a reality check. I had nothing except the clothing on my back, no identification, money, or connections. Dave, the shelter employee, let me use their computer to seek out my uncle's address from a wedding invitation I had seen. I thought I would be able to travel to the wedding and see my family, but then I sat there staring at the screen, wondering why. Why pursue down folks who literally abandoned me on the side of the road for laughs? Instead, I set up a fresh email account. I searched up services for folks who needed emergency ID replacements, Googled cash-paying employment, and devised a plan. 2 days later, I was washing dishes at a small diner named Sunny. Geraldine, the proprietor, was a 60-something woman with purple-streaked gray hair and more tattoos than one would anticipate. I'd gone in, asked if they needed help, and informed her that my wallet had been stolen but that I needed work. She sized me up and remarked, "The dishwasher quit yesterday. You take from me, and you will die. Start now." That's the thing about rock bottom, you can only get up from there. For a week, I worked double shifts, slept in the shelter, and dressed in donated clothing. Dave assisted me in the process of obtaining a replacement ID by contacting vital records in my home state. With my first paycheck, I purchased a low-cost pay-as-you-go phone from Walmart. 7 days after they abandoned me, my phone rang. The number was unknown. I responded, and it was my mother, her voice shaking. She inquired as to my whereabouts and my well-being. They had been looking everywhere. It was only supposed to be a joke, she explained. They waited down the road for 20 minutes, returned, and couldn't find me. I listened to her stress and phony compassion. In the background, I could hear my father telling me to stop acting so theatrical and go to Uncle Rick's. I heard Alan laughing. "Salvador, are you there? Say something, we've been worried sick." That icy feeling in my gut was gone. Now there was just clarity. "You wanted to see if I could make it on my own," I explained, my voice firmer than it had ever been when speaking to them. "So watch me." I hung up, blocked the number, and then blocked every family number I could think of. I went to the Verizon store the next day and changed my phone number totally. I envisioned them becoming increasingly irritated as they realized their punching bag was not returning to be pummeled. 1 month later, I had my own studio apartment above a laundromat. It was small and always smelled like fabric softener, but it was mine. I worked my way up to prep cook at Sunny's, and Geraldine was showing me how to properly chop veggies without losing a finger. Sometimes I'd check my old email address, which my family knew. Messages piled up from Mom. "Please come home, we're sorry." From Dad. "This childish stunt needs to end right now." From Alan. "Dude, it was just a joke. Stop being such a..." I never replied. Not once. The thing about freedom is that once you've tasted it, you can't go back to the cage. I will not pretend it was easy. Some nights, I'd look through Instagram and see photographs of people with normal families who truly loved each other, and I'd feel an aching that no amount of them could satisfy. I experienced nights when loneliness threatened to take me whole. The holidays were the worst. But every morning, I'd wake up in my dingy little apartment, which smelled like Downy, go to my dishwashing job, where no one labeled me worthless, and construct my life one brick at a time. 3 months after they abandoned me at that rest stop, I checked my inbox for the last time. There was a fresh message from my mother. "Your grandmother is asking about you. Please just let us know you're alive." I closed the email, erased the account, and put my old SIM card in the dumpster behind Sunny's. That night, Geraldine showed me how to bake her renowned apple pie. She stated I had good pastry skills. It was the first real compliment I had received in many years. I never looked back. Update: 5 years after being abandoned at that Colorado rest area, I found myself staring at a familiar face in my Facebook page. Not because I was trolling my family's profiles, well, maybe I was, but because Alan had recently been mentioned in a local news piece back home. He'd received a DUI and wrapped his automobile around a telephone pole. Nobody heard except the pole. The publication had utilized one of his high school football photos. He appeared youthful and smug, in stark contrast to the fat mugshot below. That's the thing with karma. It goes at its own pace and never forgets an address. By then, I had established something like a life in Colorado. My terrible studio above the laundromat was eventually exchanged for a 1-bedroom with actual windows. I had worked my way up from dishwasher to line cook to assistant manager at Sunny's. Geraldine still ran the property with an iron fist and a flour-dusted glove, but she'd started treating me more like a quirky nephew than a charity case. My first major purchase, when I had actual savings, was a good laptop. Nothing spectacular, just enough to attend online community college classes in business management and basic accounting, which banks always claimed were for individuals who couldn't perform actual work. I'd spend my mornings at Sunny's, afternoons studying, and evenings at work. Rinse, repeat. Look, I'm not going to pretend that what occurred didn't leave me messed up. Trust issues? More like trust subscriptions, which I could cancel whenever someone got too near. I'd made only 2 friends in 5 years. My neighbor Doug, who played bass in a bad garage band and occasionally brought me homemade beer that tastes like hoppy dishwater, and Geraldine, if she qualified as a friend rather than a boss. That changed when Kendra began arriving at Sunny's every Tuesday and Thursday, like clockwork. She always got the same thing: Denver omelet with no tomatoes and extra coffee. She was often sitting at the counter with a textbook, med school. I later discovered she had this habit of completely shutting out while studying. For several minutes, she held the fork halfway to her mouth. I started timing her once, and her time was 7 minutes and 23 seconds before she noticed she was holding cold eggs. I had been giving her coffee refills for 4 months before she saw me. I mean, you truly saw me. Her eyes widened slightly as she explained that my name tag was spelled incorrectly. It wasn't, but it became our strange little joke. Every Tuesday and Thursday, she would point out that I was wearing the wrong name Salvador. I would act startled. It was the stupidest flirtation ever, but it worked. Our first date was not even intended to be a date. Her study group canceled at the last minute, and she had a reservation at this pizza place that was tough to get into. I happened to be cleaning the counter when she received the cancellation SMS. The next thing I knew, I was seated across from her at Antonio's, both of us uneasily realizing this was precisely like a date. 6 months later, she moved into my flat. A year later, we moved into a somewhat larger place together. Nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom with a bathroom where the toilet did not run all the time and neighbors who did not practice bass solos at 2 a.m. Meanwhile, I used false accounts to keep track of my family. I'm not proud of it, but there it is. Dad's hardware store started failing after the Home Depot opened on the outskirts of town. I noticed him talking about it on community Facebook pages, with remarks becoming increasingly frantic and nasty. Mom's social media became a weird shrine to family, with regular throwback photos of us all smiling and postings about missing her boys, which was rich. She would tag Alan but never mention me, as if I had been erased. Alan moved from job to job, posting vague updates about haters and new opportunities, the standard social media smokescreen of someone whose life is circling the abyss. 3 years in, Geraldine approached me during inventory and informed me she was considering opening a second Sonny's shop on the opposite side of town. She asked if I was interested in running it, rather than owning it. This is an important distinction. I didn't sleep that night because I kept thinking it was a test or a joke. People like me did not have opportunities like that. Banks had ensured I understood that much. That is the problem about poisonous beliefs. They remain in your system long after you have left the serpent. But I said yes because Kendra, who was half sleeping next to me, whispered that it would be silly not to. Doug, through a haze of cannabis smoke, replied, "Duh, you practically run to the original place already." Because Geraldine was not Banks, wasn't my family, and had never made me feel useless. Sonny's East opened 6 months later, smaller than its predecessor and with a new menu, my menu. I worked 90-hour weeks for the first year and lost 10 pounds I couldn't afford to lose. I argued with Kendra about never being home. I came home to passive-aggressive post-its on the fridge several times, but they worked. People arrived. People came back. The food was delicious and the atmosphere was good. We weren't getting rich, but we were making do. 4 years after being abandoned, I earned enough to assist Kendra with her medical school loans. Not all of them, those creatures are monstrous, but enough to make an impact. She cried when I handed her the payment confirmation. Not cinematic crying, but lovely mascara tears. Real sobbing, snotty, red-faced, hiccuping crying. I had never felt more like a true person than in that moment. Then my granny died. I found out on Facebook. Mom captioned this lengthy, emotional homage with a million heart emoticons. Grandma Rose was the only one in the family who ever stood up to Banks, the only one who appeared to notice me. She would slip me $20 when no one was looking and instruct me to save them for my escape. I believe she meant college. It turned out to be more literal than that. I considered going to the funeral and even looked up airfares. Kendra said she'd come with me and hold my hand throughout the traumatic reunion. Doug offered me his lousy hatchback to drive instead. Geraldine simply shrugged and said, "Dead people don't know if you're there or not, so do whatever brings you peace." I didn't go. Instead, I sent flowers. A generic sympathy arrangement, signed Salvador, with no return address or note. It's just me. The reaction on social media was quick. Mom is posting about signs and reaching out from beyond. Alan made cryptic remarks about prodigal sons. Banks said nothing publicly, but I could imagine the uproar behind closed doors. A week later, I received a friend request from a profile that I did not recognize. Some random name, no posts, and no buddies. I almost erased it until I noticed the message. "It's Uncle Rick. Your mom gave me your old email, but it bounced back. Are you okay? We've been worried. Your dad has been asking around about you." That night, I blocked the account. I had my first panic attack in 2 years, sitting on our bathroom floor at 3 a.m., trying not to wake Kendra, feeling like my lungs were collapsing, and picturing Banks chasing me down, showing up at Sunny's, and destroying everything I'd built. Kendra found me about an hour later. She didn't ask any questions. She simply sat with me, her shoulder touching mine. When I could finally breathe, she said the most basic thing: they can't take anything from you that you don't give them. The next morning, I called a lawyer for guidance on restraining orders, just in case. I adjusted the privacy settings on everything and requested Geraldine to notify staff not to disclose any information about me to anyone. Practical steps. Power what you have power over. 5 years to the day after being abandoned, I married Kendra in a tiny wedding at a state park. Doug was my best man. Geraldine cooked the cake and cried the whole time, mascara pouring down her wrinkled cheeks. Kendra's enormous, boisterous family embraced me immediately, her father cracking dad jokes that didn't make me cringe, and her mother hugging me without sending off alarms in my head. That's the thing with family. It can find you even when you're not looking. A week after the wedding, I saw it while going through my dummy account late at night. Banks posted on a community website, asking for information on his son Salvador, whose last known location is Grand Junction, Colorado. This is a family emergency. There was no emergency. I was already aware of this. What I didn't understand was why, after 5 years of silence, they were now hunting for me. So I probed deeper, made another phony account, joined community groups in my hometown, and pulled everything together piece by piece. The hardware company had closed, their house was in foreclosure, Mom was dealing with some medical concerns that she was hazy about, and Alan had returned home following his third DUI. They weren't seeking for me because they missed me, but because they needed something. And you know what? For the first time in 5 years, I smiled as I remembered them. Not because I was pleased with their tragedy, but because I discovered a crucial truth. I no longer cared. I closed the laptop, went into bed beside my sleeping wife, and made a decision. I would continue to observe from a distance, not out of hatred or love, but because sometimes the finest retribution is not what you do, but what you build, while they are busy destroying themselves. Finally, we have an update. It began with a LinkedIn notification. 15 years after being abandoned at that Colorado rest station, my perfectly planned existence had a flaw. Someone saw my profile 27 times in a single day. It's not rare for LinkedIn recruiters to do crazy things like that. What was remarkable was my brother's name, Alan Matthew. That is the thing with the past. It is patient. It will linger in the tall grass for years before striking. By then, my life had changed drastically from my first year in Grand Junction. Kendra had finished medical school, completed her residency, and was now working 3 days a week at a local clinic to spend more time at home with our children. We had 2, Ellie, 7, and Marcus, 4. The apartment above the laundromat had given way to a modest 4-bedroom home on the outskirts of town. Nothing spectacular, but with a yard where the kids could play and I could grow tomatoes, though they never quite worked out. Sunny's had expanded to 3 locations. Still not a major franchise or anything, but enough that I no longer had to work the line, except when someone called in sick. Geraldine had semi-retired 2 years before, but she still turned up unexpectedly to criticize how we made her pie crust recipe. I had made peace with my past, or so I thought. I still kept an eye on the family from afar, but the frequent checks had dwindled to maybe once every few months. Banks and Irene had downsized after losing their home, as far as I understood. Alan has been married, divorced, and married again. They all seem to have gone on with their lives, just as I had. However, the LinkedIn issue bothered me. 15 years of silence, and now this. I mentioned it to Kendra as we were performing our usual Sunday night activity. Folding laundry while half watching whatever Netflix show we were currently behind on. She paused, holding a mismatched sock in each hand, and asked whether I was all right. I nodded. What else could I say? That I was suddenly 22 years old again, stopped at a rest stop, and that I could hear Banks' voice in my head, calling me useless. 3 days later, I was in Sunny's East, the original second site, assisting with inventory because our supplier had sent the wrong type of coffee filters again, when Maya at the front desk called back to say there was a family looking for me. My first thought was of Kendra's parents, who occasionally surprised us when they passed through. I strolled out front, my thoughts already turning to how to persuade them to stay for supper. It was not Kendra's family. Banks appeared older, grayer, and his once intimidating physique had shrunk. Irene's face was pinched from years of effort, and her hair had been dyed an unnatural shade of brown. Alan resembled Banks at 40, with the same stance and technique of taking up space. There was a woman with them who I didn't recognize. She was young, perhaps in her early 20s, and she was standing back as if she wasn't sure she belonged. Nobody spoke. The lunch rush cacophony faded away, leaving only my own heartbeat hammering in my ears. Banks broke first, asking for my name. I nodded, as my voice had evidently gone on vacation. Look, I'd envisioned this moment in 1,000 various ways over the course of 15 years. In some of them, I told them off brilliantly. In others, I was chilly and distant, unconcerned about their existence. In a couple awkward late-night situations, we even had a tearful reconciliation. Reality is invariably messier than fancy. I motioned to an empty table in the corner, asked Maya to get water, sat across from the folks who had once been my family, and waited. They'd discovered me through a magazine story titled Rocky Mountain Rising 10 Local Success Stories. It wasn't even a major feature, just a sidebar with a photo of me in front of Sonny's original location. But evidently, one of Mom's high school friends had moved to Colorado, saw it, and forwarded it to her with the caption, "Isn't this your son?" They'd made 107 missed calls to my former number in the years before it was disconnected. Mom had counted. She mentioned this as if it meant something. They spoke over each other. Mom mentioned how worried they had been. Banks about how I had misinterpreted what happened that day. Alan was uncomfortably trying to pretend like we were old friends catching up. The young woman, who turned out to be Alan's second wife, Poppy, simply regarded me with curiosity. I let them talk and watched as they spun their own version of reality in which they were not the villains. I noticed how Banks continued looking at the restaurant, mentally calculating how much it would be worth. I noticed Mom's fingers waver slightly as she grabbed for her water. I noticed Alan's studied charm faltering whenever he thought I wasn't staring directly at him. Finally, when they ran out of steam, I asked the only important question. Why now? That's when the true tale emerged, in parts and pieces among awkward silences. Banks had medical debts, heart issues, and no insurance. The second residence was being foreclosed upon. Alan's business idea, something obscure about cryptocurrencies, had flopped terribly. Mom required knee surgery, which she could not afford. They weren't there for reconciliation, but for money. I should have become angry. Should have thrown them away. Instead, I felt an unexpected emotion. Sympathy. They seemed so little and desperate. These giants who had formerly ruled my entire universe were simply imperfect, broken beings. I asked them to supper at my house that night, explaining that I needed to contemplate and chat to Kendra. They agreed enthusiastically. Banks are already halfway to calling it a done deal. The afternoon was weird. I picked up Ellie from her dance lesson and assisted Marcus with his preschool show and tell preparations, all while texting Kendra updates on who was coming to dinner. She volunteered to take the children to her sisters. I said no. I wanted them there. I wanted my family to meet my family. Dinner was chicken enchiladas, my specialty. That wasn't anything exceptional, it was simply a recipe from the back of an old El Paso box that I had modified over the years. Ellie set the table without being asked, meticulously placed the forks on the incorrect side until Kendra quietly corrected her. Marcus insisted on wearing his Spider-Man outfit because it was Tuesday, and it appears that Tuesday is now Spider-Man Day. When the doorbell rang, I nearly dropped the dish I was bringing to the table. Kendra clutched my arm as she passed, whispering that she had my back anyway. The children looked up with interest, realizing that something significant was happening. That's the thing about dreaded moments. When they occur, they're both worse and better than you expected. The introductions were awkward. Even after adjustments, Banks continued to refer to Kendra as Karen. Irene couldn't stop crying every time she looked at the kids, which terrified Marcus. Alan and Poppy were the least bad, making genuine attempts at polite conversation, but Alan kept hinting about family supporting family. After dinner, Kendra brought the kids upstairs for baths and bedtime, giving me a look that said, "Text if you need extraction." Then it was just me and them, sitting in a living room that felt too small. Banks began on the pitch, talking about how family sticks together and how he'd always known I'd be successful. A lie. How they only needed $20,000 to get back on their feet, alone, of course. I let him continue, then asked him if he remembered what he told me on my 18th birthday. He gave a blank gaze. I said to him, "At least you can't disappoint me anymore, once you're not legally my problem." I asked Mom if she recalled what she did after Banks tossed away my acceptance letter to community college. Nothing. She had done nothing. I asked Alan whether he remembered telling my first girlfriend that I was probably, in any case, when she came to the house seeking for me. They squirmed and made excuses. Banks' voice began to take on a deadly edge, which used to make me shrink. But here's what happened. I stopped shrinking. I was 15 years and a million miles away from that person. I went to my office, returned with an envelope, and delivered it to Banks. The check was for $73.50. Banks glanced at it, perplexed, and wondered what the hell this was supposed to be. I responded, in 2010, that was exactly what a Greyhound ticket from Grand Junction to our hometown would have cost. The exact amount it would have taken for me to make it back home from where you abandoned me. The hush was absolute. Then Banks began shouting at me, calling me ungrateful and greedy, and claiming that I had always been a disappointment. The greatest hits record from my childhood is being played one more time. I didn't argue or shout back. Just stood up and informed them that it was time to leave. Mom used a different approach. Tears and guilt. How could I do this to my family? Alan went cold. The Pleasant brothers' mask had entirely slipped. Poppy simply seemed embarrassed for all of them. When they eventually departed, Banks crumpled the check and dropped it on our doorstep. I closed the door and leaned against it, my legs becoming unsteady. Kendra came downstairs and asked if I was all right. I nodded, not trusting my own voice. We cleaned up the dinner dishes in silence, checked on the sleeping children, and prepared for bed as if it were any other night. As I was configuring the security system, I accessed the front entrance camera on my phone. They remained in the driveway, arguing. Banks is gesticulating violently, and his mother is sobbing. Alan was looking at our house with an attitude that I know all too well, jealousy mingled with hatred. Finally, they hopped into their rental car and drove away. I have never seen or heard from them again. Do not expect to. The chapter is finished. That's the thing about revenge, the best type is something you live rather than do. Every beautiful moment with my children, every inside joke with Kendra, every peaceful Sunday morning with nothing to worry, and every ordinary day in a life constructed on my terms. I never got back home. I did something better. I constructed one. I paid for my Miles' 50th birthday party while her children did nothing. However, she banned me at the last minute, so I canceled everything. I am a 26-year-old female. I've been married to my hubby, 29, for over 3 years. I've always known that my husband's family doesn't particularly like me. My husband has 2 younger twin sisters, 23 female, and a younger brother, 21, who do not seem to like me. This also applies to my mother-in-law. I've never figured out why they dislike me so much, but I was determined to rectify it since I wanted to have a decent relationship with my in-laws. So I decided to prepare for my mother-in-law's 50th birthday celebration this year. My husband urged me against it, stating that if his family does not appear to like me, I should just leave it alone rather than go out of my way to be pleasant and win them over. But I ignored it because I wanted to stay on good terms with them. I'm a people person, and I couldn't handle the thought of these individuals disliking me for no apparent reason. I had to set things right. So, a few days ago, I began preparing the party and even attempted to enlist my husband's siblings. But they were uninterested and informed me that I could handle everything myself if I wanted. I reserved one of my mother-in-law's favorite restaurants, where she and her late husband would frequently go on dates, and paid for all of the food and decor ahead of time. In reality, I oversaw it all myself to ensure that everything met my mother-in-law's taste and standards, as she was very picky about such things. I even invited some of her closest friends and relatives after discussing with my husband about who she wanted there. Essentially, I paid for everything and organized it all on my own, with a little help from my spouse, whereas her own children did nothing to assist and did not even contribute financially. We went to see her yesterday, the day before her birthday, against my husband's objections. When we arrived, we observed that her other children were already there, and they seemed shocked to see us but said nothing. After some small talk, I got to the point and informed her that we'd be expecting her at the restaurant in the evening tomorrow since we had something planned for her. She smiled and thanked my husband, but he informed her that it was all on me and that she should thank me. Her expression deteriorated abruptly, and I was perplexed for a moment. I informed her that I had invited all of her close friends and some of her family members, as well as selected all of her favorite foods, in an attempt to persuade her to notice my efforts. But a hateful expression appeared on her face, and she proceeded to say thanks in the most phony, sugar-coated tone before telling me that, while she appreciated my efforts, she was sorry she would not be able to come. I was astonished and asked her why. She replied that she wanted her 50th birthday to be memorable, so she planned a family-only affair. She stated that she considered her friends to be family, but she did not consider me to be family at all. So she would prefer it if I made myself unavailable the following day. My husband and I were stunned to the core, and I realized in that instant that he had been correct all along. I should never have put forth any effort because she was clearly never going to appreciate anything, ever. My husband's siblings, on the other hand, appeared to be about to bust out laughing any second, which irritated me even more. So I stood up and told her that she could go to hell, and that if she dared to show up tomorrow, I'd have security escort her away. That took the smug expressions off everyone's faces. My mother-in-law said I was frigid and cruel. I immediately laughed in her face, saying that was quite rich coming from her. After some back and forth in which she attempted to persuade me that I was incorrect, I informed her that she did not deserve anything pleasant and that my decision was definitive. She and her children appeared furious. She started crying just before I left, most likely as a last-ditch effort to make me feel horrible, but I didn't care. I was furious. I tried to cancel the reservation while driving home, but it was too late. My husband appeared to be uncomfortable with the situation, but he refused to say anything more than that I did the right thing. When we got home, he went outside for a smoke, which was great with me because he had never been particularly expressive with his family and preferred to keep out of these situations. Furthermore, I had ignored his advice, so it was good of him not to shove it in my face. Anyway, since I'd already paid for the venue and food, I decided to rescind all of the invitations. It was really last minute and annoyed a lot of the visitors, but they were largely my mother-in-law's friends, so I didn't mind. Instead, I invited some of my own pals to make it all worthwhile, as I was very angry by all that had happened. My husband also joined in, and I convinced him to bring a couple of his friends so we could party. We took rid of the decorations just in time before they arrived and had a great time. I posted all of the photos once I returned home today. My sister-in-law texted me, claiming I had spoiled her mother's birthday and that it was really selfish of me to utilize the venue for myself, especially given how much it meant to my mother-in-law. I don't feel very regretful for what I did, and I believe it was absolutely justified. I only hope I'm right. Eta for canceling my mother-in-law's scheduled birthday celebration after she informed me that I was not welcome. Update 1. I informed my husband of the message his sister had sent me and asked whether I should apologize to his family. He answered, absolutely not. In fact, he informed me that he'd had enough of their behavior and believed it would be best if we cut them off completely. This was a significant deal because his family relied heavily on him for money and other necessities, particularly my mother-in-law. My husband is relatively wealthy and owns his own business, so cutting him off would force her to rely on her other children. That was a problem because my husband's siblings were unemployed and changed jobs every few months. To be honest, they were all heavily reliant on him for money and other necessities, so this was a major decision. I tried to discourage him from doing so, but he was determined. I am sure there is something deeper going on here. To be honest, I've always seen that as we dated, his family grew increasingly distant from him. He had grown apart from his family by the time we married. It wasn't his fault, since I recall him telling me several times that he would bring his family over for supper while we were dating and even throughout the early days of our marriage. But they would always find an excuse to avoid it. I felt certain that I was also part of the reason. That was another element that drove me to establish a friendship with my in-laws, so that my spouse could reconnect with his family. I'm confident that there is anything my husband isn't or hasn't told me. He isn't the type of person to desert his family. Previously, he told me how important family was to him. So this unexpected decision, while reasonable in light of how my mother-in-law treated me a few days ago, is unusual and out of character for him. I'm determined to get to the bottom of this because I don't want my spouse to be miserable or resentful of me in the future. I'm just hoping he feels comfortable enough to tell me why he took such dramatic measures now. Update 2. After much pestering, my spouse finally spoke up about why he is splitting off his family after all these years. I knew his father died when he was 21, and all of his siblings were in school at the time. His mother had never worked a day in her life, so it was up to him to get to work and be the provider for the family, as the money his father had left him would not be enough to cover everything. He worked hard all day and night. Finally, when he was around 23, he found some investors for his startup, and things began to improve for him. He moved from barely scraping by to flourishing, which was excellent for him. But it made his family extremely lazy and materialistic. They were increasingly reliant on him as he earned more money. But he didn't say anything or complain because he felt obligated to do so, as his father would have expected. They also mistreated his girlfriends, believing that having other people in his life would distract him and that his primary goal should be to care for his family. This is why, when we met and it became evident that I wasn't someone they could simply mistreat and drive away, because I was so desperate to remain with my husband, they were irritated by my very presence and attempted to poison my husband against me. But by then, he'd had enough. During our relationship, there was a lot of fighting and bickering behind my back. His family pushed him to break up with me, but he was determined to marry me. They eventually distanced themselves from him in an attempt to guilt-trip him, but they continued to approach him for money. This strategy likewise failed to separate us. Several years later, we're still going strong. After the whole birthday incident, my husband told me that when his sister contacted me to guilt-trip me, His mother called him to do the same to him. She was trying to emotionally manipulate him into leaving me after I insulted her. That's why he decided he'd had enough and it was time to move on. I'm still shocked that his family put him through this, despite the fact that he was the one who supported them the entire time. I've pretty much lost all respect for them because they're just so greedy. I'm so glad I opted to continue with my husband despite his family's attempts to separate us and drive me away so they could take his money. To be honest, I don't care how much money he has since I love him for who he is, regardless of his monetary balance. Now that I know the whole story, I'm shocked he was able to put up with it all and even keep it a secret from me for so long only to spare my feelings, as I wanted to have a good relationship with my in-laws. But he knew that would never happen. I believe he is making the correct choice right now, and his family deserves to be cut off. They're extremely selfish and greedy, and they show no regard for the one man who has had their back for so long, despite all odds. Update 3. My husband finally phoned his mother and told her that he doesn't want to hear from her or his siblings unless they modify their behavior. He also told them that they would have to find their own source of money because he would not be able to support them indefinitely. As I had predicted, this action was met with outrage on their end. I could hear my mother-in-law yelling at my husband even though his phone was not on loudspeaker. They got into a really vicious quarrel. Because I was in the same room with my spouse, I heard all he said. My mother-in-law clearly attempted to blame me for this. She said that I must have influenced his decision to cut them off somehow. She also accused me of wanting to split their family up. She advised my husband to avoid being manipulated by his wife. Again, the irony of her instructing my husband not to allow himself to be influenced amused me. Naturally, my husband defended me to the best of his ability. He also told her that his siblings should get excellent jobs because they are all adults now, and it's pathetic that they still have to rely on him to care for them. She began accusing my husband of becoming obsessed with the money and power that came with holding such a high-paying career. She said that I was probably urging him to split off his family, which is why he was treating his own blood so harshly. It was textbook manipulation and emotional blackmail to keep him under her control. But now that I knew what she and her other children had been up to, I wasn't going to let it happen again. When things got too hot and I could see my husband becoming agitated and teary-eyed from frustration, I decided to step in. I informed her that my husband's mind was made up. If she and her children don't get in line soon, they will lose my husband's support forever. Now the ball was in their court. They could either behave decently and respect me and my spouse in order to continue to be in our lives. Or they may be the blood-sucking, materialistic a-holes they were and be kicked out of my husband's life completely. Having said that, I hung up and silenced all notifications on my husband's phone so he didn't have to deal with them for a bit and could relax. It's been an hour since the call ended, and we've set aside our phones to watch a movie and distract ourselves for the time being. Update 4. Because pestering my husband and destroying his day wasn't enough, my mother-in-law chose to annoy me instead. After the movie, my spouse decided to finish some pending work, while I checked my phone. My mother-in-law missed several calls and sent me numerous texts stating filthy things. They were filled with curse words from my husband's siblings. I wasn't surprised, though, because this was exactly what I anticipated them to do. I just took screenshots for later and disregarded it. I spent the next 10 minutes responding to business emails and other correspondence. But then my mother-in-law called again, and I mistakenly accepted the call. She then continued to say the most offensive things about me and my upbringing. She described me as a manipulative and greedy gold digger who was out to destroy my husband. I didn't respond to any of her charges and just waited for her to finish it. When she seemed to run out of steam, I informed her that everything she accused me of was something she was also guilty of. So, before pointing fingers, she should probably do some introspection. I also informed her that I was relieved that my husband was finally getting rid of freeloaders like her and her other children, who didn't deserve to even breathe the same air as him. Then I hung up and blocked her and my husband's siblings everywhere I could, making it impossible for them to contact me. It's really terrible that individuals will go to such lengths to avoid having to do any work for themselves. I haven't told my husband about his mother calling me yet since I don't want to stress him out any further. But if this happens again, I will absolutely inform him and ensure that they are permanently removed from our lives. They have no right to interrupt our calm in this way. I'm not sure what they'll do next, but I'm confident that my mother-in-law will not stop. Unless we decide to pursue legal action against her or anything. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that, because it would be a terrible emotional experience for my spouse. But if it happens, I'm prepared to see that we see it through. They're definitely not fooling with my spouse anymore. Update 5. It's been about 2 weeks since the last update, and a lot has happened since then. After blocking my mother-in-law, my husband and I ate dinner and went to bed, hoping for some peace and quiet the next day. But the next day, My mother-in-law arrived at our house with her 3 grown children, demanding an explanation for all that had been said and done thus far. She looked upset, as did my husband's siblings. I knew this was going to be really stressful for my spouse. Despite their protests, I chose to remain in the room, claiming that I had no right to be there because this was a family matter and I am not a member of the family. I informed them that they were invading my privacy and were standing under my roof, thus they had no right to tell me whether I could stay or not. Then they started angrily abusing my husband, accusing him of being selfish and unreasonable. They even went so far as to accuse him of leaving his family in order to please his wife. My husband had remained silent and was already hot in the face. So I knew it was my cue to take over. My husband is a very sensitive man, especially when it comes to his family and loved ones, so I knew he would be unable to fight them and defend himself against their false charges and manipulation. That was how tender-hearted and caring he was. And, while they were only exploiting him for his money, he honestly and deeply loved his family. So I urged him to calm down and told his family to leave since they were upsetting me. More importantly, they were causing my husband to cry. My mother-in-law began arguing with me, stating that I didn't get to push her around, especially at her son's house, and that she could remain as long as she wanted. She didn't stop talking to my husband, even though he seemed unhappy about everything. It was awful to see how little she cared about her own son's sentiments. What mattered most to her was money. So she began telling him that she had not raised him in this manner and was dismayed that he was prioritizing his wife over his own family. His brother even stated that the only role he should be fulfilling was that of a son and brother because I was a gold digger and did not deserve to have a husband like him in the first place. That irritated me, and I lost my composure. At that moment, I snapped at him and told him what I thought of all of them. They were all lazy, good-for-nothing fools who relied exclusively on my husband's kindness and charity because they were unable to provide for themselves. They were basically the definition of gold diggers. Furthermore, not only were they continuously hovering around my husband for money, but they had the audacity to be so ungrateful and target him after everything he'd done for them. They were stunned into silence. I could tell they were struggling to fight back but had nothing to say. Taking advantage of this, I ordered them to go before I reported them to the cops for appearing up unexpectedly and refusing to leave. So they left. But my mother-in-law was still certain that she could persuade my husband to choose them over me. She said that if his father had been living today, he would be disappointed with how their eldest son treated them. I thought it was incredibly nasty and despicable to repeatedly use that card to emotionally manipulate my husband. By the time they drove away, I could tell my spouse was barely holding it together. As soon as they departed, he began sobbing uncontrollably, and I spent hours calming him down. I felt bad about the entire situation and regretted that I hadn't tried to offer my mother-in-law a birthday party in the first place. But then again, that's what opened the can of worms. And I am thankful that this occurred sooner rather than later. Anyway, after his family departed, I banned them everywhere, including his phone and social media, and made sure they couldn't contact us online. After he'd calmed down, I told him it was time to start looking into lawyers. I was confident that this would not be the last we heard from his mother and siblings. He agreed because, as much as he hated to admit it, he knew his family was willing to go to any length to acquire money from him. So we started looking for family lawyers simply to be safe. And we were absolutely right to do so. Within days of the fight, my mother-in-law sent us a legal notice. She asked that he pay them a large sum of money as reparation for taking heaps of money from them after his father's death to establish his business. It appalled me that she and her children were prepared to lie about something so important and disparage my spouse. He'd never accepted a single dollar from his father's estate, instead using money he'd earned himself. He was entirely self-made, and stating such a thing was an affront to his character. I was enraged that they dared to spread such a lie. Because my husband's company is rather large, it sparked a lot of interest, which had an impact on his business as well. That was a stupid move on their behalf. However, after over 2 weeks, we were able to verify that they were lying and that none of their assertions were real. So now they're the ones who must pay us a large sum for attempting to discredit us and threaten my husband's job. Last I heard, my mother-in-law and her children had been shunned by the rest of the family due to their nasty little stunt. All 3 of those lazy bastards are trying to find work so that they can pay the bills that my husband has been handling thus far. I'm pleased this is happening to them because they utterly and completely deserve it. We can now move on from this episode and forget about them completely. My spouse and I are very happy now, and I aim to keep it that way forever. My mom chose my toxic stepsister over me and kicked me out. Now, I got engaged, and my fiancé's company dropped her husband. She blames me. I, 26F, have been engaged to my fiancé, whom we'll call Jeff, 26M, for approximately 2 months. I met him 4 years ago on a dating app, and we've been inseparable since. Jeff and I are soulmates. He is the only person in my life who has never disappointed me. I have not had an easy life. My parents divorced when I was 2 years old. My father abandoned us without looking back. He paid child support, but that was it. He never bothered to come and see how I was doing. To be honest, my mother, 48F, was not a terrific mother either. When I was younger, she was more focused on other activities than on raising me. I was basically reared by nannies and babysitters. When I was a little older, my mother was quite young, and her priorities were very different. She didn't care much about becoming a mother and spent most of her time with friends or on dates. She was an outgoing socialite who had no time for me. Even in terms of her career, she was not taking her work seriously. She was a freelance artist who made good money every month, but she didn't have to worry about me since she had child support checks coming in to cover everything. I hate to say it, but if it hadn't been for the child support, I'm very sure she would have kicked me out a long time ago. She was never very devoted to me, and I suspected she was waiting for me to mature so I could leave her alone. Then, when I was around 13, she began seeing my stepfather. My stepfather, Matt, 50 million, has a daughter around my age. We'll call my stepsister Jess. When they initially started dating and my mother brought his family home to introduce us, she advised me to be on my best behavior since this was very important to her. Now, Mom had brought home boyfriends dozens of times before, but she had never been concerned about how I behaved. She would generally just tell me that she had guests coming over, and I would use that as a cue to go into my room and stay until they went. But this time, I had the impression she was serious about the person, otherwise, she would not have been concerned about my actions. To put it another way, if she wasn't serious about Matt, she wouldn't have worried about my presence in the house at all. The first time I met him and his daughter, they were relatively kind to me, and it was a pleasant introduction. I had no idea what was going to happen to me following that initial meeting. Soon after, he began to visit more frequently, and it seemed as if they had almost moved in together. I didn't mind it. It wasn't bothering me in any way, so I had no need to worry about them as long as they allowed me to go on with my life. It remained that way for a long time. They were practically living together, and Jess would occasionally visit as well. Her mother was still a part of her life, therefore she spent half of each month at her mother's house. Initially, people were either polite to me or ignored me. I was fine with that because I didn't really care for any of them. I didn't really care about my mother, so it was tough for me to care about anyone related to her. All I wanted was my own peace and quiet, which I enjoyed for a while. But then they decided to make it a permanent relationship and move in together. Now, I wouldn't have cared, but my mother informed me that now that they were moving in together, I would have to start sharing my room with my stepsister. I refused to do that because it was my room. It had been my room my entire life, and it was the one thing that gave me calm. In that house, I had my own private area. I was not going to give up my freedom by sharing a room with someone I barely know. When I told my mother that I was not going to share my room, we had a heated quarrel. She threatened to kick me out of the house if I did not do what she asked. I was 14 years old at the time, and despite my youth, I was aware of the law. I felt compelled to since my mother was the type of person you couldn't truly trust. It's also plain basic logic, and I knew mother couldn't send me out until I was an adult, or she'd face legal consequences. So I informed her that I knew she couldn't do it and that she was faking. She was frustrated, but she had to let me have my room and chose to convert the basement into Jess's room. It wasn't a very horrible place to be. It wasn't as nice as my room, but my mother worked hard to make it more appealing and livable. By the time she was finished, it looked as good as any other room in the home, so I had no idea what the big issue was. But for some reason, that's when Jess started disliking me. It could have had something to do with the fact that on the day she moved in with us, my mother gave them a house tour and made it clear to everyone that Jess had to live in the basement since I wasn't ready to share my room. I didn't understand why she would make such an announcement, and I still can't think of a rationale. Perhaps she intended to make me feel bad by stating it in front of Jess, but all it did was make me feel strange and uncomfortable. It made me feel embarrassed for her, but I didn't feel bad about putting my foot down. Or perhaps she simply enjoyed drama and wanted Jess to know that I had refused to share my room with her, which would undoubtedly lead to difficulties between us. Jess did not appear to be the type of girl who would tolerate something like this. My mother was correct. Jessica refused to let it go. After that day, she began treating me as an adversary. She would still spend half of the month with her mother, but the days she would be living with us were excruciatingly difficult for me. She was a threat to society, and she had a personal vendetta against me. She was frequently nasty to me and made horrible statements about me right in front of my face. To give you an example of what she would say, she once told me that the reason my father left my mother was most likely because of me. Then she laughed, as if it were hilarious. She would make fun of my appearance because I was slightly fat at the time. She used to make fun of me at school for no apparent reason. Jess had a huge clique of mean females at school, and she would never miss a chance to bully me with her friends. Earlier, she and her pals would simply ignore me, which I loved. She and I were never friends, but that was vastly preferable to being her enemy. The saddest aspect was that I had done nothing to her. She was simply offended that I did not want to share my room with her. It was a ridiculous cause to hate me so much and try to ruin my life. My room was my safe area, and with a mother like mine, I don't think anyone can blame me for wanting my own space. Besides, if any of them had ever made an effort to get to know me, I could have shared my room with her. But she was a stranger to me, and I didn't feel comfortable giving up my independence for her. I never complained to my mother or Matt because they were aware of the situation and it was meaningless to do so. They didn't care. I might be bullied my entire life, and they would still turn a blind eye since I was not important to them. So I had to put up with it and let her trample all over me. I would fight back periodically, but I quickly realized that it only escalated the conflict. Our parents would intervene, and I would be grounded because they despised me. She would constantly cry a little to get out of trouble. But I couldn't cry on command like her, and I wasn't as manipulative. So I'd be the one who was punished for my poor behavior and advised to start treating Jess like a sister, while she got away with it and I had to face the consequences. It was a miserable place to grow up, and I despised my existence. So when I was finally kicked out around my 18th birthday, I was relieved more than anything else. I had put up with my family's crazy for years before being kicked out, and it only became worse over time. Jess continued to be a nightmare to deal with, and our parents continued to back her without questioning the legitimacy of her actions. In 4 years, she had managed to turn our whole high school year against me, and I had just a few friends who would even talk to me. Everyone else despised me because she did, and that was sufficient justification. It had taken a toll on my mental health, and I was battling to keep up in all areas. I had acquired a lot of weight from binge eating, and it had severely changed my appearance for the worst. I was overweight, acne-prone, and had pretty awful hair. I was also trying to maintain my grades. So not only did I look horrible, but I also appeared to be dumb to everyone else. I had nothing going for me and was at an all-time low. Things at home were no better, as I still had to deal with Jess and my parents. My mother had grown increasingly irritable and would continually compare me to Jess, despite the fact that she was the one who had made my life so much worse than it had been previously. Things were terrible before my mother married Matt and they moved in together, but not as horrible as they are now. Yeah, it was terrible that my mother didn't care about me before, but after her marriage to Matt, I went from the frying pan to the fire. She progressed from not caring to intentionally making me feel horrible about myself, and it felt as if I was also living with mean females at home. It was very clear to me that Jess was the daughter my mother had hoped for. Instead, life had dealt her the wrong hand, and she was stuck with me. I know they both wanted nothing more than for me to leave, and to be honest, I did too. My mother and Jess despised me, but Matt didn't care. I have no relatives to speak of other than my mother because my grandparents did not communicate with us. I had never known my father, and I knew nothing about my other grandparents. I actually had nowhere to go, and I felt awkward approaching my friends for assistance. So I had to fight it out and stay with my mother to ensure that I had a roof over my head and food to eat every day until I reached 18. But then, a few weeks before my birthday, an incident occurred, and I was expelled out the same day. It was a weekend, yet I remember it like it was yesterday since it was one of the most terrible and stressful days of my life. We had both recently graduated, and she had begun hanging out with a bigger circle of folks. She had a buddy whose brother was in his senior year of college, and she was dating her brother. So she and her friend would hang out with his pals, who were all older than us. I understood exactly what they were up to, but I didn't think it was worth bringing it up with my parents because, with my luck, it would only backfire. So I never told anyone that she'd started drinking. And, while I couldn't prove it, I knew she was smoking pot and whatnot. I was never interested in any of it because, first and foremost, I never had friends who were cool enough to have access to drink, cigarettes, or drugs. Second, I was already suffering with my weight and academics. I didn't need to add drink or drugs to the mix, I already had plenty on my plate. But that day, I believe I left my room unlocked before going for a shower. The next thing I knew I heard a banging on the bathroom door, and my mother was yelling at me, insisting that I come out right once. I had to rush and put on my clothes so I could see what she was talking about. When I got out of the shower, my mother, Matt, and Jess were waiting in my room, all with serious expressions on their faces. My mother took out a bunch of empty beer bottles from beneath my bed, and even more incriminating, there was a giant plastic baggie containing, I'm not sure how many grams of weed. My parents were unaware that it did not belong to me or Jess. I believe she had planted it in my room when I was not there and then informed my mother. They began flipping out and yelling at me about what a terrible person I was. She didn't just yell at me about the drink and drugs, she also started venting about how I was a complete disgrace to them. She protested that I ate all the food. She stated I was a waste. She was convinced that I would never do anything worthwhile in the future and would simply continue to live with them and spend their money. I attempted to explain multiple times that none of it belonged to me and that I had no idea how it ended up in my room, but she didn't believe me. She lost it when I suggested that Jess might have planted it in my room to get me in trouble. She began yelling at me about how I was always jealous of her and that I would never be as good as her at anything, which was why I was attempting to shift the blame. I was crying uncontrollably by that point, but she didn't seem to care and proceeded to rant at me. After some while, she stopped shouting at me and told me I needed to leave. I had no idea what she was talking about, so I asked her where I was heading. She told me she didn't care where I went, she just wanted me out of the house because she was tired of dealing with me. When I refused to go, she threatened to call the cops on me. She added that because I was almost 18, they would treat the drug allegations very seriously. She informed me she did not want an addict living with her and consuming all of her money and resources. I had to watch out for myself now since she was tired of pretending to be a happy family with someone who deserved nothing. I was pleading with her not to force me out because, while I wanted to leave, I knew I had nowhere to go and didn't have enough money on my own. But my mother didn't care. She informed me that if I didn't leave within that day, she would phone the police and report me herself. I was surprised that she could be so cruel, and even more so that neither Matt nor Jess complained about it. They were literally going about their day as if nothing was happening. After a lot of crying and begging, I finally started packing my belongings. I would gladly choose to live on the streets over being arrested for drug possession. I finished packing by the evening, and as I left the house, no one said goodbye, and I never looked back. I went to the park and sat on a seat for a few hours, but it got pretty cold. So I decided to go over to a friend's apartment and spend the night there, hoping they would let me. I went to my best friend Amy's house and asked if I could stay with her for a few days. She already knew how my parents were, so I didn't need to explain much to her. When I told her about what had happened that day, she was horrified. She said her parents could help me if I allowed them. I'd always urged her not to tell anyone about how my parents treated me, including her parents, because I wasn't sure if anyone would believe me. I guess I felt awkward revealing these sensitive information about my life with others. But that day, she compelled me to inform her parents, who were as appalled as Amy was. They called my mother and attempted to speak with her, but it didn't help, and she was quite unpleasant to them. So they recognized that talking to her would not make things any better. Then they did something for which I am grateful beyond words. They promised me I could stay with them for as long as I needed to and that they would assist me. They were wealthy, so money was not an issue, and Amy adored me, so she was willing to share a room with me. I spent the following few years living with them and attending community college, which was the only place I could get accepted due to my poor grades. I began working and accumulating money to buy my own place, but Amy's parents made sure I never felt pressured to leave their home and made me as comfortable as they could. Then, roughly 3 years ago, I finally acquired enough money to move out. I was proud of myself, and I was also grateful to Amy and her parents. I honestly could not have done it without them. Even on the day I moved out, they were the ones who helped me settle into my new home and informed me that I was welcome to return whenever I wanted to visit or even live with them. That was the turning point in my life. By then, I'd shed a lot of weight and my health had improved significantly. I felt and looked better. I was also generating enough money to support myself and had put in enough effort to improve myself. So I decided to start dating as well because I wanted to marry someday and needed to start searching. I met a couple of guys before Jeff, but it usually fizzled out before it could get serious. After meeting Jeff, I fully understood why. It was because Jeff and I were intended to be together, whereas the other guys I met before him were only there to have fun. When we first started dating, I had no idea he was wealthy and the heir to his father's firm. I just liked him because he was humorous and cute, and he appeared to like me as well. After a few months of dating, he informed me about his family, and I understood they owned a restaurant chain, which he would inherit in a few years after his father retired. Many people may believe that learning how wealthy he was changed things for me, but I simply regarded him as the same person I had known before. That information made no difference to me. I still loved him as much as I did before. We moved in together after approximately a year of dating, and he had introduced me to his family a few months earlier. Everyone in his family liked me, and we got along great. Everything was absolutely perfect. So, when he recently asked if I wanted to marry him, I knew the answer right away. We've been engaged for 2 months now, and things are going great. But then, around 2 weeks ago, I got an email from Jess. We haven't spoken in almost 8 years, and I haven't heard from my family since I was kicked out. I had no idea why she would contact me now, especially to make amends. I believe enough time has passed, and neither of us cares enough to try to mend the problem anymore. So when I received that email and understood she was reaching out to me to apologize for all that had happened in the past and admit that she had been a complete nightmare, I was perplexed. She admitted to placing stuff in my room to get me tossed out since she disliked me for no reason. I had no understanding why she was revealing all of that so many years later, and I sensed something was wrong with the situation. The timing was further suspect because I had recently gotten engaged, and I knew she must have known about it. I had mentioned it on social media, and we attended the same high school, so someone must have told her about it. Everything felt odd, so I started to investigate. As a result, I discovered that the man Jess was married to also owned the company that supplied plastic containers and other items for takeaway orders to Jeff's restaurants. It was easy for me. All I had to do was create a phony profile and stalk her. From there, I went to her husband's profile, where he disclosed everything about his work in his bio, so it was a simple process. I already knew a lot about Jeff's business because we had planned to run it together after his father retired, so I was already learning the ropes. When I realized this was the individual he was dealing with, I immediately alerted Jeff. Now, over the past few years, I've done my best not to think about my previous life since I just wanted to go on. So I didn't follow anyone from my family online, and I told my friends not to tell me anything about them. I had no idea Jess was already married and had been for a few years. But when I discovered that her husband was actually interacting with us, Jeff and I decided to cancel our arrangement. It was already costing us a lot of money, and I don't think I'd ever do business with that woman again. Jeff also informed me that the quality of the things delivered by her husband had reduced significantly since the beginning. They were considering dropping him as a supplier anyhow and were in talks with another guy who offered lower prices and better products. So, last week, a few days after I received Jess's email, Jeff decided to meet with her husband and cancel their contract. But, for some reason, Jess believes I did this on purpose to get her back, and she has been accusing me of it in her emails and social media posts. We haven't spoken in about a decade, but she still believes I am carrying a grudge against her. Which I may be, but that is not the true reason her husband lost our contract. She posted a few days ago that many of her clients had already dropped them, and this was the final straw. But she maintains that I did it out of spite, and that this was really unprofessional of us. She tagged our Facebook page in her post, and things have gotten pretty ugly. I feel awful for her because, according to her message, she and her husband have been losing business left and right. Okay, I'll admit that some of this was personal, but much of it was business as well. I doubt Jeff and his father would have dropped her husband as a supplier based only on my word. Nevertheless, I feel awful for her. I'm not sure if I should have made my fiancé quit working with my estranged stepsister's husband. Update 1. Okay, so Jeff has spoken with his father's lawyers, and he believes we did the correct thing. So we're going after them legally and asking that they remove that message. We are also filing defamation charges against them because the guy charged us a bomb and delivered things that fell short of our expectations. If we could obtain a better offer somewhere else, we'd obviously go there. It's just a coincidence that Jess is married to the guy who runs that firm. Instead of improving their company's operations, she chose to trash us on social media. It's stupid that I allowed myself to feel horrible for her after everything she'd put me through. But you guys truly opened my eyes, so I appreciate that. Many of you have been quite supportive, which I appreciate. Thank you so much for your comments. Update 2. So Jeff and his father filed a slander claim against Jess and her husband a few days ago. We'll meet with a court-appointed mediator in a week, maybe. But in the meantime, my mother has taken it upon herself to protect her poor little stepdaughter yet again. It is so silly. I feel like I am back in high school. But, happily, I'm not back in high school, so I can simply disregard what they say. Unlike then, I don't need to be in my mother's books to get a roof over my head. So she may cry all she wants about it, but nothing will change. She has been attempting to contact me for the past few days, ever since Jess was served, but I have simply blocked her and gone on with my life. I don't need that type of negativity around me. I am engaged. I'm going to marry the guy of my dreams, and I don't need her or her insane stepdaughter back in my life. Update 3. Hey, so let me quickly fill you in. First, we won the defamation lawsuit. It wasn't even that difficult because my father-in-law's lawyers are absolute sharks, and they killed her and her husband. So, maybe they'll focus more on their business now and meet their clients' expectations. They had to pay for what they stated, and we were able to strike an agreement. So that's over, and we can finally devote all of our attention to preparing our wedding. It's quite thrilling, and I can't wait to get married to Jeff. As previously stated, he is my soulmate, and I have waited a long time to find someone like him. Now that I have him, I will never let go.